fight with an illness, and just want to send prayers and condolences to her as well. Condolences to community activists.
Thank you. Any others?
Mary Paul.
For these and for those unnamed, would you please join me in a brief moment of silence?
Know that she has been a stalwart supporter of public education. She lost her fight with an illness and just wanted to...
Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Any others? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next on the agenda are proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. We don't have any proclamations on the agenda today, so we'll next move to statements by elected officials. I do know that we have one elected official with us to speak today, State Representative Roman. As an elected official, you will have up to 10 minutes in which to speak. Any proclamations on the
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you all today, and thank you to everyone who made the time to come out here. Sorry, give me just one quick moment. So for those who don't know me, my name is Rua Roman, and I represent House District 97 in West Gwinnett. I count many of you among my friends and my mentors, and I appreciate the time you've taken to discuss this issue with myself and other community members. It really does mean a lot to me. I'm actually nobody's constituent here. I don't live in Atlanta or DeKalb, but as a servant of our larger metro community, I feel it's necessary to draw attention to how this issue impacts our community, state, and our very democracy. Bitter Southerner published a profile about Tortuguita at the beginning of the year, actually end of last year. The piece itself was heartbreaking because one day a member of our community was active and vibrant, sharing their love of community and working to make the spaces we share better. The next day they were gone. I struggled to reconcile what I read in that piece with the way the events that led to their death were characterized. And just like this project, their death leaves more questions than answers. Before my election, I was a business consultant. I believe in data, I believe in facts and patterns, and I believe that the stories we tell should be rooted in truth as we can know it. The foundations of our democracy require that veracity. I say that to say this. There's a set of facts and data that lead me to say that democracy in Georgia is in danger. This session, I saw an alarming pattern of government overreach. Here are the facts. The Attorney General pursued legislation that expanded his power. We saw a suite of legislation that sought to undermine local control. We saw legislation reinstating mandatory minimums, which we know from decades of data do more harm than good. We saw our right to organize, enshrined in the First Amendment, attacked. Some of those bills are now law, and the ones we defeated are already expected to come up next year. The consequences of these efforts are nothing less than the erosion to our own personal autonomy and agency. Throughout the legislative session, when given the opportunity to reduce tension, our leaders unfortunately chose to inflame them. From the raid that killed Tortuguita to the messaging that criminalizes the expression of our First Amendment right to organize, every conflict that led to escalation eventually centered on this project. And at every opportunity, the community has been ignored, and trust in our leaders and trust in democracy itself has been eroded. And I don't say this lightly, by the way. I'm not, posturing here. It really was crystallized for me when last weekend there was a vigil for Tortuguita, and a constituent in my district who does a lot of work in Atlanta asked if I would attend because they were afraid they'd be harassed by law enforcement. They didn't feel comfortable without the presence of an elected official. A community should be able to assemble without fear of being attacked by the people who are sworn to protect them. Grief should not require an escort. The data and the facts of this situation lead a rational observer to conclude that our public safety officers are acting in their own interest, pursuing the goals of their institution rather than the safety of the public. The escalation of police misconduct enabled by inaction must end. We've been told that the community was informed of plans for this project and that there has been a lot of transparency. However, the site of our vigil for Tortuguita was a church that is right next to the new development. Yet somehow they had no idea conduct enabled by inaction must end. We've been told that the community was informed of plans for this project and that there has been a lot of transparency. However, the site of our visual for Tortuguita was a church that is right next to the new development. Yet somehow they had no idea they'd be conducting services next to a shooting range. They didn't know. They were actually very shocked to find that out. And about the shooting range, on the other side, there's a juvenile detention facility. Has there been any thought given to what the constant sound of gunfire, essentially war, might do to the children in that facility who are already facing immense challenges? Because of the mis and disinformation surrounding this project, we have more questions than answers, more speculation than fact. We've been told that the options are to develop this property as a training center or allow it to remain in disrepair. Are there really no other options? And what guarantee do we have that the promised mitigations, the alleged community benefits like replacing a blighted site with hiking trails, will come to fruition? Once the training facility is built, will the budget for the improvements that make this palatable disappear? This will only serve to erode trust in our institutions and in democracy itself. This project has come to mean more than the funds appropriated or the construction process. It has become a test to determine whether or not we can hold those who abuse their power accountable, for those who seek to undermine our ability to organize, who would diminish our agency in order to bolster their own, for people like the Attorney General, for all of them, allowing this development signals that they will not face consequences. The raid on the Atlanta Solidarity Fund was an attack on our values. It was an attack on our community. I know it was an attack because our two U.S. senators decried it as such. The people who are undermining our communities and our political capacity want you to move this project forward so that they know you won't hold them accountable for the attack on the Solidarity Fund or the campaign they continue to wage against our communities. The sad reality is this is now bigger than just a local issue. If you approve this project, you take a side. You side with those who are undermining progress for the sake of their own authority. The means by which we protect the powerless, the institutions that help our neighbors navigate the increasingly punitive, expensive, and excessively convoluted legal system are at risk. Today, it's the bail fund. Tomorrow, it'll be abortion funds. All of this makes it increasingly difficult to protect the marginalized and vulnerable. As our messy, fraught democracy gives way to authoritarianism, you'll be siding with the strong few against the just many. And that's why this issue requires my attention and the attention of the state. We're risking local control. We're risking democracy itself, and without action, without consequences, the bad actors in our community will continue to pursue this campaign that weakens all of us and all of our communities. So I'm here to ask you and implore you, please, table this project, recommit it. Let's find some answers to these just questions as it relates to everything from budget to funding to the consequences of building this facility in the place that we've chosen to build it. For your community and mine, your family and mine. Today you'll hear from hundreds opposed to this project. Not everyone will be polished. It's not their job to be. I hope you'll hear the concern and anguish this has caused and take this as an opportunity to restore faith in our governing bodies. It's why I personally ran for office, because I firmly believe that we can restore trust in our institutions, but we can only do that if we listen to the people who got us here. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Make sure that there are, Madam Clerk, do we have any other elected officials? No. Okay, so we will move to the general public. We have over 350 folks signed up, so we have a lot of folks today. Like last time, I'm going to ask that we just keep the cheering down so we can keep everything moving quickly so that everybody at the end of the list has as much chance at the beginning. I'm going to call 10 in at a time. We're going to let the front row be where those 10 are seated so it makes it easier to get to the podium. I apologize in advance for mispronouncing anybody's name, and I'm doing my best to look through all of the lists around time that's been allocated to others. Be 2 minutes unless you have time allocated from others. First, we'll have Reverend James Woodall, followed by Killian Boatley, Jamie Bork, London Grimes, Darshan Margaram, Maudrey Giles, Alan Lee, Gary Spencer, James Davenport, and Jacqueline Eccles. Those will be our first 10 speakers.
There are still people waiting to sign up too if they can be added.
We would appreciate it.
Someone make a motion to
The sign-up, just as clarification, the sign-up sheets per code, the sign-up ends when public comment begins. So first is Reverend James Woodall.
You have one seat.
That is per code.
You started late.
Reverend James Woodall will have up to 4 minutes.
Mr. President, I think I should have had an additional 4 minutes, which would total 6.
I'm looking through.
Someone make a motion to suspend the rules so that people can still sign up.
So I have my laptop. We don't should have had one sheet. 5 sheets.
Reverend, I just got the new sheet. Reverend Woodall, you have up to 6 minutes.
Make a motion. Handicapped elevator. The elevators were stuck. We're not allowed to come up. So we could not get up here to sign up.
Up to 6 minutes. Mr. Lewis?
I want to do this the right way. I want to ask the parliamentarian to make sure that I make the right motion to suspend the rules to make sure that everybody can talk. So can you tell me? But we cannot clap. But we can't. So to make sure we keep, because we can do this the right way, and decorum is different. Because we run this space right here. That's how we was able to do this right here. And so I want the parliamentarian to show me how to do that the right way, but also to hope that we don't clap till we snap so everybody can talk the right way. And so can you tell me how to do that, parliamentarian?
And Mr. Lewis, you have a second.
And I got a second
There's a
already.
motion to suspend the rules to...
Allow, just for one portion now, so we don't, to keep the quorum, for one portion, can we suspend the rules to allow, I tell you, to allow public comment to go on long, for everyone who comes to past 2 p.m. to sign up to 2 p.m., up to 2 p.m.
Up to 2 p.m.
Up to 2 p.m. Because the line was so long today, it may take an extra 60 minutes. And so for this one part, up to 2 p.m., everybody who gets in before 2 p.m. to be able to speak today.
So Mr. Lewis is making a motion to extend the sign up until 2 p.m. Councilmember Waits, are you a second on that motion?
I'm a second, and also I think given the seriousness of the vote and the fact that we're talking about a $67 million conversation, I think it's in order.
So I would like to ask the law department, because the public comments is in code, and so I want to ask the ability of council through a motion to change code.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. There are 2 issues at hand. Null ordinance cannot be waived by a motion of the council. An ordinance can only be waived by another ordinance. An ordinance requires 2 reads of council and thus cannot be accomplished on the floor during one meeting. Also, there would be constitutional issues with taking this action.
So, Mr. Lewis.
And so I want to bring the parliamentarian in, Because I want to listen to the parliamentarian to let us know first.
Parliamentarian is, I mean, I'm happy to let him speak, but he's let me know that he agrees with the interpretation of law.
Okay, and that's the furthest we can go from on this.
So I would have to rule your motion out of order because it is not an ordinance. Councilman Boone?
Yes, excuse me, Mr. President, to the Law Department and to this body, we received emails at apparently 11 o'clock stating that there was only one sign-in sheet, which means that the Law Department, I would like to ask Ms. Amber Robinson to confer with the city attorney to make sure that we were ready to receive this body. We are hearing that there was only one sign-in sheet. That is not acceptable.
Call him, please. Can I call him? And President, I think my goal is same as everybody else's goal here, just to make sure everybody here can speak, but want to do it the right way.
Understood, but Councilmember Lewis, unfortunately, the rules that this body has adopted are the ones that I'm required to enforce. And so that is where we stand.
And I appreciate you.
All of our speakers are signed up. We'll sit here all
but no, we. And I'll say that I accept the rules of the body, and I accept.
So with that, we'll begin public comment. Reverend Woodall, your time begins. You'll have up to 6 minutes.
To the members of this body, my name is Reverend James Woodall, and I work at the Southern Center for Human Rights. And one, I want to be very clear that the precedent that this proposal and the process that we have experienced has set our expectations very, very low, quite frankly. But today, as the council considers this piece of legislation that would amend the fiscal year 23 budget to transfer $30 million to support the continued construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, notwithstanding that policy has concern, we have concerns about that policy that was shared in relation to the ground lease that sold 85 acres of land and 265 acres of green space in which the Atlanta Police Foundation received this land for what essentially becomes a free amount of money, while charging the city of Atlanta $1 million a year over the next 30 years, while also requiring taxpayers to pay the $30 million initially to construct this facility. What meets us in this moment is immoral and undemocratic. Response by city and state officials to conduct surveillance operations on opponents of this facility's construction, the subsequent arrest and prosecution of individuals protesting this facility to be called domestic terrorists, the criminalization of mutual aid organizers as criminal, and subsequently using militarized law enforcement units to raid and arrest these individuals is morally reprehensible and a severe violation of every tenet of American democracy. As we walked into the People's City Hall, we were greeted with bomb dogs, SWAT units, officers donning AR-15s, and a heightened security protocol that presents, even if not intentionally, a chilling effect that seeks to chill speech, discourage people from voicing opposition, and ultimately holding our elected officials accountable in this very moment. That reality demonstrates why thousands upon people oppose this project. Because it is true that many of those who oppose this facility have a severe dislike for police. And that is their right as Americans. That is their God-given right. But for many of us, the human rights violations from murdering Manuel Tortuguita Terán and charging dozens of people with RICO and domestic terrorism, to the inhumane conditions of both Fulton and DeKalb County's jail, added with the moving goalpost of city officials related to the financial cost and benefit analysis, is exactly why we organized against it then and exactly why we organize against it now. A vote today for this paper is a public endorsement of war, of human rights abuse, of militarized streets in our city, and a destruction of the constitutional protections of speech, due process, representation, and ultimately dissent. Today's voice will demonstrate to we the people if Atlanta is truly a city of civil and human rights, which I believe this body passed resolutions declaring so. But this vote would demonstrate whether we hold true to that claim or if we are an international city of fascism and authoritarianism. And so I implore each of you today to choose wisely. And in that choice, I ask that God may have mercy on your souls. And to be clear, this proposal was not the organizing cry of the city's uprisings in 2020. What our calls to demand and our demands were justice and accountability. And in this piece of legislation, neither are included. And so I implore you again to recommit this paper back to the committee. Do a proper vetting of where our tax dollars are going so that we can truly get to public safety, because this, unfortunately, is not it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Next up is Killian Botley, or Botley. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keelan Botley. In 2017, I was accepted to become a police officer. I was instructed to arrive at the APD Academy. I was underwhelmed when I arrived and observed an old rundown building. I had expected a department of this scale to be up to date with their training facility. I still gave it to the benefit of doubts in hopes that this wasn't the case, but unfortunately, I was wrong. My career began as a recruit, and I learned that this facility where we were receiving training was elementary school. And at one point, recruits were trained on one side, while children were learning on the other side. I then learned that the public school realized the facility was not in good conditions to teach children and left the property. During my time as a recruit, I learned that APD had cadre staff there that was extremely knowledgeable in every niche of policing. They had over 100 years of policing combined between the staff, which allowed them to lean on one another to help produce some of Atlanta's finest. I did notice that they had their hands tied when it came to being able to train us. There is no shortage of experience being shared with us, but a major aspect of this profession is being hands-on, which means we did a lot of training scenarios. This profession cannot just be taught in the classroom. You need to go through scenarios. I, however, did notice a lot of our scenarios were makeshifts, meaning that we had to play make-believe with our environment. Our training room was a small room. We had to pretend that when we went in that room, it was a house, apartment, or even a store. We needed to imagine that this is our environment during these scenarios because the staff had to work with what they had. During our traffic stop training, we had to use the field in the park because we had 0 private streets to practice a traffic stop, which is one of the most dangerous things an officer will ever do in his or her career. When it came to learning how to operate a patrol car, we had to ask to use South Fulton PD EVOC track. To practice skid pad, we had to drive down to Forsyth, Georgia. Both these courses are state mandated, and because we don't have our own facility to operate these programs, we are now at the whim of other department scheduling. As state of policing evolves, it is crucial that not only is Atlanta up to date with the training, but leading the way of 21st century policing. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Bork-Launer. Thank you. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Need to find my glasses. I'm sorry. I'll try. Before I begin, I'd like to point out that the disability access to the elevators was shut down by police until we complained, which meant we had little access, many of us, to get to the sign-up sheet, the one sign-up sheet. And that may have broken laws. And that Mayor Dickens' dirty trick claiming City Hall in this very commentary was closed has frightened the general public and is confusing to many who wish to speak. These things have made this a mockery today. This is your process. You should be able to do better. Okay, now, my name is Jamie Lochner, and I live in DeKalb County, and I'm asking you to save your careers here. Vote to put this back in committee. You can do that. Use whatever excuse you want. We don't care. We don't care. Make us out to be the villains, but just vote to put it back in committee. It's not ready to come out. It's not ready for you guys to make this major vote. But if you have to, vote no. The public facility is not for safety. And while I'm sympathetic to the firemen who have been tied to this dubiously funded facility, despite $1 million being cut from the fire and rescue portion of the facility's budget, it's clear that fire and rescue are not the real priority of what we call Cop City. Yet these poor souls have been tasked with covering up the real agenda, which seems to be expanding the Atlanta Police's ability to perpetrate urban warfare, police brutality, and even murder.
Time has expired.
Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be London Grimes. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is London Grimes, and I am here with my 4 siblings, Liana, Danny, Delilah, and Delaney. We are here to support the mayor. Liana says we love you. Danny says we're thankful for you. Delilah says stay in prayer, and Delaney says stay strong. And I say to you, Mayor Dickens, you have had the backs of the youth, and we got your back. We love you, we thank you. Stay in prayer, and be strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Darshan Margaram. I apologize. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am Deshawn Marjoram. I appreciate the arguments for and the arguments against the Public Safety Training Center. But let me be clear, I am for it. I ask the council to vote with your consensus and with the community's long-term interest. I appreciate the mayor and declaring the 2023 year for the youth. He, our mayor, has come under ruthless and privileged attacks, but I am not here to defend him. His records of service speak for itself. And with the community behind him,
could you hold just a second,
please?
Hold just a second. We have a lot of speakers today. Let's let everybody have their speech and move on.
Appreciate it. He can cover the ground he walks on. I am here to thank the mayor for giving a voice to those without access to power or money, and giving love and care to those who can't vote, even for our youth. I thank him for his comprehensive approach to public safety with emphasis on prevention and unprecedented investments in our youth. Thank you for our reading program. Thank you for midnight basketball. Thank you for hiring 3,000 Atlanta youth at $15 an hour. Thank you for helping to raise $20 million for early education, and thank you for helping 700 mentors to help guide our youth. Mayor Dickens, your roots, cause, and approach does not go unnoticed, and we are unappreciative to the city, and we're here to say we thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Marjorie Giles. Marjorie Giles.
Allowed up on the elevator when the handicapped were locked out.
You'll have up to 4 minutes.
So was the other cop.
Good afternoon. I am Marjorie Giles of the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. I'm here today to urge you to budget at least 10% pay raise for the city's general employees. The police officers have gotten 40% over the last 4 years. We believe it is now time to recognize the rest of our city's workforce. We do not support any one dime of the HR Commissioner's salary survey recommendations. Too much analysis makes for paralysis. The HR staff should be able to conduct a salary survey. That is a basic function of HR. Why should we pay a consultant to do their job? A consultant would just look at the city's watch and then charge the taxpayers to tell you what time it is. If Ms. Tarlisha Smith is unable or unwilling to conduct the study, my organization will do it for free. At a recent council meeting, I heard the Secretary Treasurer of ASHME say the HR commissioners was not serving the city, its employees, or the mayor well. We agree, she's too divisive and adversarial. We urge the council to give her no funding for her salary survey recommendations. Now, let me just speak briefly on this Cop City controversy. To be clear, we do support a training center, and we definitely support Mayor Dickens. We will not allow the privileged or outsiders to throw rocks and hide their hands, nor will we play plantation politics. No sooner than I said that at the last council meeting I attended, did some lady stroll up to this podium with a shirt depicting Mayor Dickens as a red-nosed, Afro-wearing clown. This type of buffoonery has no place in public discourse. I have been black all my life. I have a black father, uncles, brothers that was murdered. I have 2 black sons. I know firsthand the pain caused by law enforcement. This is not just a talking point for me, nor is it an issue to be used by environmentalists to leverage their campaign. Let's be clear, this fight is about trees for the privileged. The city knocked down a whole bunch of trees to gentrify the Beltline. Not one peep or one single protest was arisen. I resent those that use the pain and struggle of black people to advance their cause. These strategic alliances and the racist attacks on our mayor will not stand. You cannot sling mud without dirtying your own hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Alan Lee. Oh, sorry, Councilman Lewis.
And Mr. President, I'm happy that Mr. Bond is here because he understands. He's been studying these rules his entire life. And I want to second whatever motion he's about to make to help us fix this rule thing.
Councilman Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And I apologize that I was a wee bit tardy. But I'd like to make a motion to go in committee of the whole to hear from the public that's on the issue of the training center.
Second. There's a motion to move into committee of the whole by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into committee of the whole? Councilmember Juan.
So how does that work? So we go into committee of the whole, it's like a committee meeting, and we go into unlimited time per speaker. Is that the intent? I mean, I just want to understand before we go in that direction.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Juan. Going into committee of the whole, I would be open to a friendly amendment for a certain period of time for those who have not yet signed up to speak. I sent a text to the group earlier today suggesting that we at a minimum allow those who are in line when who are in line to sign up be allowed to speak in much the same way as people who are in line to vote when the polls close at 7 o'clock are also allowed to participate and use their franchise. So I would be open to a friendly amendment for that or some similar suggestion. But I have just walked through the atrium. I'm glad that I was delayed because I see the citizenry here that is here to petition their government, and they, regardless of whatever side of the issue that you find yourself on, I believe it is our greater obligation to hear from the public, even if we might not necessarily agree with what the public has to say. And I'm sorry, what? I've gotten a suggestion to allow the sign-up to continue until 2:30 so that people can sign on. Well, we're going to committee of the whole, so they have to be able to. They'd have to be able to sign up, up until 2:30 while we're in committee of the whole. Because what time is it now exactly?
1:42.
1:42, so that's almost an exact hour. Almost. So yeah, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
Councilmember Lewis.
And once again, I appreciate Mr. Bond for coming. I think part of what we do on this dais is we're going to have folks with different experiences. And I think his experience today and that text that he sent to say, hey, y'all, there's a way we can actually work on this. And so I appreciate you for making this motion. I'm happy to be a second because we want to hear what the people got to say, whether you, what we've been here, I think 5 people have spoken. We've heard 3 for, and 2 against currently, or the opposite, 3 against and 2 for right now if you're keeping count. And so I want to make sure everybody can talk before we leave here. And so that's why I'm happy he came, and his mastery of Robert's Rules of Order that he's been studying his entire life are on display today. Thank you.
Councilmember Juan.
Councilmember Bond, may I make a suggestion that perhaps rather than doing it where it's kind of perceived as an extension of the public comment, that we do it as right after public comment ends, we go into the committee of the whole and accept a certain number of additional speakers, subject to the same. Let me finish. We're going to get to the same point. I'm just trying to get it as a procedural way. But we extend it. We go into committee of the whole immediately following public comment. We say that there's a certain number, that we would have estimated would have been able to miss the sign up, subject to the same 2-minute rule, and that they can hand off and whatever. So you're accomplishing the same thing, but it's not simply acknowledging that it's an extension of public comment. Does that make sense? I'm asking the council member. He understands.
Actually, it does make sense.
Thank you.
We'll exhaust the existing list that we have. People who are outside can continue to sign up and then we will go into committee of the whole to hear from the second group as soon as we've exhausted the first list.
Right, but I would say rather than a certain set of time, I would say a number, and I defer to you in terms of what you think an extra hour sign up would have been, but do it that way so that it's legally defensible.
Well, how many people are signed up presently? So how long? 350 are already signed up?
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Councilmember Bond, roughly 357, give or take. There are a few markouts, but 350.
How much more time do we think we need? Is it that hours?
I like the voting room you put in. We'll be here all night.
Well, okay.
I make a suggestion.
All right.
Councilman Lewis, you don't have the floor. Councilmember Bond has the floor.
Lewis has given me a suggestion that whoever has signed up by the time that we have finished the original list of public comment, who is on the new list, we will then go and committee of the whole and hear from those. And I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Nobody's able to sign up. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Mr. President, I have one statement. We should have been prepared to accept the people today. Again, we should have been prepared to accept the folks today.
Councilmember Lewis.
And same thing, President, that when we talk about, I know I just spoke out of turn right then, and you made sure you checked me when I spoke out of turn. I want to make sure that we respect everybody else here today. Make sure we say the same thing to somebody else whenever they speak out of turn as well, because that's the first time I've heard you do that.
Equity. So, Councilmember Bond, where are we? I knew you made a friendly amendment, but where are we with your motion?
I believe we're prepared to vote if no one else has a comment.
But just so I'm clear, if you move into committee of the whole now?
No, the motion, I accepted Councilmember Juan's premise that we will enter the committee of the whole after we exhaust the present list. And then in the committee of the whole, we will hear from the people who have signed up during that interim.
So might I suggest that you remove the motion now and wait to make it until we've exhausted the list?
No, I think we ought to go ahead and vote because we're before the public. We've made the motions on the table, and it's already been properly seconded. I think we need to carry the vote.
So just so that I'm clear, the motion would be to move into committee of the whole, but to continue with the list as we have it.
No, we would continue with the list that we have in hand. We will enter committee of the whole at the conclusion of that list.
Right.
And then there should be a list put back out there to allow people to sign up so that we can hear from those once the list is exhausted.
So might I suggest that you actually make a motion to amend the agenda for that purpose? Because that in essence maintains the integrity of the flow of the meeting. So move to amend the agenda to move into committee of the whole immediately following public comment. It'll get to the same end, but it's a better procedure.
That's appropriate.
So there's a motion to amend the agenda to move into public comment, to move into committee of the whole following public comment. Is there a second to the motion to amend the agenda?
Mr. Lewis was my second.
Ms. Waits was your second. Seconded by Councilmember Waits. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend the agenda.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay, the motion carries. So just for the public's explanation, we will move through the entire list as we have it for public comment, and then the agenda now reads that we'll move into committee of the whole with the intent to hear additional public comment before moving through the rest of the agenda. So we'll go back to where we were. Alan Lee, you will have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Well, good afternoon, President and members of the council. And I'm probably going to take my full 10 minutes, and I'm going to ask that you tolerate me because I'm moving off of my prepared remarks, and I'm going to go a little impromptu, and I'm going to go off some notes that I wrote while in the hallway and even while sitting in this council chamber. Today I had originally come to speak against the name of Tarlisha Smith, the HR Commissioner for the City of Atlanta. She has not been here very long, but she has caused great harm and hurt to labor relations. And she's on the verge of undermining relationships that the mayor has spent greater than a decade building. But in light of the discussion today, I'm going to table those remarks for another council meeting. But as sure as the sun will rise tomorrow, I will be back to share my concerns as it relates to the duplicity of the HR director. It is important that you have this debate. It's important. I hear you talking about extending time for the debate so that everybody can have an opportunity to be heard. But I say to you and to this audience that you got to listen to people that not just think like you, but people that may disagree with you. It's fake democracy when we cry for everybody to be heard, so long as they share my thoughts, so long as they share my values. They say if we all think alike, we don't think much. So I want to be respectful of those that may disagree with me, particularly as I heard the little young kids up here. Some of the negative and mean-spirited remarks for so-called adults. The kids is more afraid of some of the folks here than they are of Cop City. And you damn right kids should speak. We should encourage our kids to be engaged in democracy. This is Civics 101. We should not use nobody as a prop. We should not use nobody as a prop. We shouldn't call things multiracial unless they multiracial. We should not say this is about public safety if it's about trees. And I rock and roll with the environment. I really do. That's a great cause. But let's not use the hurt and the harm and the pain of people to advance our cause. I want it to be multiracial. I want it to be black, white, and brown. I want it to be abolitionists, environmentalists, gay, straight, and everything in between. But just because we say it don't mean it's so. So let me say this, and I want to include the immigrants. I want to include everybody. But inclusion is real inclusion. Because I'm with you when you say, Viva Tortuguita. And I mean that with sincerity. I'm with you when you say we got real questions about a man being shot 57 times. I'm with you when you say he was shot in the hands which indicate his hands was up. I'm with you when you say we need outside investigation because the police can't investigate themselves. I'm with you when you say Governor Kemp is full of shit with his talking points. But let me be clear. We got to we can't be on we can't land together if we can't talk together. Let me say to the folks behind me, please allow me to speak. I promise not to interrupt you. Please allow me to speak. Well, please allow me to speak.
Wait a second.
Please allow me to speak.
Wait a
Please
second.
allow me to speak, and I won't interrupt you.
Audience members, my job, please wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. My job is to control the chamber.
Please.
Let me do my job. Let me do my job and let everybody speak their piece today. Let me do my job. Please continue.
Thank you, and I'm going to watch my tone. But let me say this, I cover the ground I walk on. I ain't worried about nothing or nobody. So let me clear that. And I'm going to ask that I get more time because I'm not engaged in the debate. I'm trying to address the council. And I'm going to say what I'm going to say, but I'm going to ask for more time because I keep getting interrupted. So let me...
Would everybody, excuse me, hold on just a second. Guys, we have, stop just a second. Stop just a second. Can I speak now, please? There's only one person who's going to run the chamber today, and that's me. We're going to move through this. We got 357 people, and my first priority is that number 357 gets to speak, just like number 1 or number 10, no matter what they say. I would hope that you would have the same respect. You all have come down here, respect each other's time as much as you respect yourself. I would implore every speaker, no cursing. We have children in the chamber. We have children watching online. Now let's work together and move through so that everyone can say their piece without commentary. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. And I do amend my remarks to call it bull manure. But let me say that in the spirit, because I've spent a lifetime engaging in civil disobedience. I spent a lifetime engaging in protest. I spent a lifetime advocating for those who don't have a voice, long before it became popular, long before it was funded. I've marched on the homes of some of Atlanta's most prominent elected officials. I've marched on city halls and had locks put on doors. So I'm all about protest and dissent. I'm reminded that Martin Luther King protested and engaged in dissent. Right here in Decatur, Georgia, I think he was sentenced, had no bail. Right here in Decatur, Georgia, sentenced to hard labor. Arrested some 29 times. And that was wrong then, and it's wrong now. So I want to encourage the council to use your bully pulpit to say to the prosecutors that those people being held are not terrorists and they need bail to be set. That's no double talk. I am who I am. And I also say, without fear of contradiction, that those people who had their homes raided and charged with financial crimes, that was unwise, unprovoked, and foolish, and they need to have the charges dropped. And that's just straight talk. So outraged am I that I will be making a $500 contribution to the Solidarity Fund. But as I say, Viva Tortuguita, I'm going to challenge people to say Viva Breasia Pow. Breathe all the people who have been locked out and left behind. I don't see this type of energy, and that's why I say it's duplicity. And I don't mind forming strategic alliances. That's what I do. That's who I am. But I don't form fake alliances where somebody's always the teacher and I'm always the student. Somebody's always the landlord and I'm always the tenant. Somebody's always the pimp and I'm the prostitute. That's not alliances. So if we want to talk about real alliances, we ought to be talking about how we build bridges together. And if we want to defend trees, let's defend them. That's a fight worth having. But let's not convolute public safety and then try to make it somehow about trees. Because I tell you, I really do believe the training centers probably should have been built in Buckhead. But the reality is no matter where you build it, Buckhead ain't gonna have it. Buckhead won't even allow you to build a bus depot to pick up the 16% white kids there. But I don't see the outrage from people that tell me they my ally. I don't see the outrage. I see selective outrage. And that's what outrage be. I see the selective outrage. I see people talking about we down with the unions. Selectively down with the unions. So I want people to hear me, not with their ears. Hear me with their hearts. Don't hear me as a gay person or a straight person. Hear me just as a person. How would you feel if people came to you during their time of crisis and talked about we need allies and we need to do this together? It would come off as fake and phony. How would you feel if people attacked your mayor? And let me be clear, Mayor Dickens is my mayor. And when he's right, we're going to keep him right. And when he's wrong, we're going to help him find right. But you can't just come in here banging on and bashing a man who's all his life have tried to give voice for the least of thee. And then you try and flip the script and call him a sellout. Say you disagree with his policy. Flip the script and call him an Uncle Tom. Just say you disagree with his policy. Flip the script and call this multiracial. This is not multiracial. This is a room full of white folks with a handful of black folk pretending to speak for the black community. So as you listen, council, I want you to listen as you talk about democracy. Listen to the people that's at the barbershops. Listen to the people that's in your districts. Don't listen to the people that's here. Listen to them too. I thank you for the opportunity to be heard. And I say together we can do it, but these fake alliances will never work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Gary Spencer. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Point of information, can we increase the volume a little? Even when we're quiet, I can't quite hear the councilors in the
Sure.
public.
Can we increase the volume in here? Yeah. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I've been told I should have at least 4 extra minutes, Presidentship.
I'm doing my best to get through all the pages to mark time. Let me look quickly. There's one. You are correct. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. To the members of the Atlanta City Council, my name is Gary Spencer. I serve as senior counsel to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and I'm a resident of District 12, where my council person is the Honorable Antonio Lewis. On behalf of the LDF, I urge the City Council to reject funding for the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, also known as Cop City. To be certain, what you are voting on today is a military facility. The proposed compound would make a mock city for training in urban warfare tactics, as well as burn buildings and shooting ranges. The policing promoted by this facility will not make Atlanta safer. In fact, it will put our communities, particularly our black and brown communities, in significant danger. Research shows that as police forces in the United States become more militarized, they become more violent. This is not only because of greater access to high-powered weapons and war zone training, but it is also because militarization instills a culture that permits and even encourages a greater use of force. It leads officers to develop an us versus them mentality that can lead them to view community members as the enemy. As this culture grows, police increasingly use the military tactics to deal with low-level offenses. SWAT teams become relied upon to execute routine search warrants. A 2018 report by the National Academy of Sciences found that militarized police deployments have little to no effect on crime or officer safety. They do, however, have severe and deadly consequences for our citizens, especially black people. Those of us who were around recall that this sort of raid led to the killing of 92-year-old Katherine Johnston by Atlanta police in 2006, after officers obtained a search warrant based on false information, raided her home, shot at her 39 times, hitting her 5 times. In 2008 in Lima, Ohio, an entire SWAT team was sent to execute a simple arrest warrant for a man suspected of selling drugs. They broke down the door, quickly fired shots, and killed an innocent bystander, Tarika Wilson, as she held her 14-month child in her arms. In 2011, after police in Framingham, Massachusetts conducted an undercover drug purchase, they sent an entire SWAT team to the home of the suspect's father-in-law. The suspect was arrested outside the home, but the SWAT team decided to raid the house anyway. They battered the door, deployed flash grenades, and fatally shot Yuri Stamps, a 68-year-old man who was sitting in his living room watching a basketball game. In 2010, a Detroit SWAT team threw a flashbang grenade into the home that was not even the target of the search. An officer entered and within seconds fatally shot 7-year-old Ayanna Stanley Jones. These are the policing tactics that you are voting on today. It may come as no surprise to you that all the victims I mentioned are black. Militarized police are disproportionately deployed in black communities. People of color are subjected to military-style drug raids at an overwhelmingly disproportionate rate. SWAT teams are also more likely to be sent to execute a search warrant if the target is black. In 2014, the American Civil Liberties Union analyzed 16 jurisdictions, and in every one they found that black people were more likely to be impacted by a SWAT raid than white people, often by a large margin. So today's vote is not simply about constructing a facility. It is about perpetuating militarized policing that will endanger the lives of our residents, our visitors, and put the black people and the brown people in Atlanta at a heightened risk of police violence. It is telling that such a facility is proposed on this particular site, where the Muskogee people were forcibly driven from their homes, where black people were enslaved and forced to labor on a plantation, and where a prison labor camp operated for most of the 20th century. This location has a solemn history of state-sponsored violence against black and native people, and that legacy must be remembered and ended. Building this facility will not commemorate that history, but will perpetuate it. LDF urges the council to vote no on funding this militarized police training facility, and instead make investments that are necessary to create true public safety. Invest in affordable housing. Invest in affordable health care, including mental health care. Invest in economic security and healthy environments and the quality of education for the children who live here. Invest in these services and in a solution that will make Atlanta safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And I want to say thank you for coming down from District 12. You and I were in the gym this morning together, and you told me you were going to come down. I also want to say that I agree with so many of your points, except the militarization part. I think that the police in the city of Atlanta, Oscar Kane's my real friend. He talked about training. He talked about putting cameras on police officers. He fought for that. The state of Georgia. And President, I know we said it earlier. I said, can you please make sure that you take care of me?
Please proceed. Go ahead. Let Councilmember speak.
Thank you. And so I would say that my vote easy on this. Easy vote because of the funding of it. Easy vote. But I will say that the current police training facility is next door to a school in District 12, next door to an elementary school in District 12. And it's the former school that my grandma went to. And so imagine if, this the black community, right? So imagine how bad that school looked. You know what I'm saying? It would look bad when my grandma went there compared to the other schools. So just know that. So it's an easy vote for me, but I'll let you know that they've been militarizing the police in District 12 for 30 years. That won't happen. I haven't seen that. The mayor we got drew a circle around that and moved that out the police training, public safety training facility. And so, once again,
let's
President, I think we're gonna be calm to death, but we firm too. And so, we got to use the police officers. If people gonna keep talking over folks in here, we're gonna have to do what we got to do.
Let's keep moving forward. Let the councilman wrap up.
I appreciate you.
Next is James Davenport. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Shipman, would you check that time for me, please? I should have some yielded time.
Let me double check, Mr. Davenport.
I'm almost certain I have 46 minutes, not to mention 10.
I'm still working through the back sheets, so just give me 1 moment. No, not today, just 2 minutes.
Wow, that is so interesting. Well, I'll be brief. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. I am James Davenport, president and founder of the Hitmore and Help Foundation. Watch my words. If the shoe fits, wear it. To every black person on this panel, I saw you all turn around and say the Pledge of Allegiance. The biggest lie in this country is the last line, with liberty and justice for all. You all got to be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. I beg you all to provide free lift services for senior citizens. We get people killed every day. If the shoe fits, wear it. Councilman Amos, I'm ashamed to say I went to the same high school that you went to. The first black high school in Atlanta, Booker T. Washington High School. Every time I call you, I don't get an answer. Mabel Thomas asked me to help you in your campaign. When I called to ask you, you never returned my call. To every black people up there, you all should be ashamed of yourself. If the shoe fits, wear it. My grandmama used to say it all the time. If the shoe fits, wear it. I called you all liars the other day. If the shoe fits, wear it. Mr. Faroki, I called you a liar the other day. If the shoe fits, wear it. You remember telling me on the elevator. Yes, you do. You remember telling me on the elevator. I know you do. We rode together. You promised me what you would look into. I stand with Kiana Jones, Reverend Kiana Jones, against this cop city. I do not bow my tongue for anybody. If the shoe fits, wear it. You all should be ashamed. If the shoe fits, wear it. You should be ashamed.
Time's expired.
No way under God's earth
Time's expired,
that you all
Mr.
can
Davenport.
tell
We have to
me that
move along.
police brutality
Thank you,
does
Mr.
not
Davenport.
exist
Time
in the
has
city of
expired.
Atlanta. I
Your
still
time's
have
expired.
a torn rotator cuff,
Thank you, Mr.
and I
Davenport.
told you
Your
all
time's
about
expired.
it, okay?
Thank you.
Lawsuits coming, but if
You've
the
had your
shoe
2 minutes,
fits,
Mr.
wear it.
Davenport. Thank you so much. Mr. Amos.
Yes, sir, very quickly. Brother Davenport, I apologize, but I don't have a record of a call or a text or a message from you. Sir, I'm not, thank you for your support, but if you want to get together now so I can make sure you have the right number, I'm more than happy to give it to you, but I just don't have a record of you calling me, and I apologize for missing your calls if that's what have happened.
That's a politician's answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davenport.
I've called you many of times.
Let's, Mr. Davenport, you can take that conversation with Mr. Amos offline. Next up is Jacqueline Eccles. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Council members, my name is Jacqueline Eccles, and I'm board president of South River Watershed Alliance, a position that I've held for 12 years, but for longer than 25 years. The organization has worked to improve the community and the environment along the South River and its tributaries in the city of Atlanta, particularly the city of Atlanta and DeKalb County, particularly South DeKalb County. The proposed police training facility is racist to its core because it targets black communities. The decision discriminates the decision to build a police facility there, discriminates against the affected communities in policymaking, in the enforcement of regulations and laws, and targeting communities of color for the siting of toxic and polluting industries, resulting in disproportionate harm. These documented violations check all 3 environmental racism boxes. South River Watershed Alliance's message to the mayor and the city council is simple and undisputed. Stop the racism. In urban areas, people do not exist separately from their environment. The two are inextricably linked. As the environment goes, so goes the community. It's physical and mental health, it's environmental health, it's quality of life, and general well-being. Urban areas are where most black people and other people of color in this country live. It is the responsibility of local government to ensure equity and fairness in decision-making for its most vulnerable and marginalized citizens and communities. That's your responsibility. Local governments invest in communities primarily through parks and green space because these amenities contribute to health and wellness, general quality of life, and increased property value, the primary source of wealth for most people, especially black people. It does not take a 171-acre police facility, and yes, it's a 171-acre, not the 85 acres as reported ad nauseum via local news. Check the land disturbance permit approved by DeKalb County, and then you'll know for sure. A facility now projected to cost $67 million at last count in taxpayer dollars to train, per Mayor Dickens, a total of 2,000 police, EMS, and firefighters. The cost-benefit math just doesn't work and makes no sense, especially when you're talking about irrevocably disrupting the lives and financial well-being of countless thousands of marginalized citizens. The 1965 Voting Rights Act was important for a number of reasons. Most importantly, because it gave black people the opportunity to vote for an elected and elect representatives who looked like them, who have traveled the same road and fought the same fight. That's you, Atlanta City Council and Mayor Dickens. If you can't be depended upon to do the right thing by the black community, who can the black community depend on? Discrimination that affects one black community affects all black communities because we are all in the same fight. The legislation before you will exacerbate the tax burden inequity in this city that falls upon the marginalized and poor. The increase in taxes for this facility the increase in the taxes for this facility will force many of its vulnerable citizens out of the city. Last I checked, there is no money in the proposed legislation to replace green space that has been stripped away. Send the funding legislation for this police training facility before you today back to Finance and CDHR committees for a fair and equitable review and decision. I will end this statement like I began. Stop the racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, John Salveson, Devin Franklin, Joya Thornton, Shannon Gagero, Raquel Thomas, Chase Oliver, Zola Eichler.
Thank you.
John Salveson, you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's John Salveson. I'm the Republican candidate for the 4th Congressional District for 2024. I'm 110% against Cop City for the following reasons. Number one, it's militarization of the police department. And I talked to the top lobbyist and he said, nah, it's what all the protesters and hippies all say. And I say, well, how come you're requesting funding for a helipad for a Black Hawk helicopter? The money, which is now at $71 million, I think could go to better things for the officers. From what I understand, their laptops are abysmal. The keys fall off of them. They have to borrow each other's laptops. They have to switch around on cars. They're not allowed to bring their cars home. And their pension fund is ridiculous, 1% for anybody who cares, 1%. You guys deserve better. And this money that's being wasted for Cop City could go towards these things that we really need for the police department. I'm totally against it. I will say that if I get elected in the 4th, we got plenty of land out there. We'll find a way to give away some land or whatever and cooperate with you to have training facilities, not to get AK-47s against, our own citizens, but maybe to train them for situations like mental illness, where somebody's mentally ill instead of shoot first and ask questions later. I thank you all for what you do for our community. I really do. Some of you have been in this for a long time, and I recognize a lot of you. I thank you for your time. No to Cop City, plain and simple.
Thank you. And next will be Devin Franklin. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
By definition, a red herring is a piece of information that is intended or actually misleading or distracting. Today, I posit to you that actions by state actors, too, can be red herrings. That being said, if if only for a moment, I'm going to take the bait. As I'd be remiss if I did not talk to you all about the shameful and performative raid on Atlanta Solidarity Fund. That's not what I wanted to talk to y'all about today, but I got to. Marlon Couch, Adele McLean, Savannah Patterson. We live in a world where the Atlanta Police Foundation openly advertises on its website that you all are only giving $30 million to a project that we now know you're giving 67 to. And they tell people that in their efforts to raise what's supposed to be their $60 million. I find it really inconsistent that the Solidarity Fund is the one being charged with charitable fraud. And not the Atlanta Police Foundation. It's laughable, honestly, that the actions pursued by this body to construct this facility, the tone of everything around that is what has created a place where people engaged in constitutionally protected acts of First Amendment rights, agencies that look to make sure those persons have representation and that they're able to make bond are targeted. You all may not have signed the warrant. You all may not have given a direction. But those of you who have proposed and supported this project are complicit in the harms that have been effectuated, not just upon Saul Fund, but upon all these organizers. The images that we saw of the 10 Atlanta Police Department Special Enforcement Section officers, suited in SWAT gear, carrying rifles, shutting down a residential street on a morning, that image is what we feel. The image of militarized forces being used to effectuate arrests for bookkeeping errors. It is comical and it is laughable. That normalization of those tactics by law enforcement officers is what we fear, and this body's collective pursuit of Cop City against the documented and well-established will of the people is not something we can live idly by and accept. Many of you decry the consequences of this movement. The liberal use of domestic terrorism charges against protesters. Many of you are against that and have said so. The killing of Tortuguita, many of you are against that. The arresting of bail organizers, many of you are against that. But I need for you to see the thread that connects the actions that you undertake and the harms that they cause. We know that the tactic was meant to distract from the momentum that had been building with this movement, right? There had been seven hours of public comment a few weeks ago, right? And 100 people couldn't testify, right? There had been the news that, oh, this is actually a great deal more money than what it actually had been told to people. And momentum was swinging the other way. So we know what the effort was when Saul Farm was raided. But look at us. We don't scare. Struggle is ordained by God, and we are engaged in a beautiful struggle. So now that I said that part and acknowledged that, I'm going to get to what I actually came here to say. Not like this. You all are going to do what you're going to do, but I ask you not to do it like this. The media has created a narrative of peaceful movement, appropriate movement, and how to protest. And largely, people have done that and have tried to do that. But I can't help but wonder if you want peaceful movement, not because you actually believe in the proponents of it, the philosophy of it, I wonder if you only care for peaceful movement because it is easier to ignore. If you are going to ask for the citizenry to participate in government in a certain way, you need to do so yourselves. Don't just let us be heard. Hear us. Engage with us. It's been said by so many people that the mayor likes to draw circles. I see it. I can see the circles that he draws and how small they are, right? I posit to you all that as opposed to actual circles, he's drawing lines. And I show you that because look at who's here today in large numbers. Look who is not here today in large numbers. There are people who don't have to come to public comment to be heard because they can go to the mayor's office and be responsive. When I say not to do it like this, don't ignore the people or the processes or your own hesitations. I know that a number of you have an issue with the way that the process went down, how you all were told that this was going to happen and then asked for your votes. I know so many of you don't like the things that come with it. We talked about the domestic terrorism charges and things already. I'm asking you to do your job and engage in good governance. We can argue over policy. I have issues with police, but that's because I had a gun put in my head when I was 14 years old by an Atlanta police officer. Thus, that's my issue, right? There's a difference in us disagreeing about policy and you all going forward with bad legislation. And this ain't the first time I had to come and talk to y'all about bad legislation. I know that some of you all have great regret behind the AC/DC lease. And I will remind you, that was a lease that was designed to get men off the floor at Fulton County Jail. And we were told that they would move men at a pace of 100 a month. And those movements began in November. Bed bugs. Bed bugs. As of this morning, it's just 158 men in AC/DC. There's still hundreds of men on the jail floor at Rice Street. And it's not because you all just made a bad policy decision. It's because you made bad legislation. Myself and others at Southern Center conducted like an hour-long conversation with you all from this very podium and told you the portions of that legislation that would not work. And I'll be damned. I'll be damned if we weren't right. And I don't come here to brag about that or boast about that, but I'm here to tell you, if I've told you that before, I'm telling you it again. There is something flawed in the sauce. The eggs are rotten and you're still trying to make an omelet. You all have done a great job in certain areas of exercising transparency. The MARTA situation is one of those things. But true transparency is not selective. If we're going to be transparent, damn it, let's be transparent everywhere. What is up with the money? We've heard that the cost of it is $67 million, but I would argue that the cost is greater. Because understand that the land that we're talking about was gifted away to APF for $10. I wish I could buy 380 acres of land for $10. Oh, yeah. And then you are paying the lease to buy your own land back. That is crazy. They took out a loan and you're paying for it. You're borrowing money from your general fund that you don't have because the legislation also states that you've authorized the CFO to take out a $30 million bond to pay for it. You're robbing from Peter to pay the police. There is so much good that money could do, but only if you actually do something with it. I ask you again to consider actually investing and funding the Office of Violence Prevention. You want to prevent violence, but we ain't doing it. You have a staff of one, okay? And I don't often come to this podium to criticize comments by other people, even though I disagree with them. And I forget my brother's name who spoke earlier and was all over the place. I wish he was here because I'd hate to talk about folks when they're not in my face. But if you don't understand the topic, don't speak on it. Environmental racism is a literal thing, and it's not hard to read about. I want you all to understand that your souls are for sale. I don't know how many pieces of silver it costs for Andre to do his business in the way that he does. But I ask that you say that the compensation required for your soul is the voice of the people.
Time's expired.
Pay for it.
Thank you. Next will be Joya Thornton, and you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure everybody is up. Before I start, I'm Joya Thornton, National Policy Strategist at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I want to make a procedural note that they are not allowing folks to sign up outside. So we definitely need to make that note and stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Shannon Gagero. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have 6.
Per the rules of code, there's not going to be a sign up. Whoever is here, when we get to the committee of the whole on the agenda, will be allowed to speak per 2 minutes. That's the way committee of the whole is going to work. So let me look to that. Unfortunately, that's the way the code reads.
But that wasn't the motion.
The motion can't overrule the code. We went through that earlier. Let me look real quick.
They're not being allowed in the building. It's, again, disability access, all the access.
I don't have control over the building. That's the fire marshal's call. That's a public safety issue. I have no control over who's allowed in the building.
I will say the firefighters are eyeballing it.
When somebody comes in for me, like I'll leave, I've said my piece, but somebody ought to be able to come in when I leave. You can make that happen, sir.
I don't seem to yield the time. I'm sorry.
There should be 2 other people signed
I don't
up.
seem to yield the time for you. I'm sorry. It's up to 2 minutes.
All right, I'm going to speak then from my heart. My name is Shannon Coffrin-Gagero. I came here today to actually hold the mayor and this body accountable for the absolutely awful way that y'all are politicizing the death of my friend Amy St. Pierre. Dickens is using her death in an attempt to drum up support for this deeply unpopular project. And when he wrote his op-ed, he exploited Amy while simultaneously erasing her. Her name is not mentioned once in his piece. And Matt Westmoreland, I saw you like it, resharing it. I see people up here that liked it and reshared that. Unacceptable, unforgivable. The same day, the AJC released another op-ed written by Bill Torpy, disparaging and dismissing the hundreds of us who participated in 8 hours of historic public comment. He's accused us of being everything from vagabond out-of-towners, I'm from Atlanta, privileged transient warriors, and Twitterverse activists. Y'all liked that too.
Ms. Gagero, I'm sorry. You have 4 minutes. I found that another one.
Wonderful.
Apologize.
Okay, so our community, my community, is already reeling and grieving from the loss of my beloved friend. There is a compounding hurt of having to bear witness to her death being used to support Mayor Dickens' regressive vision of public safety, a vision Amy did not share. So I submitted a version of this op-ed to the AJC, and guess what, y'all? They wouldn't publish it. Who published it was the Atlanta Community Press Collective. I want to give shout outs and all love to the independent journalists that are here today and that have been representing the people when the Atlanta way is silencing our voices. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Amy. I met her through Resource Generation, which is a community of young people with wealth and or class privilege. And we went on to realize we were neighbors. Our kids were going to go to the same public school, that our parents even lived across the street from one another. And that made us fast friends. But what ultimately bound us together was our deep commitment to creating a better world for our children. She joined me as a member of Solidaire, which is a community of individuals with access to wealth who organize for movements for social justice. She was one of the most politically rigorous, gigantic-hearted humans I ever got the privilege to learn from. And that is why, in the wake of her devastating loss, I feel compelled to speak out and correct this terrible narrative that y'all are pushing out about her. At the press conference, y'all talked about Mayor Dickens and the Cobb County Police Chief painted the picture that it was officers who were the heroes of the day. Dickens' distasteful op-ed was published 2 weeks after her death. And it was following unprecedented public outcry against this facility. It's not far-fetched to assume he doesn't mention her by name because she was known to oppose Cop City. Artwork by her first grader, which reads Stop Cop City, decorates my office. We went to the rallies together. Rather than thoughts and prayers, or worse yet, increased funding for policing, you want to know what Amy would want?
Amy would call for investment in things that actually create public safety: housing, education, healthcare, and social services. She dedicated her life to the study of what actually keeps people safe. She would say, send that now $67 million to policing alternatives and just diversions instead. Her life work was dedicated to public health. And sadly, it was easier for Dion Patterson, the man who tragically took her life, to get a gun than proper, adequate mental health care. If the mayor truly wants to honor Amy St. Pierre, which I know he does not, he will stop using her death as an excuse for increased policing and surveillance. But I don't expect the mayor to listen, and I clearly don't expect y'all to listen. So I'm here to talk to the people and ask you to join me as community members in advancing Amy's vision of a safer, more just society by advocating for common sense gun laws and investments in housing, education, healthcare, and social services. Together we can honor Amy's legacy and achieve her vision of public safety together. And I wish my council member, who will not ever return my emails or phone calls, Alex Swan, I wish he was here. I'm using every piece of social capital I have. He knows my auntie. He knows people in my family. We have supported him. He is missing in action. And yes, I have now burned a social bridge between me and my other council member, Matt Westmoreland, because I am done with the niceties. I do not need your cell phone number. I need y'all to listen. And the people in my community, Matt, are saying stop Cop City. And so your seat, honey, is not safe.
Thank you. Next will be Raquel Thomas. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
So, hi everyone. Great to see you. Great to see your eyes now that you're not looking on your phones while we're all trying to petition you. My representative or council person is Marcy Overstreet, so it's nice to see you in the flesh. So, I'm here representing myself, but also in solidarity of the Muskogee Creek people, y también para las personas que hablan español que pueden no ser capaces de hablar hoy, and also for the people that speak Spanish who might not have the capacity to speak for themselves today. In 1847, Atlanta was officially incorporated as a city. In 1868, Atlanta replaced Milledgeville as the capital of Georgia. Milledgeville also has kind of yucky history of prison labor and incarceration, but now since 1867, Atlanta is the capital of the city. 106 years after that, in 1974, we elected our first African-American mayor, Maynard Jackson. But 179 years since Atlanta's incorporation, we are still fighting for our basic human and constitutional rights. We must stop ecocide. If y'all tear down the forest in order to build this facility, it's going to destroy our watershed. We need water to drink and to live. It's most of what composes our body. I thought that I had 4 minutes because someone wanted to share time with me, but I'm just here to call out what Bell Hooks describes as imperialist, white supremacist heteropatriarchy, and hopefully y'all can join together and help the people rather than your own self-interest. Thank you, and ashe.
Thank you. Next will be Chase Oliver. You'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
My name is Chase Oliver, and I want to remind people I'm a member of the Libertarian Party, and the reason why I say that is because it's once again need to be reminded that this is not a left versus right issue. This is a right versus wrong issue when we talk about Cop City. What you have done is you have betrayed the trust of your constituents. You lied to us when you told us it was only going to be $31 million. It's now costing twice that, and even if it were costing half that, it would be a waste of taxpayer money. We already have facilities to train our police, and it would be far less expensive if you just wanted to retrofit that instead of clear-cutting forests to create this facility. If you really cared about fiscal responsibility and using the people's taxpayer money wisely, you would not be buying back $36 million worth of land that you gave away for practically nothing. So I'm here to talk about not just the injustice that Cop City brings, but what militarization of police brings to us. I was in the streets in summer of 2020 when we were peacefully protesting the murder of George Floyd, the murder of Breonna Taylor and others, and it was the Atlanta police who decided to bring the tanks rolling down the street and who decided to call in the National Guard. It was y'all who corralled us. It was y'all who were pepper spraying and tear gassing us. It was the police who were pulling people out of their cars and arresting them for no reason other than the fact they were lost on the night of the protest. And so what does the police get in reward for that? $67 million of taxpayer money to fund your facility? That's ridiculous. I don't think it's right to be giving you $1 until you restore trust with the people. And the way you do that is pretty simple. You do that by by ending qualified immunity for the Atlanta City Police so that we can get our day in court when we're done wrong. You do that by requiring your officers to hold liability insurance. So when they do wrong, it doesn't come out of the taxpayer's pocket from other services. It comes out of the pockets of the police officers who have to pay for those insurance policies. If you want to hold police accountable, there's a lot of ways to do it. But clear-cutting forests so that you can build this facility is a spit in the face of the people who have been out here speaking against it for months and months on end. Take a poll, read the room, listen to the people, and you will see that they don't want this. I also want to speak out against the slander that we are all out-of-towners. I've lived in and around Atlanta my entire life, and I love this city. I love the things that it represents because I love the people of this city, not its government. That's absolutely true. But when you say that we're out-of-towners, that's a lie. Because the truth is the people who are out-of-towners are the corporate donors who are backing the Atlanta Police Foundation. They don't live on Peachtree Street, they live on Wall Street. They don't care about the people, they care about the almighty dollar. And they don't have our best interests at heart. And right now, if you vote for this facility, you don't have our best interests at heart. You're bought and paid for. You might as well be getting your 20 pieces of silver. Because right now, you are committing a Judas act against the people of Atlanta. I'm sorry there wasn't an invocation here today. It's Monday, but I'm about to take you to church. Because the Prince of Peace, the Lord Almighty Jesus Christ, taught me to love my fellow man, to not put them down, to not put my boot upon their neck. I support the Prince of Peace. I support a gospel of love. And I support that all people are free. They have inherent freedom and liberty. And every time you put another law, another regulation, another police force on the street, you're putting the boot on our necks. And the people are getting tired of it. This is a warning to those who are sitting in the ivory towers and those who sit here in elected office. You are making peaceful revolution impossible. And I don't support violence. I'm a pacifist. I oppose the initiation of force. We're not initiating force. Y'all are initiating force against us. Government is initiating force against individual people. And yes, there are systemic wrongs that need to be righted with our policing. There are people who are more affected than others. Those of you who have means, those of you who sit up here in the ivory tower, those of you who take the corporate money, y'all don't have to worry about the militarization of police. It's the people who go to work every day, who earn a living, who go to work, they raise a family, and they're just trying to do their best. And what you're doing is you're sending more militarized police into our neighborhoods. We don't want it. The people do not want it. And your job is to represent the people. And when you don't do that, you're failing. You're failing, and you're a failure. And I want to say anybody who supports this is a failure, and they deserve to be challenged in the next election. And I am outside the two-party system, but I'll tell you right now, I will fight like hell to make sure that each and every one of you is replaced. I will find somebody that's good to support in the city of Atlanta who wants to actually represent the people and not the government, and not the corporate stooges who fund you. The truth is you're going to have hundreds of people marching in here. You're going to have people coming through here to fight this. And we're not props either. We are families. We are communities, and we are people who are sick and tired of having to come here and give public comment when you already know what the public thinks. You already know this. You don't need us to come here and shame you in this performative exercise that you give us. Just give us the liberty to represent us like you want us to. Let us be free people. Quit over-militarizing our police. Quit over-militarizing our streets. Quit filling our jails up with people who don't need to be there. There are far too many people who are in jail, as you said, sleeping with bed bugs than they are getting addiction therapy services, which is what they really need. If you want to stop the prison cycle, then you need to stop it where it is. And that's with the drug war, that's with the continuation of policies that perpetuate poverty in all of our communities. Free the people. Let us run our business and get out of it. And to the police, I want to tell you right now, I support the need to enforce laws, but the truth is we have too many laws, we have too many reasons to throw people in jail, and I will not stand up for a police state, and that's what you're doing right here. Take the police out of this. Figure out new ways to make our communities safer. Don't do it at the barrel of a gun. Don't do it with the initiation of force. Because when you do that, you get a response back. That's what happens. The more you militarize our police, the more the world will become militarized. And this isn't just about Atlanta. So again, I'm tired of the slander that this is just about people in Atlanta. Because there are going to be police departments all over the country that will be swarming to get trained at this facility so they can militarize and crack down on their populations back at home. And when they pay for that, who's going to profit? Not the city of Atlanta, but the private Atlanta Police Foundation. They're the ones who are going to make all the money. So you're giving them everything, and you're letting them make everything. What kind of a government is that? That is a corporate-controlled government. That is fascism. And I oppose it. And I ask that the people of Atlanta rise up and continue, no matter what you do today, no matter how you vote, continue to let their voices be heard, because we will not be silenced by a few select privileged people who are getting elected up to office in a political process that itself is rigged many times to help the powerful and the rich get ahead. I support freedom for all people, oppose Cop City, and viva Tortuga. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Zola Eichler. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have some yielded time as well. Can you double check? There's been a couple.
I've been through the back of the list. There's nothing. Sorry.
All right. Am I ready? Am I good to start? I'm here today to remind y'all that you are human. There's been a lot of anger here today, and rightfully so. But at the end of the day, what y'all are going to remember is how this made you feel. How you felt today, the opinions you have. You're not going to care about what any one of us believe. You're going to walk away from here and you're going to listen to your own intuition, your own gut, and you're going to do what you think is right. History doesn't forget, and I said that last time. When we look back and we check the receipts in 5 years and we find out how much the people who were up here when we first started were paid to speak for the city, when we find out the back alley promises that were made, when we find out the deals that were negotiated, you will be held accountable. I want you to remember today, more than anything, you are a voice of the people. How good did it feel when you opened up the forum again? Senator, you know what it's right, what it feels like to do the right thing after today. And I ask that you think about that and you share it with anyone else who's listening. Because there are some of you who really are. And we're starting to see that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So let me call the next group of speakers. Wednesday Abiku, Margie McLeod, Shaban Cornell, Kiana Jones, Matthew Johnson, Reverend Darcy Janet, Micah Herskind, Violet Von Henna, Sasha Von Henna, and Rukia Rogers. Next up will be Wednesday Abiku. You'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? I feel like it's very important to have emotions. I also feel like it's very important not to repress emotions. Has anyone here ever read Carl Jung before? You have? Big fan, right? Do you guys know what a shadow is? A shadow is all of the things that you hide in the deep parts of your unconscious that you refuse to face. And there are parts of this world that are physical representations of the shadow of the history of the United States. We are a part of this planet. We are living things, correct? Are we all living things, correct? And I'm speaking to everyone, including the people in the council. I speak with the humility of understanding that I am a human being with flaws. However, I am a human. I am a human. I am a living thing. I am a living like a thing. Dog. Like a dog. Or a cat. Or a cat. Or a child. Or a child. Or a parent. Or a parent. Or a tree. Or a tree. Bacteria. Bacteria. There are things about this world that we humans do not understand fully. And so because of that, we are afraid. How can you be someone who is free if you are afraid? I asked you that question. Fear is the one thing that destroys the fundamental tenet of the United States. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am trying to live. I'm not trying to die for anything. And that's something that you learn when you interact with the world in its cruelest, harshest, not because of intentions, but because you want to understand something. I am a young person. As if this is another existence. Oh my God. Cultivate life. One thing I learned, we have to ask ourselves the question, in how people build houses. Desire to constrain it. And do you know what black mold is? It's a natural fungus infection that is a result of the internal infrastructure, of the architectural makeup of most buildings. It's not a good thing. It is a result of the deconstruction of natural processes. The architectural makeup of most buildings. It's not a good thing. It is a result of the deconstruction of natural processes and putting them in a way where it's strictly convenient for humans and nothing else. But guess what black mold does for the people who are poor, who cannot afford to have people come in and fix it? It doesn't die, but it'll kill you. I don't want to. I want to live a long life. I'm an artist. I'm a writer. friends. I want to know what it's like to be a person in the real world. And how can a youth do that in a world that is headlong into oblivion, destroying itself? Fear populates everything. We are incentivized to be afraid. We are not incentivized to trust. Nature is about trust. Nature is about trust. Real relationships are about trust. They are not about hiding your feelings away and then hoping that one day all of the bad things will go away. But even in the Bible, no matter what happens, the apocalypse comes, even in the Bible. And nobody wants it to happen. That's why people work so hard on themselves, on their soul and on their spirit, regardless of how much money they have. Jesus was a homeless person. The meek are individuals who do not hold headlong to objects over life, because they see that there is something sacred about what has existed longer than you. There's something sacred about that. That's just as important. There's something sacred about my grandmother, for example. There's something sacred about our great-grandmothers. And there's something very important about Rome, too. Rome was something in the Bible. There's one thing we've learned about Rome, is that the violence does not fix anything. It never did. The only thing that helped was empathy, patience, understanding, listening, conversations, and consistency. Consistency. It's like a drum beat. Consistency. I wish you all a healthy life. I want people to be able to sit underneath a tree. I want people to be able to feel a sense of life within themselves. I want people to be able to cry. I want people to be able to smile. I want people to be able to feel like their love is genuine and not completely concocted by things they watch on television. I want things to feel real. So that's the importance of nature. It's about being real. I challenge you all, try to be real, okay? Love you guys.
Thank you. Next is Margie McLeod. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I know we're talking about Cop City. I'm against Cop City. But I've been talking about rent control. And I cannot believe that you're going to take our money Overstreet, you in my district, that I don't know who you've been talking to. Did they educate you about all this money that you're going to take it away from Housing Authority to put this money towards Cop City? Because you are in my district, and seniors are talking about it. We are against it. But money could have been with Housing Authority, or housing. We are homeless. You got homeless, and you other issues that we have in our community. So I want you to explain to me, why did you vote? Was you on that finance board? Tell me, why did you vote yes? Tell me about Cop City. It was so important. I'm against it. All that land, you're wasting tax dollar money. Why? Tell me. Why you believe in it? Tell me. I'm listening. Tell me why it's so important to you to have Cop City. When we got places already, it's Cop City, and all you have to do is enhance it. Tell me. Tell me, Overstreet. I'm listening. Because we put you in there. I thought you were smarter than that. Tear it up. Tear the contract up. Because we don't need it. All we have to do, enhance what you have already. Stop wasting my tax dollar, because that's just what y'all doing. Y'all sit up here and y'all listen, but are you for real? Are you scared? Like he said, the tree. The tree give us oxygen. And if the tree can't breathe, we're not going to be able to breathe.
Time has expired.
We say no to Cop City.
Thank you.
And be smarter than that, Overstreet.
Thank you. Next will be Siobhan Cornell. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time. Just a second.
Siobhan Cornell, Choho Chif Kadowen. Hello, Bikini Dolwa, Chogosako Legat. Hello, Gogi, Amalegadon, Ombozit, Chimalegadet, Nogosogedos. Moment, Hayomet, Omajalegadit, Yan Abogadit, Ahagat the Chagis, Ano Gitska, Iaskidat, Athak Kuwaitzkat, Idamo Chagidat, Dat Adhogadit, Istijad Elgit, Inhad Jetskat, Apogadit, Aha Githit, Chayofan, and Fullerton Modern, Aha Kasamit, Fulip Bagis, Istijad Estimasko Gulgi, Istijad Elgit, Fulagan, Athak Wejat, Fulidois. I want to just thank you for this moment, and I thought it was very important that you heard something in the first language of this land that you now stand on. What I shared in our Muskogee language is my name is Siobhan Colonel. I come from our Muskogee people. I'm a traditional practitioner and a member of our ceremonial community. I hold a traditional chieftainship with our people. I have worked very diligently over the past 2 years, working specifically on educating the public of the dangers of the building of a cop city. I have worked diligently to try to educate and remind the peoples of these territories now of who the original inhabitants of these lands were and are. And so today, as I stand here before you, I take it very serious because this is my first time introducing myself to each one of you. And I take it very seriously, even as I look at you, trying to see you eye to eye. And I pray and hope that you're trying the same way to see me eye to eye. And so on behalf of myself, one of the things that I shared in my language was who I am and what clan I'm a part of. I come from the Wind people, which is the Hudok-Gogi, whose clan was born in these territories right now that we stand in, whose territories are still, my ancestors still exist here. Thousands upon thousands of years, millennia upon millennia of existence, they're still here. And so I thought it was important that I see each one of you, because let me be the first one to welcome you onto Muskogee land. Today, there's many things that have brought me here. The first is as a spiritual practitioner. Some of the things that we do, some of the things that we worship, and the ways that we talk in our language, we refer to things that grow in these forests that surround you. We refer to these things that inhabit these territories here and have done so for centuries. Anytime, we have to realize, anytime that we destroy one life of a natural forest, a tree, a plant, any type of biodiversity, you are having a profound impact on your well-being. But even more so, and this is what's very sad for me to speak to you about, you're even having a more profound impact on your generations yet to come. Your children and your grandchildren are going to bear the brunt of the decisions that you are now making. Or should I say, as I've listened to my relatives here, the decisions that you are neglecting to make. That the time has come. I just came off a call just a couple of weeks ago with some of our leaders from not just in Georgia, not just in the U.S., but across the world, talking about the need to protect biodiversity, is that today, 97% of our natural world has been destroyed and impacted by human disruption. I want to say that again because, it might go in one ear and out the other. I don't know. I don't know you yet. Maybe one day we'll talk some more about this. That means 3% of the entire world is in its natural state right now at this moment. And if I if I could just speak bluntly for a second, I think everyone here breathes air, drinks water, and has to have food. And as I say at places across the world, let's see how long that we last without those things. This Earth Mother that we walk upon has been gracious to us and has always provided those things. Even a few years ago, my office with the United Methodist Church, I was able to go and commemorate the waters that come here and feed millions upon millions of people a day, and gave a prayer and an offering on behalf of the Muskogee people. It was under the previous administration, but I won't get into those details just yet. But I still was given that opportunity where the entire city of Atlanta recognized that moment, because at the end of the day, we all do share like goals. We want a safe community. We want a place that we can go and enjoy ourselves and live life to the fullest. We don't want harm. And relatives, I do have a relationship through my connections. I am a part of the Methodist structure. I have been a part of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. I have been with conversations of human rights all across the world. I have walked with refugee camps in other parts and other nations of indigenous peoples. I've seen situations just like what we're going through here in other countries. I've seen things going on where people have been killed, just like what we're trying to say should never happen here, all over the world, and I don't want that to increase. Every time in these countries I shared with them, no matter what, how you slice it, the increasing of more militarized mechanism never establishes a peaceful society, no matter what. It never accomplishes what your hopes, what your arguments are. In fact, it does quite the opposite. In fact, our community, we are already living through the living proof of that at this moment. Today, I think it's obvious, I don't support Cop City. Today, I think it's obvious, I do want a future for all of our children. I have never, ever considered myself a non-resident of these territories. The day that you can remove all of my ancestors and our remains and everything that are funerary objects from the earth around us, then maybe, no, I won't even think about it then. This is my home. And I've told my children, I want to come back home one day. I came here many weeks ago, talking, teaching, and in fact, over my 10 years of doing this active work of educating, I've been in our school systems here in Atlanta. I've been in our preschools talking and sharing a little bit about Native American people. I've been and given everything that I could possibly give to say there's a better way for us to live together in all of our diversity. Now my hope, this is my first time with you. Will you listen to that? Vote no. Stop, tear up the contract like our relative said. Drop the charges against persons who are doing what is something that is right. You are creating a world where only those people can survive. You can only do that if you can afford to do so. You're not protecting the vulnerable. 2 years ago, when I began another journey here in the city of Atlanta, I was asked to come and do a cultural exchange. We went to the Wilani Forest. We went and shared with each other. I said, I'll come. I'll bring members of the Halabi Kanedi Ceremonial Ground, which now resides in Oklahoma because of dispossession. We all came here. Over 30 people of the Muskogee Nation came here. We visited our sacred mound sites at the Okmulgee Mounds. We went everywhere we could. We had our children here. I think we had about 12 little ones that traveled with us to sites that they had never seen before. And that day, we had over 500 people come to the Wilani Forest Park to be with us and to fellowship, to break bread together, to hear language and songs that haven't been heard in that forest for hundreds upon hundreds of years. We did it together. A few months ago, when we were trying to get the world to see the dangers of what Cop City brings to this earth, I told my 9-year-old son, I said, I got to go back. I got to go share just a little bit. And he said, Daddy, I don't want them to tear down the forest. And I said, son, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure they don't. The good thing is that as much as you think, we're not in control of things. The earth will still be here when Cop City falls. The earth will still be here when your term expires. And she'll recover. But unfortunately, it's the human species. It's the human species that will suffer. And that's why I'm here today. Because I don't think any of us want anybody to die, anybody to have polluted water, anyone to have microplastics in their body, anyone to go down this path that we're forced to live. We want a better way. And so today I ask that you stop, and that at least if you never see another Muskogee person again, I'm standing right here. And let it be known, I do not support this. Let it be known. And viva, viva, Tortuguita.
Thank you. Next will be... Thank you very much. Let's keep moving. Next will be Kiana Jones. Due to yield to time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
I think everybody should really be feeling something right now. You should be feeling something. If by now you don't feel the spirit of the people and you don't feel the spirit of this land, then something is wrong with you. Because we have said so much. We have said all that there is to say. Honestly, we have. And we are saying the same things to you, but in different ways. We want you all to understand that this is a fight, not only for the soul of this land and the soul of our people, but for your very own. And it reminds me of a song we used to sing when I was a little girl in church, and it actually is a Muskogee Creek hymn. And they sang it when they were run away from this land. And the way we sing it as a spiritual goes, this may be the last time. This may be the last time. This may be the last time. It may be the last time. I don't know. And what I'm saying is that this may be the last time that you have to save your soul. This may be the very last time to prove, not only to us, but to yourselves, that you truly are here for the people. And as a member of clergy, I got to call out Reverend Sean Smith, the mayor's pastor, because I see that he's in the building. And Reverend Smith, you need to understand that in the Bible it talks about the bloody hands of the watchman. As the shepherd of the mayor, you have blood on your hands because it is your job. It is your job to teach him and to instruct him. As a shepherd of that man in a congregation, it is your job to rightly divide the word of truth and show him right from wrong. So Reverend Smith, if you are in the building, I will invite you, like I invite anybody, to meet me outside when I'm done, because I have seen you and I would like to see you. And I hope that you can talk to your friends, the concerned black clergy, because they don't want to come and see me. It's apparent I'm going to have to go and see them too. Y'all saw I ran up on Warnock in New York, so I'm not afraid to go anywhere. But what I do also want to say is thank you, Councilman Lewis, for having that talk with me outside. And I also need to thank Councilmember Waits, because she first approached me to ask about my concerns about Cop City. And I also want to thank Council President Shipman, because when he saw me outside, he did not run away. So I truly do appreciate that. But I do need to also bring attention to the fact that the mayor's hired lackeys have left the building. See, they didn't have and they don't have what it takes to stand. And I have to call them out, because that young lady with her blowout stood up here and called my name and talked about the sellout t-shirt that I wore. And when I approached her in the hallway, she had nothing to say. But I simply wanted to have a conversation. And the little man who was with her, who brought his family out for a spectacle, actually was the one who bucked up at me. So I'm only saying all that to say, I will have a conversation with anyone outside of this chamber. And I appreciate people who are willing to have that conversation with me. And I even appreciate the steps that this council has taken today to show what democracy truly looks like. I call a lot of y'all out all the time. I do. But I want you to know that what I do out of love for my people. I do even out of love for you, because somebody has to correct you when you step in wrong, because I expect you to do the same for me. So what we're asking today, not only are we asking you all to please demand accountability for the domestic terrorism charges that are being placed on people when they're not right. Demand accountability for that raid that happened last week, because I have never seen SWAT go to the home of anyone accused of charity fraud or money laundering. Bernie Madoff did not have SWAT go to his house. I mean, we have people right now who are being sentenced for their actions at the insurrection 2 years ago. And SWAT is not showing up at their homes. So why do we feel the need to show up with tanks and the SWAT team at the homes of people who are doing nothing but the Lord's work? Unfortunately, for some people who don't think it's known, y'all cops done let it out of the bag. Y'all was going after the money to make sure that when we get grabbed, we can't get out. But I tell you what, go after the money, go after me, go after this movement, but we won't stop, because we can't stop. We won't rest until we know that Cop City is done, that it is no longer a thing, because there are so many blighted properties in the city of Atlanta. Abandoned schools exist. There are so many areas where you could build a training facility for firefighters because they need it. You could also hold the APF accountable and look into why the existing police training facility is in dire straits. I think that's definitely a viable option. But today we showed up, y'all, because we want y'all to know that we're not letting this go. We're not letting this go. No matter how you vote today, no matter which way this goes, this is not the end. Because we have a duty to stand against injustice in all of its forms. And whether you like the way we do it or not, I just believe that those are conversations that can be had. I believe that those are differences in the way we see things, but that we can come to common ground. Believe it or not, I do. I'm a fighter, and I do believe in fighting. But everything doesn't have to be a fight. Some things can simply be a conversation. Some things can simply be a reconsideration. And I urge you today to reconsider. Reconsider what you are doing to the people of Atlanta. Don't bleed them dry. That money is astronomical. Think about the services that you could implement into communities instead. Think about the beauty of what Weelani could be instead. I urge you today to reconsider.
Thank you. Next will be Matthew Johnson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
I can be called lots of unfortunate things. Honestly, liar is not one of them. That being said, I would like to make sure that I clarified something from the last time that I spoke. Councilpeople Bakhtiari and Councilperson Jason Dozier did speak out when Tortuguita was murdered. You must excuse me because this isn't simply a political matter for me. It is far deeper than that. All these people out in the crowd is far deeper than that. So please make sure that you understand that this is just not a vote for us. These are our lives. These are the lives of our friends and the fates of our friends. And although I'm a little bit shorter on time, I would like to share a story very quickly. At the risk of receiving domestic terrorism charges, in July I happened to be in Walani People's Park. And I led a meditation there. The meditation was much better attended than I thought. There were several people there. Some, of course, didn't want to be bothered with it, but were very kind and supportive. And we had a community meal later on that evening by people that didn't attend. There was somebody who came to the protest for the very first time, or to the park that night for the very first time, and I led them in. And at the end of that evening, someone texted me and said, "You inspire me to be the best person that I can be." And that has always stuck with me. That person that I led into the forest that night was charged with domestic terrorism, okay? Along with several other people that attended that meditation. Of the people that stayed back and fixed dinner instead, at least one of them was charged with domestic terrorism. The person who sent me the text that night can't be here today because on January 18th, they were murdered by the Georgia State Patrol. And while we can tally 41 people that have been charged with domestic terrorism, nobody can show a bruise that one of them caused. But we've spread the ashes of our friend, and they're never coming back. So you must understand that no matter how many bail funds you penalize, no matter how many people you throw in jail, this won't stop. And it will cost you. You must understand when people may get frustrated when we come to things such as this, and maybe you might even get booed, realize that it's not our actions that are on the voting block today. It's not our methods of getting you to listen that are on the voting block today, but it is a police training facility that has been wildly unpopular from the beginning, that is going to cost you more than twice as much as was initially said in the first two phases. We haven't even gotten to the point where they actually make good on the promises about parks, okay? So this has been riddled with lies from the beginning. Let's look at the APF and what it does. The Yet Promise Youth Centers. If any other nonprofit were to tell you that they were raising money for a youth center and their only experience in taking care of youth was imprisoning them, you would look at them like they were crazy. The APF is buying houses in neighborhoods that are already quickly gentrifying, as well as we have the housing fund putting $800,000 behind code enforcement that is continually targeting people that actually live in their homes rather than the corporate landlords that let the blight happen. We all know that. They never get penalized. Atlanta became the most surveilled city in the country in 2017, and the crime still rose. So what are they really doing with those cameras? And who is protected by them? But it'll cost us all something. We've set a record for dissent on 3 different occasions now. We've seen falsified charges on protesters for over a year, domestic terrorism charges for nonviolent protesters for the past 6 months. We have false money laundering charges for a bail fund. The mayor's office has been lying about this project and the cost over 2 administrations. In order to vote for this, it will cost you your integrity. It will cost you whatever principles you came to the table flouting when you campaigned.
Time's expired.
Stop this project now for our souls.
Thank you. Time's expired. Next up will be Reverend Darcy Janet. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I was supposed to have more yielded time. Did you look? Okay. Hello, my name's Darcy Jarrett. I'm a pastor of Park Avenue Baptist Church congregation. That's in your district, Mr. Winston, District 1. I'm also a concerned citizen. I'm a member of the Interfaith Coalition to Stop Cop City. We are building this movement. We have been building since the DART campaign. Defund Atlanta PD, refund communities. I stand here not to debate you about the merits of this project. You have heard that. You have heard about the immorality of policing rooted in colonial control and power dominance structures. The violence perpetuated by police, their bias toward protecting property over people. You have heard this argument. I'm not here to debate with you the impacts of the environment. You have heard that argument over and over again, stated better than I ever could. I'm not here to debate you on the merits of this program. I've heard even that you all are deciding to judge the merits of each of these comments made based on your perfectionist standards, which is, by the way, a marker of white supremacist culture, to debate the opinions of a person. But I am here to tell you that my 8-year-old told me the other morning, when he grows up, he wants to be a good-hearted soul. That's what he wants to be when he grows up. And I believe that's what all of us want to be when we are little. And you have the chance right now to live that out. I'm not going to throw morality around because I think that's been misused by religious figures like myself. But you can be a good-hearted soul.
Thank you. Next up will be Micah Herskin. Due to yielded time, you have up to 6 minutes.
Hello. So it's hard to know, what exactly to say when you get up here because in some ways everything has been said over the past 2 years. Do you use the moral suasion argument, the environmental argument, police brutality, the repression that we've already seen, and the fact that 42 people have been charged with domestic terrorism, the fact that someone's been murdered by police to make this project go forward, the fact that the residents of DeKalb County don't actually have any direct say in this because they're not represented by this council? Do you talk about the fact that there's been so little transparency from the police foundation that there is absolutely no trust that the public has with this council? Do you talk about the fact that just today we've had another record turnout? I don't think there's ever been this sort of turnout at City Hall for a matter. I do believe that those arguments have swayed some of you, and I know that some of you have worked even over the weekend to, try to change this, and I'm grateful for that, and it is seen and acknowledged. And I also know that it hasn't moved some of you. And so what I want to talk about is a couple major developments from the last couple weeks. The first is, as I'm sure you've all seen, major reporting, first by the Atlanta Community Press Collective, then by the AJC, that the price tag for the public for this facility is not in fact $30 million, but actually up to $67 million. This is a headline from the AJC. Training center costs calls years of promises into question, kind of a tongue twister. They say that, the city has promised for a long time that it would be $30 million, and they say, quote, that promise was repeated month after month, year after year, by one mayor and then the next. Today, the Atlanta Police Foundation still asks for donations to the project on a site that says the city will only contribute $30 million to the cause. And they say, quote, but that's not true, and it hasn't been true for years, end quote. And I know that bothers you, because it must. When you have the AJC writing about how the mayor and the Atlanta Police Foundation has been lying to residents for years about the cost of a facility, that is a major red flag. The AJC doesn't do that kind of critical reporting, especially not when it comes to Cop City. Andre Dickens and the Atlanta Police Foundation are making villains of this council. They're setting you all up as the fall guys for this. They want you to approve their funding that they slipped in $37 million for. That's outrageous, and you all should be mad at the Atlanta Police Foundation and at the mayor. Second thing that happened in the past couple weeks is, of course, the raid on the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. Long-time, well-respected activists who do the very basic, constitutionally protected work of bailing people out of jail when they are arrested for protesting, for exercising their First Amendment right. That's frightening. And what I want to talk about is the fact that this was a raid that was coordinated between City Hall, the Atlanta Police Department SWAT team, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Chris Carr, the Attorney General, Brian Kemp, the fascist Republican governor, right? This is who is working together. This is what Brian Kemp has championed in the last few years, trying to cut off any access to abortion, making sure that trans people are criminalized out of existence and can't get the care that they need. They're trying to make sure, Brian Kemp has left massive amounts of money, of federal money for Medicaid on the table. He's called queer people pedophiles, or his group has. They've tried to suppress people's right to vote. That's who City Hall is partnering with when they send people to do these raids, tear people out of their homes, take them to jail, put them in jail for days. It was 3 days that the Atlanta Solidarity Fund activists were held in jail. People have died in fewer days in jail than that. And that's the level of fascist repression that we've gotten to. And to know that the Democratic-led city of Atlanta is partnering with people who during election season you all rightfully call these evil right-wingers is really astounding. And so I hope that that alone would be enough for you to say, wow, as a city council, I know that not all of you would describe yourself as liberals, I think most would. We want no part in that. We don't want to be touching what Chris Carr and Brian Kemp are doing. That should be a really easy equation. 2 minutes. I want to end on misinformation. Not a very sexy topic to end on, but let's do it. So many times I've heard that the movement is spreading misinformation. I've been told that I'm spreading misinformation. All of these questions about, is it 85 acres, 380 acres, 171 acres? What's going to be in the building? Is there going to be a helicopter landing pad, right? All of these questions, I'm sure you all are frustrated hearing about them. But what I want to say first is that claiming misinformation is a common tactic used by people in power to delegitimize dissent. And so I really encourage you all to stay away from that. But second, the reason there's confusion about the project is because it's changed so many times. Because the Atlanta Police Foundation does not keep its word, because they continue to change the plan and they continue to lie to and on you all. That is why there has been misinformation, because they're not trustworthy, because there's nothing in the lease that actually binds them to what the mayor says is going to be in this facility. That's why no one believes it'll be limited to 85 acres. That's why no one believes that they might not, in a couple months put in a helicopter landing pad. Who knows? So there is misinformation, but it's coming from the mayor's office. And so I want to make that really clear. I know that some of you are still on the fence. I hope that today, all of these people here is enough to put you over the edge. I hope that you can be brave. I hope that you can close your eyes and imagine. No, I'm sure you came in a week ago thinking, this is going to pass. The AJC reported this is going to pass easily. And you probably thought you were going to vote yes for it. Just think about, what would it mean for me to help end this right now? You need 8 votes. You can do it. Just put an end to this. Vote no on this funding. Get in the group chats with the council members and be like, hey, do we have an 8-person block? And you do. I know you can get there. Please vote no on this funding. We know that you don't want to spend 11 hours here, 14 hours here, whatever it ends up being yelled at. And what I want to tell you is that we want to be here even less. We would like to live in well-resourced communities. We would not want to have to deal with this, but we are here, and as others have said, we will continue to be here until you stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Violet Von Hanna. You'll have up to 2 minutes. And then Sasha Van Hanna, you'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
am a forest defender. And all that the Lorax left here in this mess was a small pile of rocks with the word unless. Whatever that meant, well, I just couldn't guess. That was long ago. But each day since that day, I've sat here and worried away. And through the years while my buildings have fallen apart, I've worried about it with all of my heart. But now, says the Onceler, now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. So, here offers a child I've brought for you. 18 loblolly pine saplings, one for each of you. You're in charge of a big decision. More trees are what everyone needs. Plant these trees in Wilani. Treat them with care. Give them clean water and feed them fresh air. Regrow the forest. Protect it from corporate interests and axes that hack. Then the Lorax and all of our friends may come back. Please save Wilani for the year of the youth. Please stop Cop City.
Thank you. Sasha Van, you had 8 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a mother and member of the Wilani Coalition. I'm a Georgia voter living in District 5. I live less than 5 miles from the forest. And while I've seen Mayor Dickens say only outside agitators are against this project, I'm here to be one of many contradicting this lie. I wonder how many of you are embarrassed to hear Mayor Dickens use the same rhetoric used against MLK against your constituents. The repression of your citizens the repression your citizens are experiencing is remarkable. Are you concerned for us? Impressed by our tenacity? Despite no liquids, multiple misleading press releases, and not letting us in the building at first, and hell, some still can't get in, we are here again in record numbers. Please hear us, pay attention, and give us the respect we deserve, especially after all the hurdles put in our way. 4 months ago, Atlanta Press Collective reported a community impact survey forwarded by APF stated 43% of trainees would be from out of state. However, when Mayor Dickens went live with MPUW last week, he again said that this was only 30 million. And when asked about the intentions for this facility to be a revenue generator for the city of Atlanta, he said, and I quote, "We don't intend for that to be rented out. The facility will be nice enough where if we wanted to, we could rent it out for a sundry of events, whether that's for pleasure events, weddings, gatherings, and graduations." Unfortunately, they had muted comments from the MPUW community. I really would have loved to have heard folks call out his absurdity and contradictions. So, who here can offer us some transparency? Because clearly it's not Mayor Dickens. Councilmember Wan, Westmoreland, you both approved this in the F&E committee. Surely you can make sense of it all. Council members, I'm confused. Where is the parkland we have been promised? Where is the parkland on the plans? And tell me, would you like to take your families to the woods on the edge of the largest police training facility in the country? Would you have your pleasure events there? No, of course not. It's a farce, all of it is, but it's not funny. It's deceitful. And you may say that the additional 36 million is budget neutral, but that's a technicality, and hiding it from us is devious and completely undemocratic. Meanwhile, DeKalb County is scapegoating responsibility for the pollution in the South River to the city of Atlanta. Monitoring has been turned off, and they are disregarding evidence they have of increased pollution. The South River, Wilani, is a headwater to Georgia's largest and most biologically diverse freshwater system, and it's one of the most endangered rivers nationwide because of pollution from both DeKalb County and the city of Atlanta, providing polluted water to millions downstream. I heard King Williams speak of investigations of this being a cancer alley. Sounds like a huge liability to me. Building this facility outside the city limits so that the people most directly impacted have no one they can appeal to is, I'm pretty sure, setting you up for more liability. And I understand that when Arthur Blank deeded the land to the city, he said, you have to promise me that this land will always remain a forest, and that is enforceable. Have you heard that too? Sounds like another possible lawsuit. In every public-private partnership with the city, whether it's the Beltline or the Grant Park parking deck, the private money has been secured first. We don't even know if APF has the money for this. What happens if APF doesn't raise the money? Will taxpayers be on the hook for the difference? Please, do the due diligence and show us that money has been raised before voting with our tax dollars. 7 of you, along with Andre, signed your name acknowledging and promising to protect the irreplaceable green lungs of Atlanta. Irreplaceable means impossible to replace. But I tell you what, as much damage as has been done, you all better try. 100 trees for every tree cut. That was another promise I heard. Councilmember Faroki, you have had practice with your olive trees. I bet you will be a great help in planting these loblolly pines. I wonder how many of you will still be here, though, after the next election cycle. We deserve and demand transparency. This whole process reeks of corruption. We haven't received the task force's recommendations yet, and there are too many unanswered questions and liabilities to push this forward. Lastly, I'd like to remind you of another excerpt from the Atlanta City Design, Aspiring to the Beloved Community, published by the city in 2017. Resurgence. Atlanta is rising again, this time from the ashes of the 20th century. After generations of economic decline, disinvestment, and environmental degradation, our city is resurging with new life and prosperity. It is an exciting time, and even as the market forces created by these changes sound alarms for many of us who live here, we are emboldened by a better understanding of what our city stands for. We love Atlanta. We believe in its potential, and we know that to hold on to its virtue, we must take urgent and deliberate action. Not changing may not be an option, but by designing our future around our core values: equity, progress, ambition, access, and nature, we can leverage our change to our advantage. We can become an even better version of ourselves. And while such a path will require tremendous courage and a lot of hard work, our success will be in Atlanta for everyone, a city worth living and loving in, and a true model of the beloved community. Please, save Wilani and your legacies for the Year of the Youth. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Rukia Rogers. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I didn't expect that. All right. Oh, good afternoon. To my beloved community, those before me and behind me, greetings. My name is Rukia Rogers. I'm an early childhood educator, a child advocate, founder of the Highlander School, and resident of Atlanta. In fact, I'm in, what district am I in? District 5. I'm here again standing before the City Council, as part of the Wilani Coalition, a group of caregivers, educators, families, and children to express our deep concern and objection to the City of Atlanta's plan to build the largest police training facility in the country, known as Cop City. I also want to respond to a few of the comments that were made earlier. As I've been a part of this movement, there's this constant insinuation that this is somehow a white movement, that somehow black folks don't care about the environment. My very presence, my ancestors are here because of their love, their connection, and knowledge of this land. We are Black growers, farmers, stewards, and this movement is interracial, multiracial, it is multi-generational, and it is unstoppable. We will continue to show up in the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, the freedom riders, abolitionists, and other activists who refuse to remain silent in the sight of injustice. I have to be honest, though. I really struggled to find the words to offer to my community today. You've already heard hours upon hours upon hours of eloquent, thoughtful comments from environmentalists sharing the undeniable harm that this project will cause the South River Forest, also known as the Weelaunee Forest. But yet, you remain unmoved. You have heard from residents who have told you they do not want Cop City, but yet you remain unmoved. You have heard from counselors, psychologists, educators like myself who have shared the harm of over-policing and the need for community wellness, and yet you remain unmoved. You've heard from lawyers about the legality issues, and yet you remain unmoved. And so I have to be honest. I find one of the most heartbreaking and intolerable parts of this project being pushed forward is that it is drenched in lies, without transparency and a democratic process. In fact, this is a farce. Dr. King reminds us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The project to build Cop City is not only morally corrupt, it is the epitome of injustice. This project is being done without the consent and against the will of the people of Atlanta. There are too many questions that have been left unanswered. So you're asking us, we are being asked to trust public funds in the hands of the Atlanta Police Foundation. But I must ask, who is the Atlanta Police Foundation? Atlanta has had many private and public partnerships. Every single one of them, these private entities have had to report back to City Council, except for the Atlanta Police Foundation. President Shipman, this one is for you. When you were the director of the Center of Civil and Human Rights, did you not have to report to the City Council and answer their questions? Why has the Atlanta Police Foundation not have to stand before the people? I'm confused, truly, like my friend Sasha. Is the Atlanta Police Foundation a nonprofit entity? Or are they a for-profit real estate company purchasing homes on the West Side, perpetuating gentrification and displacing Black residents? I've listened. So, again, apparently only outside agitators are members of the Atlanta Police Foundation who live outside the city and are intent on exerting their will against the power of the people. I've listened to Mayor Dickens closely, and y'all have got to help me make sense of this project. Again, I'm confused. How much will this project actually require of public funds? Is it 30 million? Is it 33 million? Is it 60 million? Is it 67 million? It's different answers every time. How much has it already cost? Where is the parkland? Where is the advisory board that the mayor bragged about? And what exactly is their recommendations? I have at least 101 more questions and no answers. We have rallied, we have marched, we have called, we have written letters, we have engaged in civil disobedience just as our ancestors did. We are trying to engage in the democratic process. Many of us have come to City Hall multiple times and spent hours taking off of work, enduring hardship to maybe get a bare minimum of 2 hours. And somehow I thought my voice mattered. And I go to work every single day telling the children that their voices matter too. And yet there is undeniable suppression of this movement and an attempt to repress the voices of the people. We have listened to the mayor collectively dehumanize us, referring to us as outside agitators and creating a hostile environment. Last week I watched, as so did the world, as a SWAT team entered a residential neighborhood to arrest friends, ensuring that protesters, folks that are exercising their right to freedom of speech, the right to assembly, had access to bail. For those of you who don't know those arrested, let me tell you, They're the ones who show up and shelter those who don't have homes. They're the ones who show up and provide food for those who don't have food. Those are the ones who have showed up at every single children's rally to play the drums. Mayor Dickens has gone too far. His approved raid against the Atlanta Solidarity Fund is a violation, and it is a danger to all of our rights. Frankly, I have to be honest, I'm exhausted. We are exhausted, but we are unconquered. This movement is unwavering in our resolve. We will be here today, and we will be in the streets tomorrow, and committed to building a better world than we have today. I again am standing here from a place of love, holding the spirits of my own ancestors and that of our dear friend Tort, an environmentalist assassinated. Shot 57 times while their hands were held in the air, while defending the forests we love and defending the reimagined world. Frederick Douglass reminds us, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation are men who want crops without plowing the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without demand. It never did and it never will. The City Council has been entrusted with power bestowed upon it by the people. Align yourselves with what is just and what is fair. Do not fund this project. And for my beloved community that stands behind me, my community, ordinary folks fighting to stop Cop City and protect this earth, no matter what happens today, no matter the results of the vote, I will see y'all tomorrow on the streets. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next group of speakers will have Daxton Pettis, Oren Punkovku, Jax Crowder, Amy Taylor, Devin Barrington Ward, Kyle Lamont, and Abrima Mbowe.
Council President, would you also start naming the numbers as well?
Sure. Those are numbers 39 through 47.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next up will be Daxton Pettis. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Not the 10 minutes?
Up to 8 minutes.
Up to 8 minutes. Good afternoon. Good evening, President, and good evening, Presidents and members of the Council. My name is Daxton Pettis, and I'm a current member at Morehouse College, as well as I'm here allied with students in the Atlanta University Center. I'm here against the pushes for the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, also known as Cop City. In a national study, they examined police killings. They looked at mental health, possession of weapons, as well as victims running on foot from the police. And this study centered around white, black, and Hispanic people. In that study, they found that black people have 60% lower odds of exhibiting mental illness than their white peers. Hispanic people have 45% lower odds of being armed than their white peers. Black people, 23% lower, with a 28% higher odds of running away from the police. As we know, black people make up 13% of the population and account for 30% of police killings. Hispanic people, also a minority, make up 20% of those killings. This legislation that is being brought forward today is not to address the systemic advantages that certain racial groups have in their safety compared to others. The money that's being voted on today is not to go towards reform or to go towards any improvements in the city of Atlanta. The money being voted on today is to go to increase the number of police and to increase police morale. We have seen our city representatives advocate for policing and firemen interests, but we have yet to see our same leaders act the same for the interests of the community.
The city has been promised the construction of mental health facilities, has been promised housing security, rental assistance, and time again, they have failed to act on these promises. Atlanta has become stagnant in the concerns of the people, but active on the concerns of business and police. The students in the West End, as well as the AUC, have lost faith in our city leaders and are losing faith in our black leadership among them. Across America, across America, and especially in the black Mecca that is to be considered Atlanta, black leaders have become pawns that are used in our own oppression. I ask that you vote no on this legislation in consideration of the negative impacts of our system of policing that have not been actively addressed with the annual funding towards the police. The change that was demanded before the death of Matthew Zadok Williams and Anthony Hill, before the deaths of Jimmy Atchison and DeVaris Kane Rogers, before the deaths of Katherine Johnson and Kevin Davis. Vote no on the legislation, send it back to committee, but to proceed with this payment is to concede that some lives are more important than others. You must stop Cop City. As far as there being firemen and other public safety personnel being trained at this facility, the center also being for firemen is insignificant to the threat that is posed by the increase in militarization of the police. Historically, public safety personnel have refused to step in and in many cases been obligated to stand by the police when they commit these atrocities. This has been most recently seen in the death of Tyree Nichols. All those who choose to be complicit in the torment of others by police bear responsibility in the lives that are lost, whether that be firemen, EMTs, mayors, presidents of colleges or institutions, or council members. Stand on the right side of history. Stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Oren Panovku, I'm sorry. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
My last name is Panovka. Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
older brother is going to be speaking in a little bit, so you
Get it
should
right on the second
keep
one.
that in mind.
Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, Cop City will never be built. That being said, I first want to thank the council members who've been so generous with their time over the past few weeks to meet with the student organizers who've been working on this issue, and the council members who are looking to try and extend public comment today that is noted. I'm here today as an Emory student and as a scholar, and so while many other people have been here in the spirit of activists and organizers throughout the past 50 to 100 years, I'm here in the spirit of people like me, and so I'm here today in the spirit of people like Walter Benjamin and Frantz Fanon. And I bring that up specifically because I want to read some quotes by them. In an essay published in 1921, and this is important, this is over 100 years ago, Benjamin writes, "The assertion that the ends of police violence are always identical with, or even connected to, the ends of the law is thoroughly untrue. Rather, the law of the police basically denotes the point at which the state, whether from impotence or because of the imminent connections of every legal order, can no longer guarantee through the law the ends it wishes to achieve at any price. Therefore, the police intervene for so-called security reasons in countless cases where no clear legal situation exists, if they are not merely without any reference whatsoever to legal ends, accompanying the citizen as a brutal harassment through a life regulated by ordinances, or quite simply surveying him." That was written over 100 years ago today, and the point of that is that everything that is being said today is old knowledge. It is things that we have known for a very, very, very long time. It is not just that some random police officers are committing violence at whim. It is something built and baked into the structure of the systems that we have. And I could give you countless examples of this. The example of the death of Tortuguita, the repression that has gone on for the past few months, but we can also just point to the fact that the people who are trying to enter this building and are trying to enter this room, which by the way is half empty because people are being told that there is a fire hazard, These rooms and spaces are being guarded by the very people who we are looking to speak out against. You cannot tell me that that is justice or that that is safety. When we are being told that people cannot enter this room because it is a fire hazard, and yet the police, who by the way are the only people in this building with weapons, are able to come in at whim. When people are being told that they cannot bring food into this building, and the police are sitting out here eating donuts. You cannot make that up. I mean, seriously. We have known about the issues around Cop City for a very, very, very long time before they were even built. The same person who I just read a quote from, Walter Benjamin, was killed by Nazis. So do not make a mistake when you see the police killing protesters in this movement and thinking it is a one-off occasion. History is not repeating itself. History has not ended. Frantz Fanon tells us that decolonization is always a violent event. It cannot be accomplished by a gentleman's agreement, right? We cannot just speak specifically because everybody here knows, in the words of Frantz Fanon, that jargon is not a replacement for reality, right? There are no words that we can use to cover up the circumstances or the situation that is going on. What we have right now is an incredible lack of transparency, right? We have a council member who is incredibly close friends with the lobbyist for the APF. And yet we don't even fully know what the role of the APF is. We are being asked to be nonviolent. We are being asked to speak calmly. We are being asked to speak reasonably. But Fanon reminds us the supremacy of white values is stated with such violence that as a countermeasure, the colonized rightly make a mockery of them whenever they are mentioned. And make no mistake, as we've heard from people earlier, this is a colonized world that we are living in. Those values which seem to enable the soul prove worthless because they have nothing in common with the real-life struggle in which the people are engaged. How can we possibly ask people to speak reasonably when the people who live in the area that this facility is being built cannot even sleep at night because there are gunshots going on all the time? Fanon tells us that the dividing line in the colony, the border, is represented by the barracks and police stations. And so we can make no mistake either that this facility is being built in working class black neighborhoods in an area where the people who live there do not even have the ability to vote this body out of its seats if they make the wrong decision. What we have seen over the past 2 years is not just a lack of transparency. It is a complete upheaval of the systems that are supposed to keep people safe in this city and in this state and in this country. It is private money, private institutions which have embedded themselves and entrenched themselves so much in this system that when somebody gets killed, there is no recourse, there are no consequences, but when people are being arrested for at most a $7,000 charge in money laundering, which by the way, we all know is complete BS, that a SWAT team goes to their house. There are people, and by the way, there are people who spoke today who did not have a full 10 minutes, and I know for a fact that they were given a full 10 minutes. But the issue is that this system is broken, and yet we're trying to spend $70 million to give the police military-grade weapons when we cannot even supply the people of this city with the ability to actually speak to this body. And by the way, back to the point about the facility, Chastain Park, Mary Norwood, is 268 acres. So we could build this facility there. No problem, right? But you don't want it there? You don't want it there because you don't want it in a place where a bunch of rich white people live. And that's just a fact. That's just a fact. The people who live in this area have said that they do not want it. The people who live in the city of Atlanta have said that they do not want it. The people who have lived in this world for the past 100 years have said that we do not want a continuation of this violence. And every single time that we see this, we see the same kind of repression, right? But this is the important takeaway. You all have three options today, essentially. You can vote yes, you can vote no, or you can vote to send to committee, okay? If you vote yes, what each one of you who votes yes is saying is that you are endorsing the repression and the violence that the police and the Atlanta Police Foundation have used against this movement at every step and every turn. What you are saying is that anytime there's a protest in the future, the best way to go about solving that issue is to put 57 bullets in the protesters who are causing the issue. That is what each one of you is saying who votes yes. If you vote yes, you are saying that you do not stand with the people of Atlanta, you do not stand with the people of DeKalb County, but also that those people have no recourse to this body, right? There is nothing else for us to talk about after this. If we vote yes on this issue, there is going to be no transparency, there's going to be no safety, there's going to be no information sharing, there's going to be no change. There are so many unanswered questions about this, and there are also so many answered questions. Here's an unanswered question. Where's all of the park space that was promised? That was an unanswered question. Here is an answered question. What are the tactics that the police use against protesters? Violence. And who are the actual people committing violence in this movement? The police. We cannot seriously continue to go on with this kind of policy making and this kind of legislation. At some point, a change is going to happen. And if you all vote yes today, it is going to come at your expense, at the expense of the seats that you sit in. Because the people of this city are sick of taking the violent repression that has been given to us at every single turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jax Crowder. Jax Crowder, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Dang, thanks whoever did that. Dang, council, back at it again with the tyrannical plans. 2016, everybody? No? That's all right. I'm old. So I am a military veteran. I want to call back Councilperson Lewis. I'm not sure where he is right now. I know it's a long process. But as a military veteran, I know what militarization looks like. This looks like militarization of the police. Councilperson Norwood, I am a resident of your district. I do not want this. I also am wondering why we are getting emails about about the fact that house parties are illegal when we have much bigger issues at hand. I understand, it's an inconvenience, but you know what's really inconvenient? Having your house raided by the police because you are bailing people out of jail for wrongful accusations, wrongful allegations, and trumped up charges that are extremely harmful to the forward movement of this community. I'm getting chills, y'all. I work in the wellness industry. I am a yoga teacher. I am a Buddhist as a practice, not as a religion. I am a peaceful person, or at least I want to be. I am finding an extremely difficult time to continue to be peaceful when we have people who want to say what they need to say, but they are not allowed to be in the building. When the entire building is empty, they are not allowed to be in the building. Hi, Councilperson Lewis, thank you for returning back. This is a militarized police training no, I understand. I'm not coming at you for that. I'm coming at you because this is a militarized police training facility, and I know that as a former military person myself. Because I can see it, I know what the training looks like, and I know that this is a continued effort to minimize the actions and the wants of the people. I wasn't prepared for 4 minutes, so whoever did that, thank you so much. I can sit up here and just preach and stare. As a person in the wellness industry, I know that healing is important. I know that healing is going to continue to be important, especially for the marginalized communities. The marginalized communities that, as you've heard, are continuing to be neglected as we build this facility in their houses, in their backyards. I understand that healing has to happen, and with police, that will not happen. Studies have shown, and you can do the homework for yourself, that over-policing does not help people. Continuing to fill the prisons does not help people. Continuing to make sure that for-profit prisons get their money does not help people. What helps people is to take the police, train them in what actually matters, mental health, and allow them to not have their arms pointed at the people and shooting somebody 57 times for sitting cross-legged because we don't like them. That's not okay. I make jokes, but that's not okay. I yield my time, and it looks like Mr. Lewis wants to speak. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
The part about the militarizing the police is there won't be any tanks there. So the stuff that's out there, ain't no tanks, that militarized stuff out there.
Tactics are militarization.
And as we say, just want to make sure I spoke to that. Want to make sure I spoke directly to that because I know a lot of
Everyone, we're just delaying other people speaking. Please let the council member respond. He was called out by name.
And I'm responding too because you called me. I made sure I did respond.
Appreciate that.
And when you say that part, they won't be there. The price of all that stuff, I made sure I went to the mayor. We talked to him. Even though I won't be so. My vote's easy vote, but I went and I had a conversation about some of the misconceptions, some of that misinformation that's out there about that costs too. Ain't none of that stuff going in there because of the price. Anyway, so I want to make sure I said that. Thank you, President.
Tactics are militarization.
Thank you. Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Amy Taylor. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello again. I am Amy Taylor. I live on Key Road within 250 feet of the development, and I am the resident representative of my community, Starlight Heights, on the Community Stakeholders Advisory Committee. I want to make it clear my comments today are my own, and I am only here as a representative of my community, not any organization or committee, including the CSAC. I am a property owner, just like the City of Atlanta. Unlike the City of Atlanta, I would not be allowed to set up surveillance and terrorize my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood you are making decisions about, and I'm already tired of living in a police occupation. Several of my neighbors and I have endured negative interactions with the police while walking on roads around the property because we don't have sidewalks. As a resident of Key Road, I have been harassed, intimidated, interrogated, followed, and had to tell an officer to turn off his flashing blue lights at 4 in the morning because everybody else was trying to sleep. Of course, he was in his car sleeping just fine. An investigator was sent to my house to get my tag number for absolutely no reason other than I circled the property in my car and took some pictures of the runoff of sediment from the property into Entrenchment Creek. Photos I have on a Google Drive, and I am happy to share with anybody else who wants to see them. They are horrific. And even after the silt fences were fixed and were in compliance, silt is still draining into Entrenchment Creek. The development is in violation of the Clean Water Act, and I have photographic proof. However, the courts, EPD, and seemingly this council failed to acknowledge the environmental impact already taking place. Some opinions of the development believe the police presence will bring increased safety to my neighborhood. Currently, as APD guards the area around the property, on public DeKalb property and out of their jurisdiction, drag racers continue to speed past my house, and I hear gunfire all night long. Yet residents are harassed and interrogated for simply existing in public spaces. The police presence has not deterred the crime in my neighborhood. What it has brought is drama, violence, and a murder scandal. A few months ago, the mayor made a short visit to my neighborhood. He knocked on about 10 to 15 doors and actually spoke to a fraction of those homeowners and renters. I sat him down in my front yard and had a discussion. I would like to present the council with the same questions I asked him. And I would like your answers today. Why is this property so special? Obviously, people want to keep the green space here. You can build or utilize another property. You cannot move the forest. Why not consider other location options? Where is the accountability? Why should I believe anything that has been done on the CSAC won't be changed or expanded upon once the dust settles and no one is no longer watching? What guarantee or compensation is in place for the residents of Starlight Heights and other residents who have invested their lives and savings into their homes? What happens if this development ruins our property values? We heard the promise of a green space before from Atlanta in 2017. What guarantee is there that this isn't another bait and switch for future police training development? And who is going to pay for the additional environmental assessment and development for the rest of the 200 acres?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Devin Barrington Ward. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Again, ain't no crime wave in Atlanta. Can't be. Half of the damn force is down here. But I appreciate that our presence has kept officers off the street because maybe another black person won't get killed today by the police. There are many white people who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberal. That white person that calls themselves a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You see, with the wolf, you know the wolf is coming. You know what the wolf is up to. But you see, with the fox, he has his mouth shaped in such a way that you think it's a smile and you mistake him as a friend. Dustin Hillis and Matt Westmoreland are those white liberals that Malcolm X talked about. They're the white moderates that Dr. King talked about from the jail in Memphis, in Birmingham, excuse me. You know, I ran against, and Matt, I'll deal with you another day. Dustin, though, I ran against you in 2021 after you voted against the reimagining of the Atlanta Police Department under the legislation that Councilmember Antonio Brown introduced. That bill lost by 1 vote. You got on my list on that day. You also got on my list because I continue to have residents come up to me and talk about how you've weaponized code enforcement to take their homes away, and you've given it to the Atlanta Police Foundation. And I want to be very clear. We know what you and your wife have been up to, and I'm sure there's a RICO racketeering case that's right here at City Council and misuse of office. Sir, be clear. I have no intentions to run against you ever again. I have better things to do with my time, but I will make sure, because you introduced this legislation, I will make sure you will not have that seat.
Yes, sir.
For the rest of the folks here on council, I understand y'all need the police because y'all got lawbreakers and criminals all up on this council. Y'all need therapy because you continue. Y'all need therapy because you continue to project your dysfunction onto the rest of us. And y'all need Jesus.
Time is
not
expired.
white Jesus.
Thank
you need
you.
black Jesus.
Time
the
is expired.
The abolitionist. The one that would come up in here like it's the temple and would tear tables up and would flog y'all.
Time
for
is
the
expired.
misuse of power against the people that he even trusted you
Mr.
all to
Barrington
serve.
Ward, time
You
is
all should be
expired.
ashamed.
Time is expired.
And the fact that y'all are allowing yourselves
Please let
to be
everybody else
taken
speak
for a
today,
ride
Mr.
by this
Barrington
mayor is insanity.
Mr. Barrington Moore, time is expired.
Insanity. I'll yield now.
Time is expired. Thank you. Next is, let's keep moving. We got a lot of folks. Next is Kyle Lamont. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
We know, Dustin. We know how you tried to gentrify the city with your office.
Mr. Ward, you've had your time. You've had your time. Mr. Ward, you've had your time.
Mr. Ward, thank you. I brought my passport today because I drove 5 minutes to get here. I'm a community leader and advocate, so I'm here to go against the narrative that is all outsiders here to protest against Cop City. Atlanta, the city in the forest. Atlanta, home of the civil rights movement. Atlanta, home of social change. Atlanta, home of the largest black LGBTQI community in the world. Atlanta, home of the most black businesses per capita anywhere. Today, we will send a message that anywhere black and brown people find a safe haven, they must be policed. Not only must they be policed, but they will have it done with the largest facility in America. Today, you will write the playbook for the world to follow for the continued destruction of black bodies, of precious black lives. Today, you will send a message that it must be done at any cost. Whether you destroy a forest or whether you completely ignore the voices of your community. Do I really need to spend time lecturing the elected on environmental injustices that already exist in our communities? Do I really need to spend time lecturing elected officials on the multitude of ways that this will continue to exasperate environmental issues? The people in this room by far are young, and we will be your constituents for generations to come, and our memories will not be short. Matt Westmoreland, you consider yourself a member of the LGBTQI community. Stop taking pictures with us and start voting with us.
Y'all, every time we cheer, we just take longer. We've got over 200 people who are waiting to speak, so let's keep moving. Ibrima and Bowie, you have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do have to remind you once again that my name is pronounced Ibrahim Mbo.
Thank you.
Yeah, he should be familiar. You know, it's the name of your patron saint, Saint Abraham, first, father of all three religions, Ibrahim Mbo. So just clarifying that once again. Now, I like to start by saying I'm glad to feel enamored and loved by all the people here who finally have a chance to speak up against this injustice which you people continuously push on us. I feel this annoyance every time I stand up here and I see one of you looking away, looking at your phones, enjoying your snacks or whatever else nonsense you have to do. It's a ridiculous clown and pony show. At least this time you had the self-respect not to put the minstrel show in front of me. Instead, you had them come up and pretend to be one of us and talk up with us. But, for the sake of civility, which I know you guys love to pretend like you have, I'll be civil with you and say this. Civil disobedience is a lie that you have manufactured to make us feel as though the only way to act within a system is to use our words when you guys use violence against us. Understand this. Martin Luther King said that rioting is the voice of the people who are unheard. And you are not hearing us. You have deafened yourself to us continuously. Every single day I see you. You do not hear us. I am speaking and you do not hear me. And I want you to see me. I want you to look at me and I want you to see me. I want you to use all 5 senses to experience what I'm saying to you. You do not care about the city of Atlanta. You simply do not. There are only 2 choices here. Sending back is not an option. You have yes or no. This is not a third option thing. This is not a binary. We are not giving you the choice to step back. We are giving you the chance to say yes or no. And if you do not say no, you are not with us, you are against us. And we will remember that. We will continue to remember that. This unending need for the sense of decorum is ridiculous to me. Where's the decorum where cops shoot people? Where's the decorum when I step up and you mispronounce my name? Where's the decorum there? There is no decorum. There is no civility, and there is no justice. The Atlanta City Council has continued to fail us, and it will continue to fail us if you vote yes. And we will remember this failure. It will be the first failure of, well, not the first. It will be one of the many failures that you have given us. And it'll be, well, let me give you another example, actually. When I came in here, right, I was told that we're not allowed to bring liquids. And I find that very interesting because what particular danger do liquids have to you guys in particular? What, you worry about an acid attack? Oh, my fault. Yeah. I think the bigger danger that the liquids actually hold is the nourishment that it supplies us, the water that it gives us, and the energy that it'll provide to us when we step up to you and use our voices against you. Even now, I can't use my voice to its full capacity because I've been dehydrated for nearly 4 hours. And I imagine many other people have been like that too. We have been dehydrated, not only physically, but mentally too. We've been dehydrated by this council, we've been dehydrated by the police department, and we have been continuously dehydrated by the injustice that we experience every single day. The police department is not justice. These laws are not justice. There used to be a time in this country where the laws of slavery were justice. Would you consider that justice? I wouldn't. You have to take a deep look into the systems that we exist into. There is no binary. Cops are not the good guys. They aren't. I know you guys like to play cops and robbers when you were younger. I know many of you have. I know many have gone to college, probably got law professions and understood the history of this nation. So I do not need to explain to you the history of materialism. I do not need to explain to you the history of racism. And I do not need to explain to you the history of justice. I won't explain it to you. I simply won't. It's not my job. But I will tell you how you can act on justice today. Vote no. It's not difficult. You have it right in front of you. You have yes or no. And if you continue to not say no, just know you do not stand with justice. You do not stand with us. You have failed us over and over and over again, and I'm begging and pleading on my knees. One time, make the right decision. Stand with the people of Atlanta and stand with us, please.
Thank you. Next group, this is 49 through 56. Cleos Trebakis, Alan Peterson, Tim Jewett, Susie Duran, Marianne Ahmad, Alexander Panavka, and Barry Lee. I'm trying to get better.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Councilman Bakhtiari.
I am very sorry for the fact that y'all are not able to bring liquids in today, but I do want to say we contacted Watershed and there was a pallet brought. So if you are thirsty, there's water at the bottom of the stairs and we just brought water out into this area right here if you are thirsty. So I apologize again. So
thank you. Cleos Trebakis. Cleos Trebakis. Alan Peterson.
They made water available to everyone outside.
You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, they turned the pond back on.
Council members, hi, I'm Alan Peterson. I'm an 18-year Atlantan and a small business owner here in Atlanta. I love Atlanta, and I do not want our police force, to be further militarized. City council members, the word is out. The everyday people of Atlanta are overwhelmingly opposed to this incredibly wasteful and unjust training facility. I'm not talking about out-of-state billionaires here, but everyday voting Atlantans. City council members, represent us. You might look at this group of people and think that we all walked in here after camping in the Weelaunee Forest, but that is not true. We live here. Your district's city council members are not as pro-cop as you seem to think they are. Listen to us. Listen to the Atlantans that you should be representing. It's widespread agreement. The word about this facility is out. The news, the truth about this facility is out, and everyday Atlantans see it as the most profoundly corrupt measure of our lifetimes. The word is out, and the more people know about this deal, the more people recognize how bad it is. Don't throw good money after bad. Don't throw millions upon double millions of good money at this wasteful and unjust facility that the everyday voting people of Atlanta do not want. You've seen and heard today how frustrated everyday Atlantans are that you are not listening to them. Council members Bakhtiari and Westmoreland, I saw you in my neighborhood this weekend at the Neighbor in Need Gala. That kind of contribution to our community is the kind of contribution that we need, the kind of investment in the community that we need, not wasting millions on militarizing our police force. That was a feel-good moment, but this is far more important because it will have far greater impact. The wrong direction is Cop City, and everyone knows it. You can't whitewash this to make it okay.
Time has expired. Tim Jewett, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
This thing bend? Oh, it does. Hello, beautiful people of Atlanta. I might be a little older and more cynical than some of you, but I don't believe that the people who make decisions in Atlanta are in this room today. I didn't come to face a government that turns its backs on its people. So, I've heard they've been in here bored all day, whatever. So a little bit about me. I've lived here just under a year. I'm registered to vote in Georgia. I live in the Old Fourth Ward. I have a job in East Point, commute there, so I don't know whether I'm a local, an outsider, whether I agitate people or not. But I came here today to talk to you people. I took the day off of work today. There's no place I'd rather be on this planet. And it's because of you. Now, I'm sorry that, we're here because of the fascists. And, it's true. At least they're good at organizing a few people. I came in the spirit of one of the people I consider my ancestors, Bertrand Russell, great philosopher from the 20th century. You are the beautiful people. You're the people that woke up this morning with your hearts full of joy. You're the people that are here with love in your hearts. You're here, the people that are creative and can imagine a better way. And it's frustrating because at every turn, your whole lives, people have been fighting you step by step. This is just another example of that right here. So I just want to say I love you. Thank you for honoring me with your presence. People know more about this subject than anyone else, and they're not, like I said, the people who are making the decisions, they're not in this room. And I appreciate your efforts and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be, let me just check. Did Cleo Strabakis make it in the room? No. Susie Duran, you'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. I'm not sure. I think it's supposed to be 10 minutes for other folks seated.
I don't think so. I found up to 8.
Okay.
I'll look through while you're looking.
Thank you. I am tired. I am so tired. Emotionally tired. Physically tired because I'm also disabled. I am so tired. My name is Susie Duran. I'm an Atlanta resident and very recent Georgia State graduate with an economics degree, so I know a little something. I'm also an organizer. I also happen to be the chair of the Atlanta chapter of the National Lawyers Guild. I have been a member and trained legal observer with the National Lawyers Guild for the past almost 7 years in this city of Atlanta. And this is since I've moved to Atlanta from Marietta 7 years ago. If the Atlanta Police Foundation has threatened you or your family in exchange to support Cop City, please blink twice. Because I cannot think of any other logical explanation. For those unfamiliar with the National Lawyers Guild, we are the nation's oldest and most progressive bar association in the country. We were also the first to be racially integrated. We were founded in 1937, organizing unions, and we've since stood on the right side of history with a rich and noble history of being at the forefront of movements for social change. And being on the right side of history, it has always sided with the people and with movements.
I know there's nothing you can do about it.
The National Lawyers Guild is a progressive bar association, not just limited to lawyers, but law students, jail workers, legal workers. And if any of y'all want to help me legal observe, we can welcome you too. We are 100% grassroots and member-based and member-funded only organization. We don't take money from anything or anybody else. With chapters all over the country, including the city of Atlanta, UGA Law Chapter, Emory Law Chapter, and Georgia State Law Chapters. The NLG has organized labor unions, supported the New Deal policies when the American Bar Association was against it, and we even prosecuted Nazis at Nuremberg. The NLG has represented Vietnam War drafters, FBI targeted members of the Black Panther Party, the American Indian movement, and the Puerto Rican independence movement, and helped expose illegal FBI and CIA surveillance, infiltration, and disruption tactics. We are no stranger to state-sponsored political repression. That is our history, that is our origin. Specifically though, our mass defense and legal observer programs, we are proud to protect protesters on the streets and in the courtrooms, aiding countless movements in their work towards justice. And the idea of a legal observer, the idea of community members watching the police in their neighborhoods, originated from the Black Power movement. It was when the Black Panther Party in 1966 decided to patrol the Oakland Police Department. Since then, something kind of like Cop Watch came about, and that exists to this day. There's Atlanta Cop Watch in the city too. And being a bar association with the National Lawyers Guild did was they took components of that Cop Watch program that originated from the Black Panther Party and the Black Power movement, and we did like a little, legal spin-off kind of thing. As a legal observer, we are trained to observe, document police activity in the streets. The National Lawyers Guild, legal observers, all in lawyers, have also developed innovative legal strategies that have completely transformed human rights in courtrooms, not just in this country, but all over the world. Today, legal observing is a distinct practice from Cop Watch, and legal observing acts as a direct form of protester legal support, connecting activists to a much bigger support infrastructure made up of arrest hotlines, jail support teams, community bail funds, legal defense funds, attorney referral networks, and more. I joined the National Lawyers Guild as a legal worker in 2016 when I moved to Atlanta from Marietta. That's the same year the Atlanta Solidarity Fund was started to provide to protesters support for those who were arrested and repressed by local police, namely the Atlanta Police Department. But before the Atlanta Solidarity Fund in 2016, those organizers, the ones y'all swatted and arrested, and one of them couldn't get their medications and is disabled and was left there for 3 days, they had already been running jail support and hotlines for folks even before ASF was formal or official, even named that way. By running the jail support hotline, Atlanta residents can feel assured that they have resources when they write the number on their arms. In fact, there was a moment during the civil rights movement in the 1960s in the South when writing down the phone number of a local National Lawyers Guild chapter or lawyer on an arm or wrist came to be a routine precaution before any demonstration. It was like wearing comfortable shoes or bringing a lemon to ward off the worst effects of tear gas. And it was a time when taking to the street was becoming the new normal, and encounters with law enforcement was an increasingly common occurrence, and any experienced protester knew that it was wise to have rapid access to legal first aid that they could trust. And it's a shame that 70 years later, we still do that. Legal observing is a constitutionally protected right and is also firmly enshrined as an international human right. And even prior to the full construction, Cop City has already proven to be a source of violence, oppression, militarized approaches to civilians, unconstitutional activity, and economic and environmental disaster. And earlier this year, to advance the Cop City, y'all arrested one of my legal observers. And that's not the first time Atlanta police has done that. It's not the first time legal observers have been detained, targeted, harassed, arrested, violated physically for observing police activity, violence, and state repression of social justice movements here in our very own city. The Atlanta Police Department has targeted Atlanta National Lawyers Guild legal observers before. Arresting a legal observer at a Fight for 15 rally in Atlanta? Atlanta Police Department threw a tear gas canister at my feet when I had my legal observer hat on, when I was filming police activity in the summer of 2020. That was the first time I had ever had tear gas exposure. I was blind the entire night because I didn't think I was gonna get tear gas, and I wore contacts. All I could do was hold my phone like this and hope I was filming something. And then a couple days later, Atlanta police said, arrest those two. And those two were two other legal observers. And there's one other thing I do want to make sure I bring up, because I hear a lot about outside agitators, Twitter activists, and words like culture vultures that hurt very deeply. You know, I wasn't born or raised in Atlanta. My parents relocated to Marietta following the 1996 Olympic construction boom. They were farm workers from Mexico, and I still have family members who are farm workers, and my dad was a construction worker, and he worked on the scaffold all over Metro Atlanta, Chamblee, Buckhead, downtown, until he fell off and broke his back and was temporarily paralyzed. I may not have been born and raised in this city, but I'm not an outside agitator. We're immigrants. We're not Twitter activists. I don't have to have been born and raised here. But I wasn't born and raised here, but my DNA is an infrastructure of this city by way of my father's blood and sweat.
Time's expired.
Y'all have to know that the police, every time I legal observe,
Thank
snark
you.
comments, mockery, it is all
Time's
becoming
expired.
unprofessional
Thank you.
and not necessary.
Next is Miriam Ahmad. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Ooh, dang, that messed me up. Hey, my name is Mariam Ahmad. I was born and raised here, and I live within 5 miles of the proposed site of Cop City, the same place where Emmanuel was brutally murdered by police. No officers have been held accountable. There's no justice for Tort's family. I've seen this happen way too many times here. Our narratives are always falsified to fit corporations and politicians' interests. We have been telling you we do not want Cop City for years. Cop City is extremely dangerous for us all. This is not a public safety training center. This is not for our safety. The original plans included military-grade training facilities and even a Black Hawk helicopter landing pad. Those are things to prepare for war. And clearly the only ones that are preparing for war are war on us. The police in Atlanta already participate in Gilly, so they train with a military that is known for excessive force, responsible for war crimes such as the murder of innocent civilians, including children, thousands and thousands of children. This is the same training that they want to continue at Cop City. I'm a public health professional. The American Public Health Association has declared police violence a public health issue in need of public health solutions. Public health is about prevention. Saying no to Cop City today will be an important piece in violence prevention in our community. The city council members that voted yes last time could have prevented violence that happened to Tort. Cop City is extremely detrimental to our health. We need to focus on communities' health determinants, which include fresh food, clean water, safety, real safety, transportation, education, jobs opportunities, housing, green space, mental and physical health care. Instead of building healthier communities, we are struggling for basic necessities like housing. We already have a weak public health infrastructure, which became even more obvious during COVID. The director of the World Health Organization recently warned that we need to prepare for the next pandemic, which will be even deadlier. We have to put our public funds towards our health and not towards our destruction. Stop Cop City now. Vote no.
Thank you. Next is Alexander Panovka. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex. I'm 22 years old and I've lived in Atlanta my whole life. So I'd like to discuss this document, which is the Atlanta City Design. This is a document that was adopted into the city charter in 2017, and I believe that 6 of the current city council members, as well as Mayor Andre Dickens, worked with this document. So I'd like to talk about how Cop City portrays and contradicts the vision for a better Atlanta that was established with the design here. So I'd first like to talk about the design for nature. The city said, "Will protect the enduring and irreplaceable green lungs of Atlanta." The green lungs are 4 heavily forested areas that provide key environmental, social, and economic benefits to the city. One of these areas is the South River Forest, the site of Cop City. And while the planning department has labeled the forest as the last chance for a massive urban park, Cop City would remove many acres of forested land and effectively kill that plan. The design also promises to connect the park to a massive citywide trail network. It acknowledges that the ability to escape into nature is essential for our physical and mental health. The construction of this facility will end any aspirations for that park. It would take away people's ability to enjoy what remains of the natural forest. Communities that fear police violence will not be able to relax in a park that is so close to a police shooting range. Funding Cop City will also undermine the Atlanta City design's ambitions to improve equity and equality. South Atlanta's low-income communities will lose the environmental and social benefits of the park while being burdened with other environmentally harmful sites. And while Atlanta likes to pride itself on core values including equity, progress, ambition, access to nature, this facility contradicts each of those core values. And I'd like to end by saying that the proposal for a militarized police training center is not progressive or ambitious. It's been tried many times, and a better future would involve investing in housing, transportation, healthcare, and green space.
Next up is Barry Lee. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Are we ready?
Yes.
All right. My name is Barry Lee, and I am an artist here in Atlanta, and I have been living in this city for almost 15 years. I am deaf and rely on a hearing aid to communicate with others. I am here today because I am urging you to stop Cop City and allocate the proposed funds toward creating better accessibility for the city of Atlanta. I have gone through a few instances with police officers in routine traffic stops where as soon as I asked to repeat something because I'm deaf, the officer would get really irate with me, where I would have to be the one to de-escalate those situations and say, I'm deaf, I can't hear you. In one instance, an officer thought I was drunk at 10 a.m. in the morning because of slurring speech due to my deafness and the braces that I had on my teeth at the time. I was sober and a teenager, just trying to go to a friend's house, when I was forced to take a breathalyzer test because the officer refused to believe me due to my speech differences. The National Council on Independent Living stated, throughout history, deaf and disabled people have been criminalized for their mere existence. The relationship between deaf and disabled people in the U.S. criminal and medical system begins with filthy institutions, isolation, experiments, pity, murder, jails, and prisons. Additionally, people with disabilities, particularly those living on the margins of race and gender identity, are far more likely to face police brutality. It was disturbing to learn that Adele, one of the 3 arrested in connection with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, who was disabled, had to be put in solitary confinement in the jail because they had to use metal crutches to walk, pre and post bond. And y'all knew y'all were going to arrest this person. According to a statement against Cop City, released by New Disabled South Rising, studies have found that half of people killed by police in the United States have a disability. A fact emphasized by the reality of compliance culture in policing, which endangers the lives of disabled people and disproportionately targets Black Americans with disabilities. Anthony Hill, Matthew Zadok Williams, Shukri Ali Said, Scout Schultz, Brianna Greer. These are just a few names of disabled people killed by police here in Georgia. Urbanize Atlanta shared the city is currently facing an estimated $3 billion infrastructure backlog, meaning Atlanta is sorely lacking resources to make our city accessible, which includes improved sidewalks, bike lanes, paved nature trails, crosswalks, traffic signals, or bridge upgrades. You are already failing the disability community with your lack of care regarding the pandemic that is still actively killing members of our community. You are already failing the disability community to make sure that Atlanta is accessible for all to exist in. Even coming to last public comment, it was disappointing not to see an ASL interpreter in this building. As you can see, I had to bring an ASL interpreter because y'all don't give a damn about disabled people. DeKalb County Board of Commissioners hires ASL interpreters. Why don't you? Disabled people are a part of the Atlanta community. This facility won't make our community safer. It will tear them apart. Why aren't you putting these funds into making Atlanta a more accessible place that actually helps communities flourish? Instead of using these funds to destroy, traumatize, and provoke violence against vulnerable communities at the hands of police. This proposed facility only furthers the unnecessary violence against our community members. Shouldn't towards death have been enough for you to look into your own conscience to withdraw your support for this facility? Or are most of you in such a codependent relationship with Brian Kemp, the cops, and corporations, or, excuse me, I should call those corporations outside agitators, that you are just too afraid to speak towards name? If you vote for these funds to be used toward this facility, don't go crying about Brian when he tries to pass bills harming vulnerable communities that would have cops who would be trained in this facility enacting violence on these vulnerable communities. Your vote would play a complicit hand in future repression, the repression you all claim to be against. The repression that is actively happening right now here in Georgia. We are offering solutions and alternatives. You just aren't listening. You work for us, not the cops or corporations. We don't want our tax dollars to fund more violence in the hands of the state. And it was atrocious this morning when I arrived here at 8:30 in the morning to do my public duty, and they told us we couldn't be here until 11:15. That is deeply inaccessible. And it's also inaccessible that we can't have liquids in here. My voice is perched. There are people who need water. We're humans. Y'all are drinking water up here? Stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group. The next group of folks to speak, Erica Mead, Noah Grigney. Oh, Councilmember Bond. Sorry.
I just wanted to respond on a point of order to the gentleman. Last term, I authored legislation to make sure that we had interpreters and a means for those who are disabled to hear our meetings. And it was the case for a while, but I apologize to you. Someone you need to get with Channel 26 to see why it's not occurring now. But the city has already acted to do that 2 or 3 years ago.
Thank you. Next group of speakers, Erica Mead, Noah Grigney, Tanya Washington, Allison Johnson, Ron Shakir, Tim Franzen, Fig White, Melina Abdullah, Reverend Yearwood, and Mark Thompson. And I also would just, for those who are outside, there are seats in the chamber. If you would like to come in, there is room for folks to come in, but I know pizza was delivered in the atrium, so many people are out eating at the moment, but we do have seats available inside the chamber. Erica Mead. Noah Grigney. You have up to 2 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Erica.
You'll have up to 6 minutes.
Oh, 6 minutes? Okay. Hello, how are y'all today? My name is Erica. I'm a resident of District 1. And I just want to say, Dustin Hillis, I want you to look like a council member in a chamber and not a teenager in an SAT tutoring class, please. Now, I need y'all to forget your personal beliefs on what police in Atlanta should look like. I call upon you to put aside your convictions on what the fate of the South River Forest should be. Do not base your vote on what you believe should happen, but base it on the undeniable fate of democracy. I'm a member of Neighborhood Zone NPUW. All of the neighborhood commissions voted against the creation of this so-called public safety center. Regardless of if you believe the site to be beneficial, those most geographically close said no. Democracy is a wave and it cannot be stopped. The police cannot be only inwardly accountable. The police of Atlanta cannot base their endeavors on funds which originate from private origin, 60 million of which will come from corporate donors through the APF. In spite of this blatant blasphemy to democracy, your vote has the power to be the arm of collective choice. Step out of line with the millionaires of the few of this great city and walk in step with the many of this land who are the workers, the mothers, and the everyday folks. As the city of Atlanta has proclaimed, when I first came in to speak to y'all, there was mid-May when y'all proposed the budget. It was the week to honor public safety workers. It's now a little bit later, but what better use to put these funds towards than to actually honor our public safety workers and not just give them a pledge that you will. The money cannot be transferred today, but the money that y'all might put to Cop City could clean the royally littered streets of Five Points and turn our MARTA stations into transit centers of world-class quality. The urine-soaked elevators serve as proof that that is not the case. Have y'all ever seen so many people show up for public comment? We are here to raise our voice. We are here to let democracy ring at a deafening decibel. We know that you can hear us. Stand with democracy. We command you and the City Council, vote against this $67 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Noah Grigney. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
They paved paradise, put up a city for cops. With a shooting range and a fake bar on a fake block. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, put up a city for cops. They took all the trees, locked them in a tree jail. Gave them DT charges, 50 years, no bail. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, left their people to rot. Hey, City Council, cancel that fascist lease. You can still choose to listen, just leave us our beautiful trees. Please, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Save paradise, we don't need no city for cops. Jan 18th, we heard 57 shots. And our dear friend was murdered by those cops. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Save paradise, someone please make it stop. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till
Time's
it's
expired.
gone?
Thank you. Next up will be Tanya Washington. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, City Council. My name's Tanya Washington. I signed in my personal capacity a letter of support for the Stop Cop City movement with faculty colleagues from Georgia State, Emory, and the AU Center. I did so because it's wrong. It's wrong on so many counts. It's wrong on process. It's wrong on policy. It's wrong on the fiscal investment. It's wrong on community engagement. It's wrong on the politics. And so I know this is a really big deal. This is a really big vote for this council to make. It kind of reminds me of the Gulch, where you guys were given 2 or 3 days to read a 500 or 600 page document with lots of details that City Council didn't have the opportunity to consider. This is a legislative body whose responsibility is to reflect the will of the constituents you represent. So I know it could be scary to vote against this, but if you can't vote no, just vote for it to go back to committee so we can explore the details, the additional details that are surfacing about how much it's going to cost, whether the lease agreement is procedurally sound or flawed. Send it back to committee. That doesn't mean you're taking on the powers that be that want this to happen, but it does mean you're adhering to your responsibility to your constituents. People have been here since 7 o'clock in the morning because this is a really big deal. Take the additional time, give yourselves the space and grace to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Allison Johnson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah. Hello. So I do want to just start with power concedes nothing without demand. Never has, and it never will. I also do want to talk about what's happening with Cop City. That we as a city, as the cradle of civil rights, that we will allow or prioritize militarization over housing. We know even in our own households, our budgets are connected to our values. And we can see what's happening in this budget that's coming up. Atlanta is the second city in the nation with the highest amounts of rents increase, no wages increase. So I would think that we would have our priorities set on something totally different. I also want to acknowledge to the fact and thank some of you for working to create something that's supposed to be of service to the residents in the city of Atlanta around the Housing Help Center. But it doesn't go far enough. There are no tangibles in it. We haven't seen the budget. So I would ask that those monies and dollars that have been allocated, $600,000 to the Help Housing Center, that it comes to us so that we can also see it and review it. And I also ask that the budget, particularly with the Housing Trust Fund, that's a major priority over what's happening today. That we have more money coming in that trust fund, because if we don't, we'll all be living in Cop City. But I do want to also say, now is the time to do the right thing. We don't have another time. We can't regrow land.
Thank you. Next will be Ron Shakur. Ron Shakur. Next speaker is Ron Shakur. You have up to 2 minutes.
Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. Atlanta's that special place. Atlanta's the place where people have come because they saw leaders that led the way. Atlanta is that special place where Morehouse, Morris Brown, Clark College, Spelman College came up, and they came up on not so equal land. But I am so glad that I came here a couple weeks ago, or saw it on TV, where Emory, I believe Georgia Tech might have, but the citizens across this city have stood up and said no to Cop City. Atlanta matters. Where would we be without an SCLC? What would Martin Luther King be on this vote? Where would Emma Darnell and the black leaders be on this vote? Where is the Julian Bond? Where would he be on this vote? Where would he stand? Where would Mr. Boone stand on this vote? They was down in the hallway as far as celebrating black history and black voices. The voices need to be clear today that Atlanta is not the city to be identified with military action or police cities. We know the history of black Atlanta. Atlanta means something to black communities all over the world. This city was not too long ago where black officers could not dress or change clothes except they do it in a separate place. We stand for right public processes, especially for polices. Our community need polices. Every community need polices, but we do not need the resources to this amount. We need what Martin Luther King said, let us invest the right way into what our city needs, and that does not need materialism, military action, or more police. We need resources that go to the cause of making the humanity better. Humanity.
Time has expired, Mr. Shakur. Time has expired, Mr. Shakur. Respect the other speakers, please. Thank you. Tim Franzen, you have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
All right, good afternoon, y'all. I got some stream of consciousness chicken scratch here that I'm going to work through with y'all. My name is Tim Franzen. I'm with American Friends Service Committee. I'm the Atlanta Economic Justice Program Director. And we've been doing a lot recently around this issue. And I just want to call out a couple of council members, not in a negative way, just some information. Jason Winston, how you doing? We don't know each other real well. I want to let you know that we had about 2,000 people, we knocked on 2,000 voters in your district in the last 2 weeks. And we had 2/3 of them were against the thing, totally against it. And a lot of them said they had already called you. And you're like, nah, I'm doing it anyways. I also want to say that 100%, and this is very rare, 100% of people that we talked to that were aware of Cop City from a media report were against it immediately. Never seen anything like it. I hope you're listening. Byron, Councilman Amos, I have not had an opportunity to get to know you, but I've heard good things. I've heard that you were really advocating for the tenant advocacy office to maybe even be in your district. And that would be an amazing development, a place where tenants can go and complain and have accountability for HUD. It's something that we need. I've also heard that you were maybe going to vote no, maybe yes, man, or back and forth. And I know that you brought up, I know that Katherine Johnson happened in your district. And that's a consequence of overly militarized police. And I just hope that you'll hold that on your heart and think about it. Have an open mind. Marcy, did we do it today? I mean, this is, last time you said not quite historic. This is, right? This is the biggest one since you've been around. Come on, Marcy, give it to us. Thank you. You know, I think I know where you're at on this, but I came in with a lot of optimism. And, I had this thought at the Finance Committee.
Time has expired.
There was a lot of
2 more minutes. Apologies.
Thank you. Can I have the 2 more minutes? There was a lot of people that were throwing shade on you, and I know that don't make you happy, but somebody said in the middle of that when they were criticizing, but she's so pretty, and I just saw your face light up, And for the rest of the comment, and that is optimism if I've ever seen it. To be taking all this stuff and then to find something to smile about. I came in with that kind of optimism. I thought of you when I came in today. I want that kind of optimism that it's possible. And I really want to thank Council People Bond, Boone, and Bakhtiari. Y'all might have stopped a riot. You know, you guys are human beings. I hope everybody knows that y'all are human beings. But everybody out there is human beings too. And they showed up as early as 8, 9, 10 o'clock to get in line to speak to an office, to City Hall that was locked to them. The door it wasn't supposed to be, no announcement. And then we were told we couldn't have food and water. We had to fight for hours for food and water. And it wasn't until council members came down and forced food and water in. It almost like you want something crazy to happen, right? I mean, Mary, we want to make sure people are fed, right? You don't want to have a riot. You know, we've been really working hard to get folks committed to a political solution, a nonviolent solution. And I am amazed that all these young folks that have grown up with climate change anxiety have been down to take this disciplined direction. Let us have a shot at it. Today I'm asking you guys to send it back to committee. I know that this is a way out for you guys that feel forced to vote yes. Give us some time, give us some grace. Give us some time to create and imagine new solutions. Vote no.
Thank you. Next will be Fig White. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name's Fig White. I'm with Housing Justice League, and I first wanted to honor the lives of Jimmy Atchison, Matthew Zadok Williams, Jamarian Robinson, Manuel Turan, and LaShawn Thompson, who have all died at the hands of police, tragically and violently at the hands of police, just in the state of Georgia, in the greater Atlanta area. I wanted to emphasize the need for funding for housing, and I think that these funds could be greatly used for affordable housing in the city of Atlanta. I just wanted to highlight the research done around Housing First initiatives done around the U.S. and some out of the country as well. And this is immediate access to subsidized housing with no stipulations like sobriety or anything like that has shown strong evidence over decades of research that it led to a quicker exit of homelessness and greater housing stability over time, with a 73% success rate versus a 32% success rate, which is what we currently have with, forcing people to get sober before they can access housing. This saves tens of thousands of dollars each year in emergency department services like ER visits and jail sentences. So this would be better for the city budget over a long term. Housing Justice League has touched on many different solutions to the affordable housing crisis that we have in the city of Atlanta. I think that, where was I going with that? We just need affordable housing. Like, I think the people who are most affected by, just being low income and trying to access housing, you issue them housing choice vouchers, but they can't use them anywhere because no one will accept them. So people are getting pushed further and further out of the Atlanta area, and these people are, they're Atlanta citizens, like they're Atlanta residents. They've been here for decades. Like their parents have been here, their grandparents have been here, and they're being pushed out of the city, and it's not fair. Thank you.
Next is Melina Abdullah. Reverend Yearwood. Oh. Sorry, are you Melina Abdullah? Right, you have up to 2 minutes.
So my name is Melina Abdullah with Black Lives Matter Grassroots. I'm here from Los Angeles. I got off a plane at 2 a.m. leaving my 3 children with a care provider. I am what you would call an outside agitator. But I bet you wouldn't call Dr. Martin Luther King an outside agitator. Martin Luther King, who went to Montgomery, Alabama to lead the Montgomery bus boycott. Martin Luther King, who went to Chicago for the Poor People's Campaign. Martin Luther King, who went to Memphis to work with black workers. I bet you wouldn't call your daddy an outside agitator who participated in sit-ins and freedom rides and freedom summers. See, we know as black people, as black organizers, our freedom is bound up one with another. And so when Queen Yonajaha, when community movement builders alert us to what's happening in Atlanta, we fly from Los Angeles and leave our children and do the work that's required for black freedom. We also remember that the war is also being declared on us. What you're planning to do with Cop City affects me and my children. And so there is nothing more dangerous than pretending that we live at peace when you've declared war on us, when you have literally stolen lives. We say his name, Tortuguita. We say his name. When you are claiming prisoners of war, war has been declared on us, and we will fight back. We will fight back. We are fighting back. Finally, I want to uplift that budgets are moral and ethical documents, and they're zero-sum games. So if you spend $67 million on Cop City, you are not supporting housing or mental health care or resources for community. We say stop Cop City.
Thank you.
Stop Cop City.
Thank you.
Do the right thing and stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Reverend Yearwood. Next is Reverend Yearwood. Due to yield the time, you have up to 4 minutes. Councilor Bond? Sorry, Reverend Yearwood, hold just a moment.
No problem. Thank you. I just want to say for the record, I've never referred to protesters as outside agitators. When I was arrested protesting apartheid, I would have been considered an outside agitator when I was arrested. And I would just ask for the courtesy as we respect the Muskogee ancestors, if you would respect my ancestor, that you would respect my father. Thank you. And he just as we all hold those who've gone before us in dear care, if you want to criticize someone, please criticize me and don't invoke my father's memory, please. Okay.
Chance to speak. Please let Councilmember Bond speak.
I didn't interrupt any person who spoke or spoke over them. I'm just asking for that same courtesy that we're extending to others. Okay? That's all I've asked for.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Reverend Yearwood, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you so much. My name is Reverend Yearwood. I am the president of the Hip Hop Caucus. In this process, as president of the largest hip hop political organization in the world, I've had a chance to talk with both sides. I've talked with those from the community movement builders. I've talked with activists like Yonazaha. I've talked with forest defenders, and we've had conversations with the mayor's office. We've looked at this issue extensively. We've looked at all angles, so I had the opportunity to sit exactly where you are as the president of the Hip Hop Caucus with that responsibility of what that means. And I can come to you, and hopefully you will come to the same conclusion. Hip Hop Caucus has said no to Cop City. I am also an environmentalist. I was very blessed to be named by this country, the United States of America, in 2015 as a climate hero. And in that process, being called a climate hero, I also wanted to be here because part of my role was to be in Egypt at the climate conference last year, and I will be in Dubai at the climate conference this year, was in Scotland the year before. But you are making my job much harder, because it would be very hard for me to tell the world to be clear on climate justice when we are here in Atlanta and we don't put forth racial justice. It'll be very hard for me to go to the world to explain to them that we understand the climate crisis that we are in, that we understand what we are dealing with. But here we would rather build a facility that is about militarized police instead of building a facility to deal with renewable energy and clean energy and deal with that. It is very hard for that. And with all due respect, I knew your father quite well. And I know this because in 2013, outside the White House, me and him as two black activists made a decision to get arrested outside the White House when President Obama was president. And we made that decision. We linked arms together outside the White House. That was the last time that he was arrested for anything. And when he was arrested for climate justice. And I went to jail with him, and I sat next to him in that jail cell. And I can tell you this, I can't say what he would do, obviously, but I can tell you that he would understand that this is our lunch counter moment for the 21st century. And so as I close, the whole world is watching. What you may not know that today is World Environment Day. And on World Environment Day, they are watching you, your decision. And let me say this on this June 5th of 2023. 100 years from now, on June 5th, 2123, none of us in this room will be here. But we will decide if we'll have some broken down relic that was called Cop City, or we will have clean air and clean water. That is your decision today. Stop Cop City. Stop Cop City. Stop Cop City. Make the right decision today. I know you will, I know you can, and all power to the people.
Time has expired. Next up will be Mark Thompson. Just a note before you start, Mr. Thompson. I've been told that some of the elevators are broken. We are working on those. They've not been shut down. They're actually not working. So I don't know why. I've just been informed of that. So we're trying to get those fixed. You have up to 2 minutes. You have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Reverend Mark Thompson, and I was the founding chair of the Washington, D.C. branch NAACP Metropolitan Police and Criminal Justice Review Task Force. Our task force authored legislation establishing the Office of Police Complaints. We were enlisted by Chief Charles Ramsey at the time to address racist police text messages, and we consulted on establishing new use of force guidelines. We also established a diversity awareness and sensitivity training program at the D.C. Police Academy. In that program, I taught a class entitled The Historical Relationship Between African Americans and Law Enforcement. So while I may be an outsider, I'm one with extensive experience in these matters in another major African American city. The text for my course was Black on Black Violence, the Psychodynamics of Black Self-Annihilation in Service of White Domination, by the renowned clinician, the late Dr. Amos Wilson. He wrote, Black criminality is not accidental, coincidental, or aberrant. He argued that over-policing black communities leads to the criminalization of those communities, justifying oppression, denial of civil and human rights, and racial discrimination. The alleged criminality of the black community is used to rationalize severe police repression and the facilitation of white American economic control of the African American community and the creation of social service and criminal justice industries. Dr. Wilson also wrote, police personnel should be taught to perceive and acquit themselves not as occupiers of the African American community, not as its rulers or as enforcers of quasi-colonial laws, but as its servants and employees. The police and criminal justice establishments must respect the intelligence of the African American community, and its capacity to know how to best solve its own problems. This community has intelligently spoken, and the city leaders should listen. The police treatment of Tortuguita and the Atlanta Solidarity Fund and other activists confirms that the Atlanta police should not be rewarded with their own amusement park. The only police centers that are needed are centers for police de-escalation and demilitarization. And as Atlanta's most famous son, Dr. King himself said, we can never be satisfied as long as we are the victims of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. Atlanta City Council, stop Cop City.
Thank you. Everyone, before I call the next group of speakers, I just want you to know that we've suspended the rules so that more people can speak, but the more that you cheer after every speaker, the longer it goes, and the less that people will be able to speak. So I'm asking you to work together so that we get as many people as quickly as possible so they don't have to go home, so they can speak if they want to. Next group, Marcus Coleman. I believe that's a Monty Benjamin, Kimberly Brooks, Jordan Harmon, Amber Sherman, Curtis Duncan, and DeMonta Barrino. First up will be Marcus Coleman. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
What number you on?
So sorry, we're at 74 through 84.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and Council. I hate that Mr. Bond stepped away. What I was going to say was, Mr. Bond, your father's reputation is impenetrable. It is your legacy that is at question. Let me first start off with giving a salute to the members of Until Freedom, Tamika, my son, Linda, Angelo, who are standing in Louisville today for what would have been and what should have been Breonna Taylor's 30th birthday. And to make matters worse, they are in Louisville giving respect to what we're doing here in Atlanta, so I thought we need to reciprocate that love. You know, we talked about the water, and I know that it's worked out. You can go get some water. But when I first heard that on the news, it made me think about the voter suppression where you can't hand out water to voters in the voting line. A lot of people have spoken. And I'm going to shift my gears. Brother, I promise you, Brother Lewis, Antonio Lewis, Councilman Lewis, I promise you, I had you on my spirit before I came here this morning. I saw you on the news and you were standing with a family that many of us have supported, and you were saying, where are you all at? And I know we got some comrades in common. I hear you on WAOK. I got to say this to you, brother. In 1966 is when the first SWAT unit was created in LAPD. Do you know the definition of a SWAT member? It is a paramilitary officer. As soon as the SWAT, and I'm telling this to you, brother, because I see you in a lot of good places, that you got to be armed with the truth. As soon as SWAT units were erected, that militarized every police department that has one. A SWAT member is not only a paramilitary officer, but that paramilitary officer is armed with weaponry and strategy from the military, making it a militarized police department. Baby boo-boo, boom com pont savant. I'm not just throwing up a t-shirt because I like this hideous picture of this 19-month-old toddler. I happen to lead the charge of this state's largest, most high-profile demilitarization of police case, where Habersham County blew up a toddler by throwing in a flashbang grenade, which at Cop City, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of that bombs going off, plenty of that action. And furthermore, flashbang grenades weren't created for our streets, they were created for war zones abroad. So please, brother, please don't make that mistake again. Militarized A militarized training compound is exactly what this is. It's funny that that $36 million was an oversight. I think what was it being called? A message blunder? Well, sending it back to committee is something that I definitely support for those of you who don't have the courage to say, hey, I just want to stop it. But send it back to committee for your fiscal responsibility to your constituents. And no wonder the $36 million was an oversight, because it totally dispels the mayor's Atlanta's safety is our North Star and the minimization of the police involvement in this compound. What do I mean? Because of $36 million, you guys are paying rent to the police foundation. I mean, I don't know any other connection to, but let me make sure I say this, please. To the Atlanta Police Foundation, who was at the middle or bottom of the totem pole until after the summer of 2020. Your existence is merely due to our resistance. The Atlanta Police Foundation was funneled with money on the heels of this uprising. You know, here in Georgia, we're supposed to, protest like nice little boys and girls. We're not supposed to color outside the lines. I'll be honest, there's so much has been said. I mean, my spirit, part of me doesn't even really want to be here. You know why? Because this morning when I came here, I sat by the bedside of Dr. Ambassador Joseph Beasley, who is a dear friend, father figure, mentor of mine. And what's sad is 3 blocks up the road, you've got a global figure who's helped thousands of people, and when he's damn near on his deathbed, his house is empty. If you know Dr. Joseph Beasley or his work, please raise your hand, please. Oh, plenty of you all need to do more studying. Please look up Dr. Beasley. Where are the Senators Warnock and Ossoff in this matter? Here we are running around here, flipping the Congress, making Georgia blue, and a man that I stood shoulder to shoulder with in Warnock, I can't even find him to speak on prison industrial complex. He's using. Now, let me end with this quote from Dr. King, since everybody wants to talk about Dr. King. Dr. King stated that a nation that continuously, year after year, spends more money on military defense than programs of social uplift is headed for spiritual doom. We feel, in closing, like Cop City is a manifestation of that doom, nothing but an academy for assassins. So in the name of Joe Beasley and his pitch and his tone, I will close.
Thank you.
Stop Cop City.
Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you want to respond briefly?
And brother, I appreciate you for directing. And I appreciate the words. I always tell people that when you come to me, make sure you let me know stuff. So I keep my ears all the way open. But it's also my job to sit on this dais and tell the stuff I'm seeing as well. So a lot of misinformations have been told. And when we talk about like how long I've been affected by, in 1990, when a hurricane happened in Miami, they drew people to Atlanta. The Atlanta-Miami drug war happened. My mother was murdered in that war, right there in Dixie Hill, shot over 20 times. That man did 30 years in prison. He came home 3 years ago. He now works for the city somewhere, right? My grandmother told me she felt justice. 1 week ago, I had a niece, Breasia Powell, right? 1 week ago, that's my niece. My dad married her grandmama, so that's my niece. Her mom, my sister, right? And I'm telling you that she was shot. She's a superstar. The community calls her a superstar because she's better than everybody else, right? And we know that we know what just happened over there. So we seeing all this stuff that's going on. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep going even more, because you said the courthouse the other day, right? Nobody showed up. She was in there by herself. 110 shots fired, 76 bullets, 3 flashbang grenades after 90 shots were already fired. There was a comment by the police, let's make sure he's already dead. They then drug him downstairs and left him there for 8 hours. Officers have been charged. This time, I know, I made sure I didn't disrespect you at all. And we come from the same people, so we know let me get to a period like I did you. And so, I would say the officers have been charged with over 13 felonies. And she was in there by herself. She wasn't, because my staff has made sure we've been with her every step of the way. We walking with her every step of the way. I was there. I made sure I let you go to a period. And my staff been there every single step of the way before we was on city council. And so I will say that I was there, and I went into the courtroom with her. I came there before court started, and I was getting there as many times as I could, no matter how busy I was. This was a mother there by herself, black woman, and we got the police. We got them down there. We got them in court, y'all. We typically don't get police officers to go to court charged. And so why she here by herself? And so me saying, hey, y'all, don't leave her down here by herself. That's a real thing. And so I saw why I bring up Miss Pat Breasia. I bring that up for real. Ain't nobody said her name except one person in here, man. That's a real thing to me, because now we had to find a way, we found a way to make sure she was okay. Found a way to make sure her mom okay now. They talking about they got to find a new place to live because it's very dangerous where they at. And so over 100 shots were fired out there at Mays High School. Not nobody talking about it. So I will let you know I'm fully engaged with all this stuff, but I'm listening to everybody too. I appreciate you full out for that, and I can't wait. I know DC gonna lock us in so we can talk after this.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next is Monty Benjamin. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello to everyone here, as well as the members that are here to support stopping Cop City. I'm standing before you all as an example in the end results of the culture as well as the studious outrage of justice when it applies to law enforcement. Again, to me, being a mother of a son who lost his life at the hands of law enforcement, my tone with this is the pettiness of distinguishing militarized as opposed to public safety and all the above. My thing is with this whole issue of Cop City, I am not negative cop. I come from a family that's enforced with law enforcement. My brother-in-law worked for the Secret Service. One actually worked for the military police, and one also in law enforcement in my local town. I am a resident here of the Metro Atlanta area. What I will say is my thoughts on Cop City is all of this money is being put into a structure, into a building, into an entity, whereas it should be put into, whereas we have the issues of community issues, homelessness. Prior to losing my son, I was a part of a lot of those organizations that was reaching out to the families that live in the communities where it has presently been gentrified, where you had elderly people put out on the street, not knowing where they're going to go, not knowing where they're going to live. So my thoughts is this, not only that, also knowing a lot of individuals who were killed by law enforcement due to mental issues. And to me, it's losing sight on public safety, whereas they are becoming more of the villains than actually the solution to the cause. And also with me saying this is, David's father also was in law enforcement. But what I want to speak about with them building this public safety, they also need to look at the entity or the individual, the individual and their implicit biases. We could talk all day about getting a building. We could talk all day about building facility. I call it a police playground, because that's exactly what it is. Right. They're not addressing the issues where a lot of these officers, not all bad, I got to give the disclaimer, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the applied policies within a city limit, as far as the manager, city manager, as well as the mayor themselves, a lot of these individuals, including my son, have lost their lives simply because a mayor refused to assist in the process of accountability as to that officer being held accountable. When my son, when he was actually killed, he had his hands raised. Officer he was actually in an accident. Officer arrived on the scene. When he arrived on the scene, he told my son to stay in the car. It took me 2 years to find out that through media, they said my son assaulted the officer. He never touched the officer. He said, do y'all see what he trying to do to me? This officer shot him in the chest. He died on the scene. This same officer, it wasn't 2 years until after he was killed that I found out what happened to him. Then from there, the issue went to this officer, the prosecutor overturned the indictment from the jury, and then from there, the actual officer who killed my son was promoted to chief of police.
Thank you.
Can I ask for extra time?
Thank you. I'm sorry, time's expired. Next is Kimberly Brooks. Kimberly Brooks. You'll have, Councilmember Bond. Sorry? Okay. Okay.
Mr. President,
Ms. Brooks, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Mr. President, would you mind,
Kimberly Brooks?
No, what had happened was she was coming up with me so I can sign the paper, but she signed her name, and I was supposed to have been speaking. And
Ms. Brooks, you're trying to yield time to Ms. Ward?
she's not giving her time to go on.
Oh, I see. All right, got it.
Okay.
Kimberly Brooks, you'll have 2 minutes.
She get 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and you'll get 2 minutes.
Okay.
So Kimberly Brooks, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you.
I won't repeat what everyone here has already said. I will just state the obvious. If Cobb City is built, you will kill black people. I come to you today as a black woman and mother in the city of Atlanta. A lot of times we're not responsible for our actions because you don't know what happens. The city of Atlanta appears to be directly instrumental in the decimation of the black community of Cobb City. Cobb City is, by the black community, Cobb City is not supported by best practice or sound data. It is not supported, and the district attorney appears to fairly execute law. The sheriff is bullying employees, and the police department is not promoting a positive culture. Katherine Johnson and the federal government stated in her death, the Justice Department is committed to vigorously prosecuting law enforcement officers who willfully disregard the Constitution and abuse the authority to violate the rights of others. Per your laws, under oath, you swore that you will further swear that you will uphold and support the Constitution of the United States. Or further swear that you will uphold and support the ethics of code of the city of Atlanta. To date, the city of Atlanta has failed to protect the black people in this community. If they continue to do so, we may need federal intervention because you cannot and you have not did your jobs. If I'm not mistaken, this council has responsibly taken away equity in the black community by demolition of property. For one property was $750,000 you spent on one property. When CARES money was given, you failed to give that money to the black community. In all areas of social and economic development and criminal justice, this council, along with the mayor, has failed to do its duty and perform its duties as council. So everyone that votes yes to this will be an enemy of the black community. You cannot say that you are advocates for the black community.
Thank you. Vanessa Ward, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, how y'all doing? This is my first time. So I'm a little nervous, but I just want to say, can y'all please stop Cobb City? And I don't want to say that y'all don't care about us, but if Cobb City keep going, then all of us might be in trouble because it's going to be a war. It might turn out to be a war all over, from the north, the south, the east, the west, because Cobb City is a military, can't say the words, I'm still nervous, but I don't think it's going to be a good idea because if they get in and they start disrespecting you guys like they disrespect us, then, I mean, who's going to help us then? The military? So, you know, I can't speak that good, so I'm going to... But I just want to ask you to stop Cop City. And that's it.
Thank you. Next will be Jordan Harmon. Jordan Harmon.
Mr. President, would you mind calling the numbers again?
We're at number 80. 80. Jordan Harmon, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have 2 extra minutes for 4 minutes as someone yielded my time.
I did not see yielded time. I'll look again, but I didn't see any for you.
All right. Hisje Jordan Chochifkaros Etolgados Momanchaha Malegirados. My name is Jordan. I am of the Deer Clan. I come from Chiaha Tribal Town, which is a traditional town of my Muskogee people, just a few miles away from Atlanta, actually. I just wanted to come here. There's nothing I'm gonna say against Cop City that has not already been said 1,000 times, and you'll hear it 1,000 times again. But just to remind you that I heard someone mention the city of Atlanta being founded in 1847, and I can see the seal over here, 1847. And just remind you that the reason why the city of Atlanta was able to be formed in the first place was because 15 years before that, my relatives were forcibly removed from this land, conveniently making it available for the city of Atlanta to exist. I was not born and raised in Atlanta. I was born and raised in the Muskogee Reservation in Oklahoma. Yet I came here because the black residents here asked for our support. They wanted us to come home to defend the land with them. That's why we came here. I wasn't born and raised in Atlanta, but the bones of my relatives fertilized the trees in the Wilani Forest. Do I not have a right to come back and mourn with them? Do I not have a right to come celebrate them? You have heard some of our people already speak about our homecoming and conducting ceremony here. Do we not have a right to come back and still do that? Also, Councilman Lewis, I'd like to just address you really quick because I've heard you speak a lot and you want to be the voice of reason in favor of this facility. And I just wanted you... Oh, excuse me, I apologize. I wanted to thank you, Councilman Lewis, for your easy no vote, and I wanted to thank you for being the voice of reason in this room and trying to facilitate
Time
this.
has expired.
And I'd also want to remind you that our presence here cannot be underestimated. The power of our homecoming here is very powerful, and that this won't be the last time that you see us here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Amber Sherman. Amber Sherman, followed by Curtis Duncan and DeMonta Barrino. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Oh, I'm gonna talk shit. Okay. 4 minutes, great. You're the youth, right? That's what the mayor and the city administration have said. That's what this body has championed. If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't environmental racism be of grave concern as it will affect the youth? If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't folks have some care and concern for the school children who currently have to hear gunshots at all times of day and night? Because a part of mass incarceration and police militarization is psychological warfare that starts from birth in their communities. If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't we see more investment into youth, resources and programs, not basketball games once a month with the police? If you actually want to help communities, you will fund their needs. And the move to support Cop City is the exact opposite of that. Now that I have your attention, my name is Amber Sherman. I lost my voice because I'm an outside agitator. And I'm an organizer from Memphis. And I'm here to stand in solidarity and join the Stop Cop City movement because we all know what happens here in Atlanta affects us globally. So today on what will be Breonna Taylor and Tyree Nichols' 30th birthdays, instead of celebrating their life and honoring their memory today, I gotta be here talking to y'all because y'all don't got no sense. Because you wanna support giving money to the police and building a playground for them instead of investing in our communities. Building a mock city for police officers to practice defense tactics, use militarized equipment, and destroy forest land that's crucial to combat the effects of climate change is not only harmful, it's anti-black, it's reinforcing white supremacist tactics, and it's tone deaf to this community's outcry here in Atlanta and all throughout the U.S. when we say to demilitarize the police, defund them, and invest in our communities. The longer this body continues to ignore the will of the people, the more you are solidifying your allegiance to upholding white supremacy, to upholding police terrorism, and upholding allegiance to the wealthy class. Mayor Dickens and this body are just as complicit as the Atlanta PD and GBI and other police forces in the murder of Tortuguita, the violent mass arrest of folks attending the festival in March, and the kidnapping of 3 organizers with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund just this past week. What's happening here is not okay, and I know that y'all know that. No matter how much the police push back, no matter how much they arrest or even murder us, we're not gonna stop. Atlanta police themselves even admitted just, a few days ago that they were just gonna try to wait us out. I hope y'all realize that's not gonna be an option, right? This crowd will only get bigger, these voices will only get louder, and this opposition will only continue to grow. That's what people power looks like, and this is what a movement looks like. The people are rising up, and we're telling you, we ain't finna take it no more. You won't displace us with ease, you won't harass and murder us with ease, we're putting up a fight. And just as our ancestors were just as resilient, so are we, and we not letting up. We won't allow Cop City to be built, and if you had a conscience, you wouldn't either. We said no to Cop City on any land, and we meant that. Stop Cop City.
Next up will be Curtis Duncan. Due to yield the time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Curtis Duncan. I live in Southwest Atlanta in Miss Overstreet's district. And I'm here to urge City Council to vote no on giving the Atlanta Police Foundation at least $67 million for the building of Cop City. From the very beginning, this project has been based on a lie. The lie that police make us safer, the lie that we live in a democracy, and the lie that more police training reduces police violence. Nothing could be further from the truth. Police in this country exist for one reason and one reason at all, and that is to maintain the existing inequalities that have existed in the society from the very beginning. They exist for the rich to oppress the poor, for white to oppress the black, and for the rulers to oppress the ruled. The history of policing goes back to the slave patrols and to the Klan, and the same oppressive tactics that were once used to terrorize enslaved and formerly enslaved Africans are still used today. The slave patrols used to racially profile black people and ask them for their slave pass, and then confiscate their weapons and guns because they were scared of a slave rebellion. Today, NYPD and police departments all throughout the country stop and frisk mostly black and brown people and terrorize them. The actual commissioner of NYPD admitted that he is trying to instill fear in young black men when he justified this practice. The Klan used to conduct night raids to terrorize black people from exercising their right to vote and political power. Today, GBI, a so-called law enforcement agency founded by the Klan, the specific person's name is Samuel Roper, in 1946 to maintain white supremacy in the apartheid state of Georgia, is still an apartheid state, now conducts raids to murder indigenous activists and arrest people who want to release people from jail rather than see them die by bed bugs like LaShawn Thompson. The GBI was not only involved in the recent raids of Tortuguita and the arrest of Atlanta Solidarity Fund, they were also involved in the Morris Ford lynching of 1946, where 8 black people right here in the state of Georgia were viciously murdered by the Klan under the orders of then the newly elected Governor Talmadge, who was looking to suppress the political power of black people in the state. Not only that, but the GBI was involved in the biggest domestic terrorist incident in U.S. history, the Atlanta child murders. The Atlanta child murders were carried out by the Klan to start a race war in protest of school busing, according to the GBI's own informant. The GBI did nothing for nearly 4 years and let the Klan terror reign in inner city black communities from 1979 up until 1983. This resulted in the deaths of at least 29 black people, including 16 children. Their deaths are still unsolved to this day. The GBI and the FBI later pinned all these deaths on Wayne Williams, a black man, with virtually no evidence in order to prevent a so-called race riot, i.e. black rebellion. This project is also based on the idea that America is a democracy. But I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that if America was a democracy, then none of us would be here on Muskogee Creek land. There will be no enslavement of Africans, Jim Crow, lynching of black people, which still continues today by the men and women in blue. If we lived in a democracy, there would be no political prisoners who still languish in jail to this day. There will not be any political assassinations of Dr. Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton Jr., and recently, Tortuguita. The reality is that we don't live in a democracy. And this is why we have militarized police to maintain the rule of white supremacy and capital. If we lived in a true democracy, none of this process would ever be taking place right now, because the people of DeKalb County will be deciding what is best to do with the South River Forest. More training does not reduce police violence. The police are very well trained, and they're trained to repress and oppress poor black and brown communities, and they do this with impunity and without restraint. Recently, I visited the Georgia Sea Islands, and I learned about Roswell King. Who is Roswell King, you might ask? He was a brutal slave overseer and serial rapist of black women. European visitors, when they visited the plantations of South Georgia, were shocked by the amount of mixed-race people who existed on the plantation. He later went on to become a plantation owner in what is known as the city of Roswell. They named it after him. And he became a very prominent supporter of the Confederate war effort. Now, who was one of the descendants of Mr. King? Governor Brian Kemp. You don't have to believe me, just ask AJC. Governor Kemp, the person who has recently banned women's choice in the midst of rape, the top funder of the Atlanta Police Foundation, and dictator who prevented the defunding of police on a local level. So when you are siding with Cop City, you are siding with Governor Kemp and his extreme right-wing agenda. Governor Kemp is more right-wing than Donald Trump. I don't think there's any Trump supporters in here, hopefully not. But just be clear that when you are siding with Cop City, you are siding with fascism. Finally, this project is based upon genocide and fraud. The genocide being the brutal murder of indigenous forest defender Tortuguita by the definitions of the United Nations, whose killing is reminiscent of the wholesale genocide of native peoples to so-called build this country, just like Atlanta City Council wants to build this cop playground. And the fraud being the fact that Atlanta officials have lied for nearly 2 years about the cost. City Council, if I offer you a Coke and a Smile for 99 cents for 2 years straight, and then come around and say, oh, it's actually $20.99, you all will probably send a GBI to my house to conduct a raid. Because you'll realize that I've committed fraud. And when anything contractually is based upon fraud, it must be canceled. Thus, I urge you all to cancel the lease. Free all political prisoners. Viva, viva Tortuguita. and power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is DeMonta Barrino. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. Good afternoon to the people. I don't really want to retread too much on what people have said so far. I did write something down, but I'm going to go off the cuff for this one. So first of all, I do want to talk about something that a few of the speakers earlier had alluded to, the speakers who may or may not have been paid to speak in favor of the project. So the number one thing I want to point out is I want you guys to look at this room, and I want you guys to see all of the melanin in this room, and I want you guys to go outside and see all of the melanin that's outside. And I'm tired of the rhetoric around this project and the rhetoric around the protesters being outside agitators, being white people. This protest is multiracial. This protest is everyone. Everyone's in this protest, and we're tired of people coming in and trying to divide us, because you cannot divide us, and we will not be divided. We will keep standing. We will keep fighting, because we run this city, not UPS, not Inspire Brands, not Chick-fil-A, not Delta. You need our votes to keep your seats. So I just want to point out that the people are here, the people have spoken, and the people will not stand down. And to corporations and the APF, we will not stand down, we will not stand by, and we are tired of the cap. We're tired of the lies, and we're going to keep standing up. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Let me read, we're on numbers 85 through 96. I'll read the next group: Eric Dickey, Clifton Kelly, Tiffany Joyner, Jermaine Stubbs, Yasmin Forbes, Bezel Jupiter, Jacob Dallas, Rebel Awake, Tony Michelle Williams, and Nina Martinez. You can feel free to sit in the front if you like. Eric Dickey, you will have up to 2 minutes. Just before you start, one moment. I'm actually going to ask Pro Tem Westmoreland to step in the chair so I can step out for just a few moments. You have up to 2 minutes.
All right, bro. Do they want me to speak now? It's for really on I'm ready to go? All right. This project we all call Cop City is very dangerous to the working class blacks who live on Border Crest. This project will further militarize the police and throw blacks in jail for petty crimes in the Mox City is ecologically unsustainable. In other words, in Atlanta lingo, ain't nobody supporting this Cop City BS. What the hell y'all talking about? Thank you. Screw the bipartisan system. Free all my political prisoners. Free Thugger.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Clifton Kelly. I work as an advanced EMT for the DeKalb County Fire Rescue Department, although I'm here just as an individual, not representing my employer. I live in Decatur, just a few minutes down the road from the proposed Cop City site, and I was born here in Atlanta. I'm here today in protest against a gross misuse of public funds. I want to make it very clear to every single one of you on City Council that those of us first responders who are not police stand to gain absolutely nothing from the proposed Cop City site. A giant simulated city in the woods where police will train in riot techniques because they're scared of what will happen the next time they kill someone like George Floyd or Rayshard Brooks does nothing for us. And they should be scared because there should be consequences for immoral, inhumane behavior. This should be a time to rein in rogue law enforcement, not reward them with millions of dollars. We've all read the autopsy results from the DeKalb County Medical Examiner. We know that the activist who died in the forest toward Taguito was murdered by Georgia State Patrol, and we know that the police here will kill again if they're given the opportunity. If I killed one of my patients, I would rightfully be put in prison. But if a police officer kills one of my patients, there would be calls from a lot of you for more training and $1 million budget increase. That's an ass-backwards approach to public safety. As for fire and EMS, my coworkers and I do not need a giant fake city in the woods to train in. Our job is to rescue and render aid, not to suppress free speech. We already practice. We practice an impressive training regimen, and we do our jobs very well. We're also, however, severely short-staffed due to inadequate compensation. Our patients regularly wait up to an hour for ambulance response times for their medical emergencies, and our crews are working non-stop with no breaks. Firefighters and EMS personnel are being burnt out at an unprecedented rate. Turnover has a significant impact on morale. Suicide and PTSD rates in our profession are higher than active duty military personnel at this point. We need downtime to recuperate from the calls that we run and the things that we see. That requires staffing, which requires that you pay us what we've already earned with our literal blood, sweat, and tears. If you took the additional $67 million being proposed for this Cop City site and put it towards our compensation, you would see a massive increase in patient outcomes and patient care. I know that you all gave yourself a $12,000 raise a couple of years ago, so we would love some of that money. Thank you.
Next up is Tiffany Joyner. Next up is Tiffany Joyner. You have 2 minutes, followed by Jermaine Stubbs for 4 minutes.
Got it. Thanks.
Ms. Joyner.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm a new mom to a daughter who I owe a better world to. I'd like to start by saying that as someone born and raised in DeKalb County, and as a current resident of unincorporated DeKalb, just 6 miles away from the training facility, I do not support the funding or building of this facility here or anywhere. I just want to remind the city council members of something. You all are represented elected officials, meaning you represent your constituents, meaning that you have to listen to what they're saying, that you can't go off of your own opinions or values, that you need to listen to your constituents and vote along with them. Now, I'd like to speak to the folks here with me today and the folks watching this via live stream. To you all, I say the time is now. There will not be one event to alert us to climate catastrophe. There will be not one single event to alert us that we've fallen into a full-blown fascist state. These issues are here now. They're rumbling beneath our feet. They're whispers, but they're here. It is time to get organized and cohesive. It is time to get to know our neighbors and form unbreakable bonds. Our future is worth fighting for, but the only way we will win, and I do believe we will win, is by standing together. Council, the world is watching. I've lived in Bangkok, I've lived in Barcelona, and I've lived in Stuttgart, and all of the people I met there are watching today. The world is watching you. Also, thank you. I want to mention that the cops are outside setting up barricades, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were backstage because this feels very politically theater-ish, getting dressed in riot gear. So just letting you guys know, be safe when you're headed out. Do not leave alone, leave in teams or pairs. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jermaine Stubbs for 4 minutes, followed by Yasmin Forbes.
My name is Jermaine, and I'm an organizer with the PSL, born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, on the west side, Cascade Road, Booker T. Washington High School, graduate class 2011. I'm also an educator and organizer, and we, on behalf of myself and the PSL, we say no to Cop City. We say no to police terror. We say no to militarization of the police, and we also say no to capitalism. We are socialists, and we are not afraid to explicitly say it, because we know that capitalism is anti-blackness, capitalism is anti-women, capitalism is anti-working class, and we will dismantle this system once and for all. The Atlanta government has divested so much money, which banner says fund people's needs, not the police and not Cop City. Why? Atlanta only has one level 1 trauma hospital in the metro Atlanta area, but you want $60 million to Cop City. Atlanta schools are very segregated. You have all this money going towards a militarized police training facility. The funds should be going towards education. That's where it should be going to. The funds should be going to where women can have safe reproductive rights, where they can go and receive the proper care they need, free child care, free college. The children should not have to worry about when not being able to eat. The working class people should not be worried about when their next meal is. You got the corporate developers coming in, buying up all the property, hoarding up all the land, but yet you don't want to incriminate them. They are the real criminals, not the working class. Not fighting injustice is not terrorism. And we must make it clear today. Fighting injustice is not terrorism. We demand that you defund the police and fund people's needs, because that right there is for the working people. We should not have to worry about when they eat. It should be going towards public transportation, because these loans, these predatory loans and all these ridiculous interest rates are harming the working class people. Not $71 million or $30 million towards the militarized police training facility that will further embolden other cities that are majority black cities to build these kind of facilities and inflict terror that are mainly majority black people. And you know what? We have to build solidarity, and solidarity is how we will win. Because if you haven't seen what 2020 did, you just know what's coming is even more than what that was if you don't say no. And we are not joking by that. We are carrying the legacy of our civil rights leaders, our revolutionaries, to the Black Panther Party, to the SCLC, the Kwame Ture, Thomas Sankara, Angela Davis, all the women's rights movement, Claudia Jones, and we will not stop till Cop City is not being built. Fund people's needs, not Cop City. 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 Thank you.
Next up is Yasmin Forbes. Next up is Yasmin Forbes. 2 minutes.
All right, so first I would like to say that these funds and tax dollars that would be going towards this project should be redirected to address the numerous systemic crises affecting the working class people and the poor, instead of devastating the community and environment further. The Atlanta Police Foundation alleges this public safety training center, more rightfully known as Cop City, will focus on community-oriented policing, but we know that's a lie. The police will never be oriented with the community because they only serve the interests of corporations and to protect their property. Apparently, Cop City will also set a national standard for neighborhood sensitivity and devotion to the civil rights of all citizens by law enforcement, which we also No is a lie. Because this project is a clear response to the masses that organized in the streets during the summer of 2020, in response to the continued police killings of black people at disproportionate rates. We also know this is a clear tactic to oppress the people through heightened police militarization and surveillance, a revised COINTELPRO, if you will. But we will not be intimidated. You can sit up there and deny it, but we all know that y'all know that Cop City will only serve as a playground for the police to strengthen methods that they will use to terrorize the people. In addition, there will be equipped with tactics to create a war zone against the masses when we mobilize in the streets to fight up against oppression and injustice. And so to wrap up, if you vote for Cop City, the only national standard that Atlanta will be setting is the blueprint for how to wage war against its people.
Next up, Mr. Jupiter.
Yes, Basil Jupiter. I'm a resident of 30316 Southeast Atlanta. I'm here to talk about, first I want to acknowledge just the unity here today of the crowd here against Cop City being built. The unity here today is beautiful because we must unite, because every step of the way, the many of y'all on the city council have tried to divide us between outside agitators, between black and white. But we are united as a people, as a working class against Cop City. We are united against the injustice that y'all perpetuate time and time again in this city. We are united to make sure that there are no more George Floyds. We're united to make sure that there are no more LaShawn Thompsons, no more Rayshard Brooks, no more political assassinations like that happened to Tortuguita. We are here. We are here on behalf of the 2 million people in this country incarcerated in what are really concentration camps. We are here. We are here because we know that this money can be used for affordable housing. We know that this money, that we know that y'all have the power and that the state has the power to actually institute rent control. We know that the money can be used for jobs, actually pay well, union jobs. We know that this money can be used for free education. So who is at fault? The real criminals are the corporations that deny us living wages, that profited $50 billion in 1 year over stealing, over wage theft. That's more than all the robberies, burglaries, and vehicle accidents combined. So who is the real enemy? Who is the real criminal? They are the criminals, the capitalist class are criminals, and you are complicit. You are complicit. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jacob Dallas. All right, followed by Robel Awake.
Yes, my name is Jacob. I just came to say there's been a lot of talk, a lot of haranguing about courtesy today, about, oh, the protesters aren't showing courtesy. People need to be quiet. People need to show courtesy. I just want to say the kind of courtesy the city of Atlanta has shown to us each and every day, the people who live here. You know the kind of courtesy we are shown by police in night raids, the kind of courtesy we are shown on the roads when we can be pulled over for any reason, fined for any reason, the kind of courtesy we're shown by those people out there, you know, hands on their hips, staring us down, thinking they're, you know, the cop in a Western, they're going to have to draw on us, you know, the way they act. That's the kind of courtesy we are treated with. The broken glass raids, the violence, the killing, what we have talked about endlessly, that is the courtesy that we have been shown. We have shown you courtesy by coming here and even speaking to you, by even being here and following this charade, by standing in line, by not storming this room. People are showing you courtesy. If we showed you the courtesy that you show us, there would not be a pane of glass in this building. We are showing you courtesy like you have never seen, like you've never imagined. And 2020 was us showing you just a little bit of how us being uncourteous can look. So I want you to keep that in mind when you call for courtesy, when you beg us to be kind to you, that is what we are doing. When we are here and we are participating in this process, we are legitimizing you because we are giving you a chance here. But you have a decision to make. You have a real decision to make that will impact generations potentially, ecologically, environmentally, socially, criminal justice-wise. You have to think, you have to make this call. Listen, stop calling for courtesy, stop patting yourself on the back because you're such a good person, and think for a second, what kind of courtesy have we shown you, and what will it look like the day we become uncourteous?
Next up. Next up. Robel, followed by Tony Michelle Williams and Nina Martinez.
Okay. My name is Robel Oweka, and I just want to say before I begin, thank you to those young people and all the young people that have showed up. You guys are really giving me hope in a very hopeless time. I live in Southwest Atlanta in District 10 with my wife and daughter. Both my wife and I grew up here. Our families call Atlanta home, and we are deeply rooted and invested in this city and its future. I've never spoken at council before, but I've been so disturbed by how the city has ignored the voices of its constituents, lied about how much money is going to this facility, violently suppressed its own residents for protesting and organizing to stop the destruction of Woolani Forest, just so that the police can build a new training center that we don't need, that we don't want. I knew I had to be here today. I have a little girl. She's about to turn 2. She's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I never knew I could love someone so much. On our way to daycare in the morning, we sing songs as I try to avoid the potholes that have been there for years. I drive by neighbors waiting at bus stops with no benches, no shelters from the rain. We see unhoused neighbors and community members sleeping under makeshift shelters. And we see cop cars cruising our neighborhood all day, every day. I've been harassed on more than one occasion by the cops in my neighborhood. They make me feel the opposite of safe. Spending $60 million taxpayer dollars on a new police training facility is the most heartbreaking, reckless, and quite frankly, anti-black thing this city has ever proposed in my lifetime. I cannot believe I'm standing here pleading for you to not spend the tax dollars of a black city to tear down a forest in a black neighborhood, to increase the policing and caging of more and more black people, all this in a city with black leadership. I'm tired of it. Just think of what $60 million can do to care, educate, house, and nurture the people of the city, the children of the city. Say no to Cop City.
Thank you. Next up. Tony Michelle Williams, you have something on your back. Tony Michelle Williams, followed by Nina Martinez.
They said I was reserved, baby. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Michelle Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, aka SNAP. Call everybody SNAP for freedom. I am also a Grady baby, born and raised in this city. I'm an East Side girl by the way of Decatur and Lithonia, and I'm now a West Side girl, and I live in Mosley Park. I want to share with you all a few things. As it is true that many large institutions and individual employees are absorbed. And I'm sorry, y'all, I actually came here just to do this. Y'all, we don't want this shit. We've been saying it to y'all for a long time. There have been many people waiting and pleading and screaming and yelling and crying and telling you that we don't want this shit. To y'all, the police may be safety, but to everyone in this room, we've been telling you that the police are the most dangerous thing out there for our people. We don't want this shit. There are many things that we do want, and so many folks have been naming it. We want black trans women to stay alive and to live long lives. We want our youth to be centered and to have the resources that they need. But we don't want what, y'all? This shit. Not this shit. We don't want it. My last 20 seconds, I'm going to embody Tina Turner and Angela Bassett. We don't want this. We don't want this shit. Marcy, we don't want this. Keisha, we don't want this. Dustin, I'm over here, baby. We don't want it. Matt, we don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want this. We don't want this shit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up. Final speaker in this segment is Nina Martinez. Is Nina Martinez here? All right, we will hold on that. The next, so we're now moving to speakers 97 through 108. Akusa, 97 to 108. So Akusa Aduini Poku for 4 minutes. Thank you. Jennifer Bennett, Desh King, Gabriel Sanchez, Brandon Michon, Eloisa Gambino, Matt Bass for 4 minutes, Sean Mosley, Akil Gregory for 8 minutes, Jack Joyner for 4 minutes, Mark Spencer for 10 minutes.
Mr. Pro Tem, will you also read off those numbers?
I will. The 97.
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. 97 through 108. 4 minutes. Teamwork.
Okay, please bear with me. My dress is louder than my voice. I might say some things that you've heard before, but I'm a musician and repetition is how you learn. So, my name is Akosua Adwini Poku. I'm a musician and a senior analyst at Clark Atlanta University. Throughout my adult life, I have found myself in the company of college-age students, not just as an authority figure, but as a fellow student and an ensemble member. I've gotten to know these young people in my 30s and late 20s, and across the board, younger millennials, Gen Z, as well as the upcoming alpha generation of my child, they are terrified of the police. They do not trust the police. They are aware of the true oppressive function of the police, and they do not support its growth. A healthy society's duty is ultimately to its children. As adults, we must make moves that support their growth, that nurture them, that help them to evolve into people better than ourselves. Society is not about you or me. It is not about obtaining and hoarding obscene amounts of wealth or oppressing vulnerable populations. Policing and its institution are relics of the United States' shameful past that the ruling class has dragged into the present day, despite, or let's be frank, because of its larger purpose of primarily protecting them, their property, and ill-begotten wealth, while keeping its foot firmly planted on the necks of those of us unlucky enough to be plebeian. There is no amount of training that can erase policing's true purpose. A healthy society does not include policing. A healthy society does not include policing. A healthy society working in the best interests of all its people, but especially its children, should include programs that help support its most vulnerable populations, programs that reduce the occurrence of crimes that have been exacerbated by over-policing, late-stage capitalism, and white supremacy. I do not support this facility. I do not support the expansion of policing. I do not support the fascist tactics so-called public servants have enacted in order to suppress opponents of this facility. I do not support Mayor Dickens's tap dancing, Uncle Tom backdoor dealing, nor his affinity for being condescending and dismissive to the students who challenged him and his motives during the inexplicably closed to the public forum held in the AUC this past February. I do not support the extrajudicial killing of peaceful, seated protesters. I do not support using millions of dollars in taxpayer funds to build another slap in the face to
the Muskogee Nation on the site of their Weelaunee Forest. And anyone in this room who does support what I've just laid out should be ashamed to call themselves a public servant. If your goal is not evolution, move aside. I challenge each member of the City Council to devote their terms to our children instead of your wallets. I challenge you to act in the best interest of your constituents and the land of the Muskogee Nation, Muskogee Nation, I'm so sorry, y'all. The Muskogee Nation that we so shamefully still have control over. Land back, by the way. I challenge you, ma'am, I look up at my face in the words of Tim Robinson, I challenge you to be a human being. Do it.
Next up is Desh King, followed by Gabriel Sanchez and Brandon Michon.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer. I live in the Westview neighborhood in Southwest Atlanta. My council person is Andrea Boone, daughter of civil rights icon, and she voted in favor of Cop City. During her re-election campaign, she made sure to tell my white neighbors that she voted against defunding the police. It's an interesting choice of words in 2021. She knows that this multi-million-dollar massive facility would be popular with people who she assumed would want to be upholding white supremacist ideals. She decided to campaign on it, but only to the white neighbors. When peaceful protesters are facing 20 years in prison on domestic terrorism charges for distributing flyers, it is upholding white supremacy ideals. When a mutual aid center is being raided by a SWAT team like a terrorist cell, it is upholding white supremacist ideals. When our city government is pushing through a deeply unpopular police militarization facility, which will result in disproportionately more black and brown people behind bars, or God forbid dead, it is upholding white supremacy ideals. We could be using this ever-ballooning budget to actually do some things to reduce crime, such as ensuring housing stability, expanding access to mental health care, but instead, you're upholding white supremacy ideals. Thank you.
Next up is Desh King. Desh King, followed by Gabriel Sanchez.
My name is Desh King, Deshneer King, but Desh for short. When you arrest 3 of us, you activate 300 more of us. Sadly, for all of you sitting up there, every time we come back, there's more of us. Our message is stronger, our message is louder, and our conviction is stronger. Because we are stronger and we are louder. The interesting thing about this movement is how widespread it is. Folks from different races, ages, body types, and socioeconomic backgrounds have all come together to fight against this evil thing that we call Cop City. And what's most interesting is that in a lot of ways that's because of all of you. Well, you're not all up there, but you know. I've heard people come up here with their voices cracking, anxious, confused, and hurt, asking why you are not listening to us. But the truth is, y'all have heard us every single time. But I promise you, we can be louder. And the irony about outside agitators is that they do exist. Because on one hand, you have folks that have been driven out of Atlanta because it is so unaffordable. And on the other hand, you have folks that have never been here but can recognize that a militarized cop training facility will only fuel arrests and policing and will continue to disproportionately impact black and brown and queer and trans folks. And thousands of unhoused folks that Atlanta has repeatedly tried to disappear. I've seen people all over the world against this project because Atlanta is bigger than the people you see here today. This movement is bigger than the people that you see here today, and I hope that terrifies you. Every time you make us come back and give countless reasons why we don't want this, you will activate more of us. The people will not be silenced. We are ready to fight. Are you?
Next up is Gabriel Sanchez, followed by Brandon Michon and Elisa Gambino.
Point of information. So Brandon Michon had to leave early. He said that he had a statement prepared. Could I read his statement as well for 2 minutes? Or?
So my understanding is that you've got the 2 minutes that were assigned to your name because it wasn't transferred before. So okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. Just a second. Okay. Hi, hello there. I'm Gabriel Sanchez. I'm a proud Colombian American born and raised here in Georgia and a member of Atlanta DSA. And I just want y'all to know that I've lived in Atlanta for 7 years, but I had to move out at the end of last year because I couldn't afford to live here anymore. When I did live here, I was in District 2, then District 4, and then District 1. And I've actually come back to District 1 a lot to talk to the community there. And as a comrade earlier told, 2/3 of the community that we talk to are against the facility. I want to highlight one woman, a black woman named Chanel, who was a single mother working 2 jobs and was telling me how it's even with that, she can barely get by. And when I told her how much this facility was going to cost, she was distraught because she couldn't imagine that they're spending this much money on something that isn't going to help her family. Because what you all continue to ignore is that the best way to stop crime is to eliminate poverty and to put resources in the community. That's how you stop crime. Not wasting money on the biggest cop facility in the country. That is not how we are going to solve the problems that we have in Atlanta. And for those that are saying that this movement is somehow a white movement, which I completely disagree with, but if you still have that perception, maybe think about the fact that black and brown people are disproportionately poor and working class and do not have the time and can't afford to come out here on a Monday. They have to work 2 to 3 jobs just to survive. So maybe you should be handling that problem instead of this pretend problem that you made up that isn't a real issue. Because this $67 million could go to affordable housing, healthcare, education, public transit, public green spaces, things that people actually need, infrastructure. The community does not want this. I thought we were in a democracy, but it seems some of the council members here who are supporting this didn't get the memo. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're representing the wealthy elite and the corporations instead of the people.
Thank you.
So,
thank you. Next up, Eloisa Gambino, followed by Matt Bass, who will have 4 minutes, and Sean Mosley.
Hi, my name is Elisa Gambino, and I'm a Buckhead resident. Mary Norwood is my council member, and I'd just like to say that I think we can all agree that we all want safe neighborhoods. I'm here in support of the people of this city who have worked tirelessly to shine a light on the morally corrupt, anti-democratic process that has brought us to today's tipping point. Crime, crime, crime. Councilmember Norwood, you love to talk about crime. It seems to be your superpower topic. When an elderly Buckhead resident was murdered in December, Councilmember Norwood sent out an email to her constituents offering, end quote, an opportunity to participate by sharing the video link for the arraignment of the person arrested. It felt like more fear-mongering. Last week, I went canvassing to Stop Cop City. I asked people if Atlanta had an extra $30 million, I didn't realize it was actually 67 at the time, how would you like the city to spend that money? The answers were better roads, better transportation, more programs for our kids, more staff at Bitsy Grant tennis courts. Nobody, not one, said they wanted more police training. None said they wanted cameras on every corner. None said they wanted police officers on every corner, which is the vision that APF CEO Dave Wilkinson promotes time and time again, a police state in Atlanta. I have since come to learn that the entire premise of my question was wrong, and it's $67 million. I hope my council member does not hold this position of continuing to want to support APF. I hope she decides to be a hero today. And I'd also like to close by saying that Councilmember Shipman came to my house many years ago to look at the civil rights photographs that my father-in-law took, and that civil rights exist not only in a museum, they should exist for every single one of us. And they are so lacking in a country that's awash in the systemic
Thank you,
racism
ma'am.
that we've heard about today.
Thank you very much. Next
Stop
up
Cop
is
City.
Matt Bass. Next up is Matt Bass, who will have 4 minutes, followed by Sean Mosley, Akil Gregory, who will have 8 minutes.
All right, thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name's Matt Bass. I'm a lawyer here in town. I own and operate my firm over in Eastlake. I'm also a yoga instructor. I teach in Candler Park. And I'm also a Baptist minister, and I've been one for more than 20 years. I'm also a proud member of the queer community. And I know several of you personally, based on that relationship, being part of that same community. And I've just got to tell you that police militarization is very much a queer issue. There are two examples. 1969, the thing that we commonly call the First Pride, indeed involved throwing rocks at police officers and burning shit. I think it's really important. While I cannot condone destruction of property or any sort of violent act towards any other human, I think it's vitally important that you look past any hang-ups that any of you have about what some people did wrong and make sure you don't miss the message. And that is that we're deeply concerned about the abuse of people like Tortuguita, right? We've got a dead queer person on our hands now, and y'all should really feel that in your soul. And I know some of you do. I think all of you probably do. But I need you to think twice about what that means for you as a queer person. And please stand up for our queer community. A second thing I want to point out today is this morning I was listening to National Public Radio, WABE, and I heard comments from Mr. Shipman and Councilperson Bakhtiari. And I really appreciated, I don't actually appreciate this, but I really appreciated them speaking the truth. I appreciate that part. And that was that they said there's a lack of transparency on the part of the APF. You guys, we really need to get a hold of this APF. You guys work for us, not for a police foundation, not for the corporate interests that fund the APF. And we need you to get a hold of it. If you guys are telling us that you don't have transparency, that's a problem. Please do something about it. Specifically, send this back to the committee until you get that transparency. Send this back to the committee until you get power and control over what I'm only going to call outside agitators, and that's the APF. This is my third point, and this is about outside agitation. So one of the things I do as a lawyer is volunteer my time as a legal observer. I've done that when we did the election recounts. I've done that at polls, doing my part to make sure people can vote. And I also do it at protests. And on March 5th, I went down to the Weelaunee Forest to watch a protest. I stood there, and many of y'all know these woods well now. I stood there in the Radio Flyer Control Park. I was there for about 15 minutes before what I can only call the Keystone Cops showed up with their guns drawn, running around the field, creating a more dangerous situation. Instead of public safety, they were public endangerment. Among other things I watched them do was pull their guns out and poke them into a moon bouncy house. I watched them slash tents. Please let me, I appreciate it, please let me finish. I watched them slash tents. I watched them destroy protest signs. These were not acts of enforcement of laws. These were just destruction of property and violation of people's First Amendment rights. I've got to point out that I got so scared that night that I will not be going back to these protests, even to watch them. That's a chilling effect that has been imposed on people's First Amendment rights. So I ask you, please send this back to committee, gain control of the APF, and stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sean Mosley. Sean Is Sean Mosley here? Okay. Akil, Sean Mosley, I don't think so. All right. Akil Gregory for 8 minutes.
How long do I have?
8 minutes.
8 minutes? All right, perfect. I'm not going to use all of it, but first of all, I'd like to thank everybody who ceded their time to me, and I'll try to make good of it. I actually did know that Sean wasn't going to be here because we had stayed in line for several hours. I think I met him around 12 noon. I got here like 9:30, and he stayed until he had to leave because he had to pick up his kids. And that's a lot of people's stories. Even those who were able to make it could only stay for a certain amount of time because we have other things going on. So for those who are willing to stay all day, I haven't eaten since I left my house. To be here for this issue, that's how much it means to each and every one of us. And so to just get into it, I am Akil Gregory. I have been a resident of DeKalb County for the last 5 years. When I was staying in Atlanta, I was staying in East Atlanta. I was staying in Eastlake. So after leaving, I still was in the close proximity to the facility. So when I found out about Cop City coming about, it was more than alarming. So what I can do is offer context to where this facility fits in the grander scheme of our nation's history, not going so far back, but I'm just going to start 3 years back. So 2020, we had the largest protests in human history, and this was centered around stopping police brutality. So what links people from New York to Atlanta to LA to people in Kenya, in Nigeria, in London, and in the UK? Policing. This is not a particularly unique issue in Atlanta, but this next step in building Cop City is a real escalation in the matter and in the wrong direction, because what the mayor and the city council offered in the wake of these protests were platitudes and promises. So what that led to was the Rayshard Brooks bill, which conveniently enough, the national situation became local for us when we saw another black man be killed unnecessarily. So this was supposed to be a reimagining policing in the city of Atlanta. The only thing we're imagining right now is where that policy went. We're left here with a facility that is already behind schedule, over budget, and against the wishes of most of us. And it's also convenient to me how I've been here since I've been listening to hearings since it started at 1. And so where did all the people for the facility go? They disappeared after 15 minutes. Haven't heard one person since the first 15 minutes. But that's beside the point. So platitudes and promises, and then we get this. And so what do we have for it? We got a $30 million price tag. That's what the city council is voting on today. We have heard the figure $67 million thrown around. From my understanding, that's due to a leaseback policy where $1.2 million would be allocated for the next 30 years. So that's more alarming than if y'all were doing $67 million up front, because not only can that increase, but also y'all are charging the next generation for this project. When it comes to the land that this is built on, I've heard a lot about the environmental racism, and it's very true. But the element that alarms me the most is the previous use of the property. It was a prison farm. And so if you have this prison farm property and you have most of the land likely not remediated, then the clear cutting of the forest is already putting DeKalb residents in danger in the present. And so I know people are throwing out a whole bunch of solutions to the matter. I don't have a whole lot of answers, but the first thing that needs to be done is restoring that forest. When it comes to the methods that people use to protest, the fact of the matter is that a lot of people are going unheard. And we can check respectability politics all day and all that other mess, but the fact of the matter is Tortuguita should be here today. The same policing policies that we are trying to change are what led to his death. That is a direct tie. And so when we're talking today, now contextualizing everything, I think I heard some mess about crime wave, crime wave, crime wave, crime wave. What happened in the last 3 years? Between 2020, March of 2020 and March of 2022, America lost 1 million people to COVID. 1 million. This area, we lost thousands of residents to COVID. I'm not even getting into the rhetoric behind the crime wave, but I'm also understanding that none of us are all right now. None of us. And so when we have already made our case known for changing the way policing is done in this city, why are we back here? And the manner in which this whole public comment was conducted was, if not intentionally disruptive, callous of the council. Y'all knew we were coming. Y'all knew we were coming. So what's the issue with the locked doors, the elevators not working, no water present? There are so many issues, even going into how people found out if they were speaking. There are some folks who signed up to speak who were in the building who didn't get the opportunity to speak because the doors were closed. And then y'all took like an hour or so to be able to get the list out so people knew that they were coming up next. None of that is okay. And so moving forward, what does this mean? What happens next depends on y'all. I am, as I said, a DeKalb County resident, have been for 5 years, but I was born and raised in Akron, Ohio, where in June of last year, we had lost Jalen Walker, 25 years old, to dozens of police bullets in his back. Totally unnecessary, but police departments tend to think of each other like McDonald's and Wendy's rather than part of the same franchise. So what I'm recognizing is that Cop City ties everything together, because now we don't get to just point out the local instances of police brutality. In the future, after voting for this, if y'all were to do so, we're going to look at whether or not the officers were trained here. We will continue to hold y'all accountable, whether or not y'all listen to us today. And just know that all the tactics that have been used to dissuade us will not work. Know that y'all picked the wrong opportunity to pick this facility, because people have been inside for the last 3 years. We outside now. So please, please, please do something else. There are 16 members of y'all council. We only need 8 or 9 to vote against it. Some of y'all already had y'all vote written on y'all face since the beginning of this session. That's fine. 9 people. Vote no for funding Cop City. 8 or 9. Vote no, please. That's all I have. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Next up is Jack Joyner. Next speaker is Jack Joyner, who has 4 minutes. Jack? Okay. And then after Jack Joyner is Mark Spencer, who will have 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jack Joyner, and I'm here to represent the Atlanta Justice Alliance. It is our great privilege to present a statement from our fellow activists Marlon Kautz, Savannah Peterson, and Adele McLean, the organizers of the ATL Solidarity Fund, who were cruelly and unlawfully arrested last Wednesday, May 31st, 2023. Marlon would have presented these remarks themselves, but they contracted an illness while in jail. These are their words. Last Wednesday, we woke up to the sound of our front door being broken down. Dozens of police with assault weapons and SWAT equipment surrounded our home in DeKalb County and threatened to throw a flashbang grenade into our living room. We, of course, surrendered peacefully and were taken to jail in our pajamas. It was a terrifying experience, which became even more surreal when we later learned the blatantly false charges offered by the police. We spent days in jail before a judge finally reviewed the allegations against us and acknowledged that the charges were questionable at best. Our charitable organization is far from fraudulent. We fastidiously respect the boundaries of the law. But in Atlanta in 2023, it seems that following the law is not enough to avoid being attacked by police. As we saw with the killing of Manuel Tortuguita Terán, there seems to be no limit to the violence police are willing to direct against those they see as political opposition. While sitting in jail, we learned that the timing of the attack on our home was carefully calculated for political effect. Statements by police confirmed that we were raided shortly before this very hearing, presumably to prevent us from participating or assisting activists whose rights were violated. If the Atlanta Police and DeKalb DA Sherry Boston are strategically deploying violence against nonprofit organizations in order to interfere with public participation at city council hearings, what does that say about the state of democracy in Atlanta? We should note that this attack has harmed many more people than just us. Our nonprofit organization, Network for Strong Communities, does more than just provide legal aid for protesters. It also facilitates the distribution of thousands of pounds of fresh produce every week to communities in need in Atlanta. Because of these trumped-up charges, our partners are now understandably scared to provide us food to distribute for fear of becoming Sherry Boston's next target. This campaign of intimidation is jeopardizing access to critical resources for some of the most vulnerable people in our city. Even though we are out of jail, we are still living in fear. This episode has shown us firsthand that no matter how civil our organizing, no matter how law-abiding our activities, we are not safe in this city. This issue has become bigger than us and bigger even than Cop City. It is about whether anyone is safe in Atlanta when they dare to oppose the agenda of the Atlanta Police Department. If you want to uphold this city's reputation as the birthplace of the civil rights movement, abuses of power to suppress protests cannot be tolerated. If City Council does not take a stand, the attacks and abuse by police and prosecutors will continue and escalate. How many more innocent people will be brutalized, jailed, even killed, all in the name of suppressing opposition to Cobb City? There's still time to fix this, to show that Atlanta really is a city which embraces protest, which values grassroots organizing.
Thank you, Mr.
Do
Joyner.
not let
Mr. Joyner.
Atlanta become a police state.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Next up is Mark Spencer, who has 10 minutes.
Hello. I won't be taking 10 minutes, so thank you for all that extra time. I've seen many of you before on the Close the Jail campaign. I hope that your ears will be more open than they were at that time. Mr. Bond, thank you for coming back. My name is Mark Spencer. I'm not here representing any institution, but I'm simply a physician who lives and works in Atlanta. I do represent a coalition of healthcare workers and students who study the impact of policing on health. We're deeply concerned about the city's possible investment in Cop City. Before we dive in, first, I'd like to address the firefighters. We recognize the benefits you bring to communities, and we support your work. We know that police are not necessary for it. We urge you to unlink yourself from the Atlanta Police Foundation and the Atlanta Police Department. Stop supporting a wildly unpopular and harmful project, and we will support you in obtaining a fire-specific training center not in the middle of a forest. When we talk about what enables healthy individuals and communities, the most important component are politically determined. It's not medicines, it's not surgeries or lab tests, but the investments made in rooms like this that make up over 80% of health outcomes. We strongly oppose Cop City in the South River Forest, or anywhere for that matter, simply because the costs are too high. The environmental, the health, the financial, the safety, and the opportunity costs. In a city defined by profound racialized inequality, investments are needed urgently elsewhere. Here is what we know based on decades of public health evidence. Policing is rarely preventative. It is largely unrelated to crime rates. Any marginal safety benefit is far outweighed by the opportunity costs and direct consequences. This includes over 1,000 people murdered annually and over 75,000 visits to the emergency room from police violence every year. This also includes the damaging effects on health from the jails that the police fill. Just like a new jail or more jail space will not undo the harms of incarceration, a new cop city will not change the harms of policing. It does not matter if the morale is high, if pay is high, how training is done or where training is done, if you give them a car or not, because policing is still policing. What we know is policing is the discretionary enforcement of some laws in some places against mostly poor people through state-sanctioned violence. Policing relies on criminalization, which we know negatively impacts the physical and mental health of individuals, their families, their children, and their communities. Criminalization is not about care, but a way of sorting who matters and who doesn't. Additionally, experiencing arrest lowers democratic participation. At a time Atlanta faces a democratic crisis with less than 20% of eligible voters filling the city council in front of us, it is clear that too many people do not see electoral politics as a way to materially improve their lives. In part, this is because they do not feel that you are listening. We cannot have healthy communities without healthy democracy. The only proven way to decrease police violence is to decrease interactions with the public. As healthcare workers, we want to be clear. We want alternatives to police, not rebranded police. We want alternative, specialized responses, not co-responses. We want non-police traffic enforcement. We want harm reduction, not the criminalization of our patients for substance use. The resources committed to caring for the most neglected, exploited, and vulnerable people in Atlanta are well below the scale needed. For example, it is great that the city is committing $55,000 to the transgender community. However, Atlanta is committing $18 million to its correctional budget that should not exist. This is over 300 times the investment. These $18 million belong to the John Lewis Center for Freedom and Equity, a promise broken by this council. Cop City is only the latest example of this council dragging us in the wrong direction on public safety. I would like to remind you that working in public office is not the same as being a public servant. It's well documented that policing contributes to intergenerational cycles of poverty, trauma, and violence. As you have already heard today at least once, the American Public Health Association has identified policing as a public health crisis, specifically because it exacerbates instead of addresses the root causes of violence, preventable disease, and death. Cop City is an investment in the status quo as it leaves these structural drivers of harm untouched. It leaves communities under-resourced. It leaves life expectancy for many of our patients in poor and working class neighborhoods far too short, neighborhoods like those near the South River Forest. Cop City is an investment in a police state, which some of you may prefer, creating a false sense of security for some instead of health and safety for all, where police operate outside of any accountability and others have their civil rights trampled on. It is clear that in supporting Cop City, some of you would rather be managers of inequality instead of doing what's necessary to eliminate it. You seem content to manufacture scarcity, then criminalize those who act out of desperation. In Atlanta today, while the developers get tax breaks, our patients get sent to Rice Street. Health justice is about providing each individual and community with the resources to live healthy and thrive. Cop City is incompatible with this version of Atlanta. At a minimum, send this bill back to committee. Even better, invest in people, not police. Vote no, stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now at number 109. I want to thank Councilmember Westmoreland for filling in for the chair. Let me read through the next 109 through 120. Catherine Maddox, Joe Purley, Sarah McClintock, Josh Cass, Jay Crawford, Susan Benjamin, Gloria Tatuk, I believe, Julietta Barrett, and Alex Joseph. Catherine Maddox, you'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello, comrades and potential future comrades. Anybody? I want to firstly honor this profound moment of togetherness that we are enjoying, the silver lining of this dark time which united us, and these multitude synchronistic moments which I heard earlier cynically misunderstood as fake alliances. Thank you to the new friends who so generously donated me their time, as well as to Miss McLeod, who you all know as the champion for rent control, and who is also mother to my friend Ebony, with whom I have such amazing memories from back in my fun days. I had briefly posted on Instagram last night that I would like extra time, and Miss McLeod surprised me when I saw her this morning when she let me know that her friend had already given me her time. I endeavored to make it worthwhile. After the isolation from COVID especially, this is so warm and so meaningful. This is what community looks like. I never usually get the time for salutations, which is a shame, because aside from our NPUs, whose wishes you ignored regarding Cop City in particular, this is the governing body with whom those of us who lived here are supposed to have a close relationship. Aside from Lily, my council person, I can't say I have any kind of relationship with any of you. Aside from Winston, who I met at my job, who I want to commend for abstaining from voting during the Finance Committee last week, as well as for responding to my post about the homeless man being harassed by the police in our neighborhood. I hope the grocery store had information about him, and I hope he is okay and no longer in jail for stealing that box of Captain Crunch treats. It's a shame he had to go there at all, simply for being hungry. I hope you keep that same energy today and vote alongside the people instead of the administration, which is actively perpetuating a fraud against us. And who will suffer the most from this? Who in my district will be made to endure the mock attacks in the fake city in every scenario imaginable? Whose water will continue to be polluted to Flint-level proportions? A neighborhood which is 85% black. When the mayor attended that MPU meeting and residents told him not to put Cop City in a black neighborhood, he accidentally answered the question when he said, "What do you want me to do? Atlanta is 50% black." In solidarity with my district neighbors, I would urge Andre not to exacerbate a looming environmental disaster in the South River Forest, which Dr. Jackie Eccles calls environmental racism at its finest. The whole process stinks to high heaven. You paraded in front of us fake town halls with the comments turned off, solely comprised of APF, Schneerbum, and yes men. And when an environmentalist managed to make her way on that panel, voiced her criticism stemming from her expertise, she was booted right off. Others quit working to advocate for the project after Tortuguita was murdered, but still the mayor was not through quelling dissent. Which brings us into this week when the Solidarity Fund was dragged in on bogus charges. The people who have been protecting our due process, ensuring that those of us who feel strong enough to call out your foul after flagrant foul don't have to end up languishing in Fulton County Jail as long as many other people do. Is it feeling fascist-y to you yet? Because the indictment of this body is when you thought it was just a bunch of tree huggers in the forest, these very real issues of human rights, democracy, public safety seem to most of you of very little importance. But as a result of the integrity and bravery of those few, the organizations are finally stepping up and the media is coming around, galvanizing around an effort that should have been their rallying cry in the first place, which is this: all life is irreplaceable, and I find you cowardly for wasting so much of it so easily. You left Lily out on a limb because we, her constituents, weren't going to give her the option of silence, instead of collectivizing around the values the majority of you were voted for in the first place. I've spent a lot of time at the Capitol, and I've seen people whose values are diametrically opposed to my own engage in acts of political courage, which I have seen little to no evidence of in City Hall. Republicans taking a walk on the trans bill rather than vote in favor of something medical professionals and parents pleaded with them not to. Voting no on one of the governor's pet voucher bills that would only serve to further defund our public school system, despite Kemp showing up in person in a failed attempt to make them fall in line. The moral of this story is that you do not have to fail alongside this mayor, and thus far you have been failing profoundly. You can continue to harangue the firefighters who just want a place to train and equipment by shoving them into this ridiculous propaganda idea that their job is so enmeshed with that of the police. And you can continue to further harm police officers by drenching them in a violence from which none of us will escape. Or you can be like a Georgia Republican on a good day when they aren't too busy delegitimizing bodily autonomy and criminalizing homelessness to play the tape out far enough to see just how bad it would be for everybody if they voted yes, themselves included. I would hope that by now it's resonating with you that this thing isn't getting built. What I want to know is, how long will it take for you to admit it to yourself? And how much is that going to cost us? And don't even get me started on the money.
Thank you. Joe Pearley or Piercy? I'm sorry, I can't read your. Peary, thank you. Joe Peary, you have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Staff will grab it right there for you.
My name is Joe Peary. I live on Flat Shoals Road in the East Atlanta Village, so I'm very close to the old Atlanta prison farm. I've been touring the prison farm, taking hikes and giving other people tours there and hiking myself over a decade. Back in 2015, Mary Norwood, I hope you remember, we went on a walk out there. And at the time, you said you thought a park would be a great idea. In fact, the only thing that you didn't like was the name of it, the prison farm. You didn't want it to be called the prison farm. You wanted it to be called Eastside Park, so it could rival the West Side Park, which is all the glory at the time at the Bellwood Quarry. So I think maybe you can understand why I feel so deeply about this park. I want to thank Jason Dozier for helping protect our entrenchment creek, which runs on the east side of the park. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Liliana Bakhtiari for helping so much. She's my representative that's here. So I want to make sure, do you all have those maps in front of you? Because, you know, there's been a lot of talk about just things being made up, people not understanding what's going on. I understand what's going on. I know exactly what the prison farm is. Thank you. This is the prison farm. It's 296 acres total. This is the entire prison farm. What APF has done, what they were granted by this council in 2021 was 85 acres. That's over twice as much as they need. But they were granted it nonetheless. What have they taken? 171 acres. That's this total land. You can look on the tax records. It's 171 acres. So I don't want to hear any more about they're taking 85 acres and we're getting the rest of it for a park. It's a lie, okay? What they've taken is every tree. This is a drone shot that was taken this last month. Is showing the 85 acres that has been clear cut. That's 85 acres scraped to the ground. That's what they've done. So what is left is 125 acres of the prison farm. It's on this map. If anybody can show me something different, I want to hear it, because what Mayor Dickens has promised us was a 300-acre park. I don't know how you get a 300-acre park out of 296 acres. Now, I know there's a little 15-acre chunk over here, a little 33-acre chunk over here that's where the landfill was. That's not part of this prison farm. And that's not part of what we agreed on in 2017, what the city council agreed on for the beloved community, is a forest that we can heal in. When I've been giving these tours in the forest, I've had a lot of time to talk to people, including Mary, including a lot of other people that you've talked to today that have been changed by what happens when you go to the forest. I go for my mental health, and I go for my physical health. It's a place I can go ride my bike. It's a place I can go be in peace. It's a place that's just 30 minutes from my house. And it's a place that can change your mind if you go there and you accept it and you listen to what happens when you calm down and you have a positive mindset and you don't listen to all the buzzing and all the craziness that's going on around us. That's what we need.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah McClintock. Sarah McClintock. Sarah McClintock, due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
It should be 6 minutes. I was yielded time by person at 113 and 312. Number 312, Joy Wasson, yielded me.
Yes, thank you. 6 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, and I'm happy to be here. My name is Sarah McClintock, as was just stated. I want to speak to all of you as directly and from the heart as I possibly can. That's what's recommended when we come up to speak here, to speak from the heart. And you've heard people speaking from their heart a lot, and you've heard so many important, moving, convincing messages. I want to especially address my own council member, Amir Farouki. Thank you for being here. I wish that some of the others who are not in the room right now could be here as well. There is room. Maybe you can tell the fire marshal. I want to address Alex Vaughn, who has stepped out apparently, but he is the council member representing the district in which I work. I'm a professor at Emory University, where I teach in the Department of Religion. My area of specialization is in ancient Buddhist texts. It's pretty arcane in a lot of respects, but I find things there that can apply to our present moment. Some of what I heard earlier tonight was, and this afternoon, moved me greatly, and that included the speech by the Reverend Meko Sheban Kernel of the Muskogee Nation, who has come back to his homeland to speak to us about the value of this land, the sacredness of this land. And also the young man who spoke right before him, whose name I didn't catch, but who said he was an artist, who moved me greatly in his depiction of life, something so profound, something we shall not squander. He spoke about wanting to live. I feel there are a host of reasons for all of us to oppose this police training facility. We don't want it. We don't want it because it doesn't contribute to life. It's not an institution of peace. It's not a way forward for our city that we love. I know that you love Atlanta. You say you love Atlanta. I think the people here love Atlanta, and not just Atlanta, but as the other young person who's a member of the Muskogee Nation spoke about this land, which is much older even than Atlanta, and all of the ancestors and people who've lived and worked here. I know that you love them as well. We know that increasing militarized policing doesn't make people safer. We share a common goal: safety, peace in our city. And people have spoken about the environmental racism that is inherent in the very act of placing this particular facility in this particular place that has already seen so much violence, so much oppression, so much suffering, so much toil, so much enslavement. We know that this particular land has a long and tragic history. And public memory matters. What we put on this land matters. How we think about this land matters. I believe that the people who oppose this training facility do so out of love. They may seem angry to you. They may seem upset. They may seem different. They may seem unruly, but they are coming to you out of love. And I think we need to join. All people have basic human needs. We all have needs for safety. And it's not that that's in dispute, but how? How do we achieve safety? How do we achieve this common good that you have pledged yourself to? I have empathy for you. You are sitting here for a long time listening to us, but you need to open your heart and really listen if we're going to come to any kind of mutual understanding. The Atlanta Police Foundation wants you to believe that a new training facility will make Atlanta safer, but many people have spoken here about lived experience that belies that. We need to remember that fighting at the level of strategy doesn't make sense if we are not able to see each other as human beings. And I've written to you, Councilmember Bond, and some of your others, please, I implore you, you have a choice. Say no to the facility, or at the very least back to committee so that you can listen better and come to a solution that suits all of Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Josh Cass. Josh Cass, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
This is yet again directed to Post 1 through 3, District 9, Council President and the Mayor. I hope you, Councilman Hillis, can make it a point to endure a constituent today since you failed to do so on May 15th. It's insulting that you, Councilman Hillis, can barely manage to properly and routinely attend MPUG meetings prepared and ready to answer questions about your duties as an elected official, but can haphazardly send your staffer, Alan Holmes, to tell us what you claim are priorities for District 9, if only you had more public support, as Alan relayed to us. It's equally egregious that you, Councilman Hillis, sent this poor staffer to us on May 18th to state that you would love to support increased funding for maintaining our parks and keeping our roads in proper condition after you just introduced ELMS 32702 to increase pay for police and ELMS 32703 to allocate a further $33.5 million for Cop City the preceding Monday. It's as if you, Councilman Hillis, weren't in the chamber when I specifically called out maintaining our roadways being a top priority as opposed to further funding the police during the public comment section on May 15th. Allow me to remind you that you were not present. On your birthday, no less. Not sure where you're from, but most of us don't celebrate the blessing of another year of life by financially supporting those who take it. You insult our intelligence in public, then try to reconcile in private, and I won't tolerate any further disrespect. The police are the only first responders that have an image problem. Firefighters, EMTs, nor hero units have an image problem. Firefighters don't respond to fire alarms with flamethrowers and get upset when they're told to use water. There is no war on police. There is no such thing as a blue life. The thin blue line is a tantrum of immature and petulant adult children. If your egos are too fragile to accept the rightful criticism of your tactics, then quit. If you can't do your job without somebody constantly hovering over your shoulder, then say it. We'll hold your timid hands at every step. You've already forfeited any career aspirations you may have had. We live here. Y'all have made it abundantly clear that y'all just work here. If accountability makes you uncomfortable, go somewhere else. Atlanta has no place for you. The police have shown time and time again that the training they've been given isn't interested in de-escalation, conflict resolution, or preservation of life. If I had 57 bullets, I could assassinate every member in this chamber with 3 shots each and still have 9 bullets left over. I dare any single one of you to tell me that you believe that is justified, reasonable, or acceptable as standard operating procedure. Wars have been fought over much less. What's the difference between a bullet and a cop? If a bullet kills someone, you'll know it's been fired. If you have a problem, call the police, then you'll have 2 problems: money or violence. You seem to only respond to these 2 categories, using one to beget the other. Can't even get the correct dates on your signed off warrants, but expect us to believe that you have the competency and due diligence for a $100 million project that we have told you repeatedly that we do not need and we do not want. The May 31st deployment of militarized police unit on a residential street to raid a bail fund on suspicion of white-collar financial crimes is tyrannical. Tyrannical entities must be demolished by any means necessary. You have the option to resign willingly, be cast out politically, or be removed violently. The choice you make today on this bill will be inextricably linked to the method that will be chosen. You will vote no. You will vote no. You will vote no. All of you will vote no today, and you will replant every tree you uprooted 100 times over. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. If you build it, we will burn it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Let's keep it moving. Next up is Jay Crawford. Next up is Jay Crawford. Jay Crawford. Let's keep it moving. Jay Crawford. Jay Crawford. Sorry? 2 minutes. We're number 116.
Beloved community, I just want to say first and foremost, we are all traumatized by our friends, the raid of the teardown, and I just want to say I hope that everyone is healing as we hope our comrades are healing. I've done food justice work in this city, and I know them personally for 11 years, and I can tell you they are some of the most kindest, kind-hearted people I've ever met in my life. The gentleman who spoke and had his back turned to you picks up the compost of the food that is left over at the 4 distros we have each week, and every little morsel of parsley is composted. Every old cucumber is composted. What you did to them is so wrong that I hope you can figure that out, that was so wrong. That's how I wanted to start. But what I'm really here to say is, good evening. No one wants their home to burn down. We need trained firefighters, but would a burn tower be built in the backyard of Christ the King Catholic Church on Peachtree Street in Buckhead? That's why. Why is it being built in the backyard of Sanctuary Village of Power on Constitution Road in the southeast side? Because it is literally being built in their backyard, and that is wrong. I'm from Kirkwood, Hosea Williams, unbought and unbossed. We speak the truth here. We speak the truth here. We do not need a burn tower at a church. And guess what? They had no idea that burn tower was going in the back of their church. They had no idea that that firing range was on their property until 3 weeks ago. You didn't even tell them. You know who told them? I told them.
Time's expired. Next is Susan Benjamin. Susan Benjamin. Bill 117, Susan Benjamin. Susan Benjamin. Gloria Tatum or Tater? Tatum. Joyetta Burnett. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
We need to ask Mayor Dickens now to cancel the lease on Cop City because it needs to end. Because the earth needs health, the climate needs health, and we need clean air, clean water, clean soil, and we need a healthy earth to survive. And most of all, to me, the violence that police are doing to the citizens of the state is injustice. Mr. Jamari Robertson, shot 76 times. I'm weeping and crying. We have to go back to court June 21st and 22nd for this young man that was an innocent person that was violated by many different police in one day. A grenade was thrown at him. Look at that. Look, just the grenade destroying a human life. It's injustice, and it's wrong. And he should not have had to been violated by 76 bullets in his body. This is tragic. I'm sad and I'll cry because of this young man and all the others that have been slaughtered by the police. When we're saying that we need a police, why do we need them? To slaughter? To throw grenades at people that's innocent, that's not doing anything to them? And how can you all justify building a cop city when this is what they're going to continue to do? This is wrong on this planet Earth, and we need Earth justice. Thank you.
You don't call by name. You don't call by name. Did she call you? She didn't call you by name. It's only if you call by name. Next will be Alex Joseph. Let's keep moving, guys. Alex Joseph. Alex Joseph. Alex Joseph's up next. You'll have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Let's keep moving, guys. We're at 120. We've got to get to 360 and beyond. So let's keep moving. Guys, the longer we take, the more people have to leave. We've already skipped over some people. So let's be respectful and keep moving. Ms. Joseph, you have up to 4 minutes.
Let's skip the council people.
My name is Alex Joseph. I live in District 5. I was born and raised in Atlanta. And pertinent to this conversation, I'm a former state and federal prosecutor. That means that unlike any members of the council, I have been directly involved with sending people to prison. And I'm here to tell you that prosecutors and police are not essential to our safety. Let me tell you one reason that has not been discussed why Cop City is a bad idea. When I am talking to regular folks, trying to explain why I am passionate about this issue and this issue in particular. There is one fact that always convinces them. It is that Atlanta PD has access to a state-of-the-art training facility in Forsyth, Georgia. It already exists. It doesn't need to be built. Frankly, it doesn't need to be expanded. But here is the reason why we should all fight for one statewide training facility. If every police force is allowed to have their own facility, it becomes an arms race. Who can do it bigger and badder? Also, when it comes to reforms, when the day comes that I hope, for example, we outlaw pit maneuvers, it is much easier to make the call to one facility, that facility in Forsyth, Georgia, and say, hey, pit maneuvers, they're now illegal, than it is to go to the over 200 plus policing agencies in the state of Georgia. We need one agency, one training facility. I was asked to speak about accreditation. Atlanta Police Department will not lose its accreditation if it does not have its own specific training facilities. After leaving the prosecutor's office, after leaving the U.S. Attorney's office, I went into private practice. I'm now a partner at a law firm, and we represent cities and counties when they get sued. Most cities in the state of Georgia do not have their own police force. All police officers, in order to be accredited in the state of Georgia, have to be post-certified. Guess who runs the facility in Forsyth, Georgia? Post. Unlike the Atlanta Police Foundation, and unlike the city of Atlanta, Post has experienced training officers. Why would Atlanta continue to operate facilities when the facilities that the city has run for years are in horrible disrepair? Why would we trust the Atlanta Police Foundation to run facilities when they have no experience doing so? Finally, I will say that the city of Atlanta is one of 144 policing agencies in the state that is accredited through the state. When that process happens, that means that every 3 years, the city of Atlanta throws open its doors to the Atlanta Police Department to be visited and to be reaccredited by the state. They do not look at the training centers. They look at how it stores evidence, how they store records. Those things Atlanta Police can do well, and those things require a classroom. They do not require acres of an outdoor police training facility, and they certainly do not require this. I now yield my time to my husband. This is his first time speaking at City Hall, because that's how persuasive I am.
Thank you. Next up, so we're at 122. I'll call the next round of names, though I can't read some of the handwriting. So David Main, maybe, Lee Day, Ernest Law, Vic Kennedy, Caitlin Brewster, Abundia Tristram, John Meyer, and Carl Charles. This would be David.
Yes.
What's the last name?
Martin.
Martin.
Terrible handwriting.
Sorry. David Martin. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you for having me. My name is David Martin. I live in District 5. My hope is that the council votes no for the funding and ultimately for the project as a whole. Numerous reasons to oppose this project were discussed ad nauseum during public comment on May 15th. However, I'm here to talk about why that public comment was inadequate. I'm here to talk about fiscal accountability. For almost 2 years, the deal sold to city taxpayers, and the deal I read about almost daily in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, is that Cop City will cost city taxpayers $30 million. And the Atlanta Police Foundation, a private organization separate from the police department and city coffers, would pay the remaining $60 million of the $90 million project. On September 8th, 2021, Mayor Lance Bottoms stated, quote, "The city's contribution will be through a 30-year, $1 million per year lease starting in fiscal year 2024, or a single contribution through a general obligation bond," end quote. That $30 million number was repeated like gospel for 2 years. Following the public outcry on May 15th, Mayor Dickens ran an opinion piece on May 17th, again spotlighting the city's $31 million contribution. On May 24th, the Atlanta Community Press Collective realized and published what select few have known for years, that the city taxpayers would actually be paying at least $67 million of the $90 million. Add the 10% elasticity clause plus a $1 million gymnasium line, and this balloons to $34 million. This chasm in truth was finally acknowledged by the mayor's office on May 26. All of these hours of public comment, and nobody stood up and told us the truth. As of Sunday morning, the Atlanta Police Foundation is still publishing on their website the city will only contribute $30 million. How far over budget? How much will the real cost be? Vote no, and at minimum send to committee to examine the real cost.
Thank you. Next is Lee, I believe it's Lee Day or Lee Dari. Yes, thank you. What's your last name, Lee?
Dang, like the
Dang,
expletive.
thank you.
Yeah, I got rat handwriting.
2 minutes.
I'm coming here recently. I only moved out here very recently. I came here from Florida. A big reason why I moved here from Florida is because of the policies of Ron DeSantis and the way he's treating people down there. Moving here, I have a lot of community down there, and I travel as much as I can. I go to Ohio a lot, especially, and a lot of people talk about outside agitators and stuff like that. I don't consider them outside. As someone who's technically outside, from the beginning of this, I still had my eyes on it because I understood chances are it's not just Georgia that's going to be training there. Chances are the stuff I was seeing in the streets for 2020 for the BLM protests, I'm going to see even more difficult, even more bloody than before, after this happens, because they're going to get better at it. I am under the impression that this community really doesn't fucking want it. And please, I only got 2 minutes. Please, I'm begging you. And I really, really, really hope that as someone who just moved here, that I can agree with these people and live here. Because they're so warm, they're so kind, and I don't think I'll be able to if I've got a feeling in my gut, this is gonna be like Florida. Because Florida is terrifying. A lot of people are leaving as fast as they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ernest Law. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm a local artist, and I was here last month speaking. I'm going to do it poorly again today. I'm not good at this. After the people spoke our minds last month, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond said in an interview, this is not a choice, that you know what, we just won't do it. This isn't a want, this is a need, and we have to meet that need. Whose needs are you meeting, council member? It's pretty obvious from the gathered crowd, it's not ours. Speaking out against Cop City, that is not what the people want or need, unless you all are saying that you know what the people need better than we do. You say it's not a choice, but that's a lie. It is a choice that you're making in opposition to the will of the people. If it were not a choice, you wouldn't need to vote on it. You personally and together are making a choice, have been making a choice to ignore the will of the people of this city, and why? I could speculate on the answer of that question. Maybe it's fear. You want militarized police force to better deal with us. We have taken to the streets because you are not listening to us. The city is obviously willing to use military force to brutalize, intimidate, and abuse us. Sit down, do as you are told, or we will put you in prison. We will kill you. The message you are sending is we are afraid, so we will make you afraid of us. Murdering protesters, arresting us, charging us with terrorism, arresting our support structure. That is intimidation. It's fascist, and Cop Silly will only make things worse. It could be money, it could be greed. It's usually about money. Putting,
Time's expired. Councilmember Bond, I don't believe you were called out by name. Councilmember Bond, were you called out by name?
Yes, I was.
Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
And I'll be brief because there'll be time for me to speak when the item comes up. But to clarify my statements, when I say it's not a choice, city council members are not just elected representatives of the individual voters or persons who are in the city. We're also the fiduciaries of the city. And as fiduciaries of the city, whether it's the Public Works Department, the Police Department, Law Department, we are responsible for the facilities that those employees use. We are responsible for providing them with equipment, salary, and benefits. So whether it's the deal that's before us today or some other iteration, eventually the City of Atlanta will have to build equipment or acquire equipment, build facilities for our departments. And that is a fact.
Please do not shout down the council members. We are all letting everybody from the public speak. Let Councilmember Bond speak. Let Councilmember Bond speak. Go ahead, Councilmember Bond.
I just want to respond and then I will.
Please, let him speak so that you can also speak later.
I just wanted to respond to the gentleman and then I will close. But many of the things that you all mentioned, public transportation, the city is not responsible for. The health care. Mr. President.
Would you please let the council members speak? He was called out by name. He was called out. He was called out by. He was called by name. He gets a chance to respond, and I would expect more from this crowd. So please allow Councilmember Bond to speak. He was called by name. It is per council rules that he gets to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the audience. Many of the things that you all have mentioned, the City of Atlanta cannot do legally. We cannot provide health care. We cannot provide social services. We cannot provide...
Please allow the council member to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all had your chance to speak. Would you please, and you will, if you would allow the process to continue. Councilmember Bond is responding to being called by name. Councilmember Bond.
Those items are responsibilities of different governments, mostly Fulton County or the school system or MARTA, that is an independent authority. They're not within the City of Atlanta's charter. Yes, that's true. We do work closely with the county. But if you examine the charter of the county, if you examine the charter of the school system, those are things that legally the City of Atlanta cannot provide, with the exception of
Would you please allow Councilmember Bond to finish so that we can go back to public comment? Please allow Councilmember Bond to finish.
I'm trying to respond to the gentleman who spoke and questioned what I said in the media, and I think it would be fair to allow him to have his answer. I'm just waiting for it to be quiet so I can respond so that everyone can hear. I mean, I can't use my 2 minutes if people are talking when I'm talking. We can all sing at the same time, but we can't all talk at the same time.
We are simply making it harder for other people to speak later on. Would you please allow the council member to finish so we can move on with public comment? That's enough. It's enough. Let him speak.
That's an inaccurate statement. But to close, so I can address the gentleman who was kind enough to point out something that I said to try to give him an adequate response, is that many of the things that were said at the podium, many of the things that people believe that the city can do, legally we cannot do it because of our charter. And secondly,
So stop lying.
Just let him finish his statement, please. Councilor Bond.
And just finally to close, it is our responsibility that all of our departments, that at some point, that we have to build facilities, that we have to supply. Well, I can sit here all night too. I'm very comfortable sitting here all night. As a matter of fact, for those of you all who may not have been here, it was the parliamentary action that we took so that everyone can have their voice to speak. I'm simply trying to respond to the gentleman who called my name, which under our rules I'm allowed to respond, to give him an adequate response. And so we're fiduciaries of the city, and at some point, every department, every employee deserves that we have to take care of those facilities. We have to take care of the equipment, their salaries and benefit. So even if you take the police foundation wasn't involved in this at all, at some point, the city of Atlanta would have to build facilities. They would have, yes, you do. Because if you don't provide employees, and there are lawyers in this audience, if you don't provide employees with the equipment, if you don't provide,
Would the chamber please allow the council member to finish, please? Council member has been given the floor. Allow him to finish, and we will move on to public comment. Councilor Bond.
If you don't provide, if we, council members, who are fiduciaries of the city, don't provide the employees with the equipment, the facilities, salaries and benefits that they deserve, we run afoul of federal labor law. And so, yes, you are the city, but we're the fiduciaries that at this time are in place to make those decisions and to make sure that those facilities and benefits and et cetera are in place for the people that we employ that work for all of us. And that's, they work for the taxpayers and voters in the city of Atlanta, and they deserve consideration. And I will withdraw, Mr. President.
Mr. Bond. Next up is Vic Kennedy. Vic Kennedy is number 126. Caitlin Brewster. Abundia Tristram, or Tristern. Abundia Tristram?
Yes.
You'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Abundia Tristan, and I'm an immigrant. I'm Nahuatl and Apache. I've been in Atlanta for 17 years, been part of the community. And when I was coming to this place, I was so excited and happy to be in the homelands of the Muskogee that are my relatives too. And I've been part of the Muskogee ceremonies and traditional festivities there for 17 years, so I was really, really excited to be here and to be in the Black Mecca and learn from civil rights leaders. And so when I came here, I was so happy and I learned so much. This is a great community for me, and I was not prepared to see this beauty and abundance of this city, represented in this forest where I used to live close to Wilani Forest. And I was not also prepared to see this amazing community that is here now, that has been fighting for 2 years to defend Wilani Forest and has been caring for each other, loving and helping each other 2 years here. And this is the community that made me proud, And I learned that this land has been steward for a millennia. And I'm saying with blood and with tears and with sweat from Muskogee and Black people. I mean, this is not just figurative. Imagine people working here with their bare hands for millennia in this land. This is the land you are all in. This is what has authority, the land and the people of the land that have built a relationship that is sacred with this land. You are sitting there. This is the third time we come here to tell you we don't want Cup City. And people have come from everywhere. We have disabled people. We have young, old people. We have all kinds of people coming here and showing this amazing show of civility. And you don't listen. This is the third time. You are sitting here pretending to be all important when you are just hired. You are in these little chairs with these suits like you are CEOs and pretending to hear us. But we are not going to back down. And the world is listening now. I'm calling on everybody that has conscience in Atlanta and beyond. I'm calling on the queer community to be in the lookout and to be in red alert. Because if this facility is built, queer, trans people, Black people, indigenous people are going to be killed. And this blood, just like Tortuguita's blood, is going to be in each of your hands. And it's a shame on you. You have kids. You have family. And you are just doing business as usual. You are just performing. This is just ridiculous. I come from Mexico, and I thought this country is going to respect free speech. This is a fascist country, what I'm seeing. This is worse than third country. You are worse than third country. You have not done your job. So I don't know what you think about yourself, but we know that you are just servants of the people. The real power is outside here. It's in these people, not in you. And I urge you to vote no and to look in your conscience and to respect Black and indigenous people and their blood and their tears and their sweat in this land. Land is have authority, not any of you. So do a fucking job and say no to Cup City.
John Meyer. Next up is John Meyer. Next up is John Meyer. John Meyer is next. I believe it's Meyer. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I come here today as a citizen of this great city, having been born here to both my father, a civil rights lawyer, and my mother, who was a member of this very council many years ago. I have come here, Deborah McCarty. I grew up here, I was raised here, I have come back to live here, working here as an environmentalist, and I have and above all, to your sakes, I have paid taxes to the city. I stipulate all this because I wish to show that the narrative to the opposition for this facility comes from outside of this community. The conduct of the last few years, when the last few months by the police, I believe cannot be solved by shiny new buildings and dangerous new toys. From the tragic death of Tortuguita, who was shot 57 times, found with his hands up according to the autopsy report, to the individuals of the Solidarity Fund who were only arrested a few days ago, mere days before this meeting. Charges on which the presiding judge has also agreed would not stand, and at which many civil rights activists find chilling and concerning. I may be a single person among many here, but I believe it'd be better served towards methods that actually reduce crime, from the community development to the crisis intervention, social services, and affordable housing. I ask that the council members please listen to the constituents that have elected you all to represent and vote towards services that offer a helping hand rather than to be stamped down by a baton. I yield the rest of my time.
Next up is Carl Charles. Carl Charles. And let me call the next round of folks. Jessica Tin, Olive O'Reilly, Joel Crum, Lila Flores, Andres Yara, Garrett Brand, and Z Fitzgerald. I can't quite read the first name. Jessica Tin. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
So let's examine our police training by listening to them. This is selected radio traffic from the police last week while they were working a part-time handling a balloon release for the murder of a 16-year-old girl.
As long as the shooter wanted to. Yep. That goes for vigils, barbecues, parties, all that.
Barbecues will last as long as the shooter wants it to, is what he said.
That'd be a good stop. Easy killer. Hey, this guy right here in the traffic vest, if he jaywalked, we're gonna have to put gang charges on him. Because he's throwing up gang signs, just a heads up. So it's gonna be jaywalking with that gang charge hat on. I'd be impressed if he
like paperwork.
Yeah. So where y'all setting up shop? We're babysitting this balloon release. So if you want a 5'9", just do 3208 MLK. I'm gonna just run over to 3050 real quick and commandeer their restaurant. I don't think they got the address at 37 Lyndhurst. Nope. I guess no more copies. There have been so many 40.9s. I've almost seen like 10 wrecks out here.
That's an actual police joke. Just to prove that there is actual humor in policing, they came up with one. See, a signal 41 is a vehicle accident, so a signal 40.9 is a near miss. It's almost like they were trying to prove that there is actual humor in policing, but instead they're just being mean. I'm going to skip up a little bit because there's someone's actual address in this, and they talk about stalking someone on Instagram and trying to read their information to get, it doesn't matter.
Don't lie.
And a gentleman walks up to me, and he speaks no English. He is probably unhoused, and he's holding a knife in his hand. Now, if a police officer were standing in my position, what would the police officer do? I'm a 41-year-old geriatric millennial with a self-defense class under my belt, so here's what I did. The guy walked up to me holding this knife, and the only thing he could say was, "No clothes, no clothes." And what I figured out was he had just gotten a new pocket knife, and it had a channel lock, and he didn't know how to put the blade back in. So I had him put it down, and I picked it up and showed him how to use the channel lock and closed it for him, and he went on his way. And if you think that there is a police officer in the city of Atlanta that would do that for that man, vote for the money. You're delusional, but vote for the money. You know that at best the answer would have been maybe he'd still be alive. And that means your training isn't good enough.
Thank you. Next is Olive O'Reilly. Next is Olive O'Reilly. Olive O'Reilly. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Guys, hey, real quick, we will talk to Dean and it'll be fine.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, do you need the floor? There are multiple streams. I think one of them went down, but several were still up.
I was just making the point that I know that we've worked very hard and I know that it's not intentional. We will check on it as I've been doing all day, so I will go look at that again.
Thank you, Councilmember
Bakhtiari. And I want to strictly say that was Breaja's balloon release, the young lady I've been talking about all day. And so that's my niece. And so when we talk about, we don't want folks like that guarding. We don't want them in our area. We don't want those police officers in that area. And so when we talk, we need to find out which police officers that was on that phone, on that call. myself.
Councilmember Lewis, maybe you can connect with the speaker.
And I know y'all.
That's what they're trained to
Councilmember Lewis, maybe you connect with the speaker. Let the councilmember speak, please. Councilmember Lewis.
And I would say that if we can find out who those officers were and let my officers know who these officers were, so we can at least try to start moving forward. But we don't want them in that community at all.
I believe the speaker's still in the chamber.
Thank you.
Olive O'Reilly, you have 6 minutes.
Tripping disabled people. What is
6 minutes.
Abolition now.
My name is Olive O'Reilly. I was born in Atlanta, Georgia. I've lived here my entire life. I'm a community organizer, a proud trans woman. I'm a member of District 5, but I was born in District 8. I care deeply about my community safely, so I work to create safer social spaces for the queer and trans community here in Atlanta. That's why I'm here to call on City Hall to end the use of solitary confinement in Atlanta's jails. Many years ago, long before the talks of Cop City, I was still a teenager, and I was pulled over for the first time in my entire life. I had a broken headlight, an easy fix. I was on my parents' insurance like many teenagers are when they first start driving. I found out through this traffic stop that my insurance had lapsed without my knowledge and my car was quickly towed. As a result of losing my car, I became dependent on my parents. They told me they had paid off the ticket through the website. I didn't think about it for the longest time. 3 years later, I get pulled over for the second time in my life. I had only been driving for a few years when I get pulled over for making a right on red at 3 a.m. I guess I missed the sign. A simple mistake. Anticipating a simple ticket, I held my girlfriend's hand and waited as the DeKalb County police officer informed me I was under arrest for a bench warrant related to my insurance ticket from years prior. I was confused. I remember my parents pairing it off. I went with the officer. I had no idea what to expect. I had only ever had 2 interactions with police officers, and the second time I was already in handcuffs. This was my first year into HRT, hormone replacement therapy. I was working at a gay bar, discovering who I was here in Atlanta, and still had my work uniform on when I was getting pulled over. Booty shorts and a gay bar t-shirt for Joe's on Juniper Street. When I arrived in DeKalb County Jail, I was immediately placed in isolation. I was told that this was for my protection, and over the next 8 hours, I waited while I was handed forms to sign to receive special protections for being a visible member of the LGBTQ community. What I would soon find out is by signing these papers, I would spend the next week of my life in a nightmarish hell I could not imagine. Solitary confinement, deprived of the proper facilities to sleep and use the restroom, dehumanized and degraded. I was left completely alone for days on end, using my socks as a pillow as I shivered on the cold metal bench in a cell no larger than a storage closet. I was given no prison jumpsuit, no blanket. I was told that I had to be transferred to Cherokee County Jail because that is where my original insurance ticket was years ago. Because of this, I was afforded no opportunity to post bond during my transfer. I was left to freeze in 30-degree indoor temperatures. I will never forget the depravity of such extreme isolation and the horrors of DeKalb County Jail. I remember the names of other people who came before me carved into the concrete with bloody fingernails, with nothing else to do but scream, "I was here too," to anyone who could hear it. You sent the Solidarity Fund organizers to the same jail, likely the same cells. I rationed out a carton of milk over 9 hours just because the act of tasting it provided my brain the necessary stimulus to stay sane. I was deprived of sleep for 3 days before eventually realizing a Cherokee County officer was moving my body, connecting chains to my ankles and again to my handcuffs. If I reached forward, I would trip myself. If I ran, my hands would be restrained. I begged the officer for mercy. I couldn't hold back my tears, searching for any sign of humanity in his eyes. He told me he sees this all the time, sometimes over much less, and loads me into his patrol vehicle, and he begins to prepare me, telling me verbatim, "They're going to humiliate me. It's all just part of the process." I get brought inside Cherokee County Jail, sleepless, wired awake on adrenaline and fear. I'm told I was randomly selected for a drug search, and I think, how? I've been in isolation under surveillance for over 3 days already when a cop escorts me into a dark room with no cameras. Alone with the officer, he tells me to bend over and proceeds to sexually assault me, still in my booty shorts and work t-shirt. My world shattered in this moment. I've been picking up the pieces ever since. This entire system is sick and cannot be reformed. When dehumanizing people is just part of the process, you have fundamentally created an environment where this evil thrives. 30 minutes into actually being processed, I had been bailed out, but it was too late. It was my 4th day surviving the trauma of a hostage from a Law & Order episode. But there was no one to save me from the police. I was told this is just the process. To this day, blue lights still trigger my chronic PTSD. The United Nations has ruled that the use of solitary confinement is considered torture. I am always greeted by new news stories of jail guards, police, and even the Bureau of Prisons facing rampant sexual assault allegations. I want to believe you all are just merely sheltered from the reality of what you put people through. I have survived these experiences to dedicate my life towards fighting fascism, as my grandfather did when he fought in the U.S. Navy and was deployed at D-Day. Back when we put bullets in Nazis' heads, not reward them with pay raises and personal playgrounds.
Joel Crum. Next up is Joel Crum. Joel Crum. Joel Crum. Lila Flores. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
I wasn't expecting such a powerful speaker to be before me, so all right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Layla Flores, and I'm a forest defender. I have been organizing for the past 2 years to stop Cop City, as many of us here have been as well. I'm a resident of Fulton County and have lived in Atlanta for almost 20 years. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak here today and for the 3 people that ceded their time to me. It has been exhilarating to share this space and this struggle with so many people. And our group movement grows with every passing day. I also want to acknowledge the many, many people that couldn't be here today. Work or life obligations may have kept you out of this chamber, but that doesn't mean you're not with us. Maybe you're catching this live stream on your smoke break. Maybe you'll catch snippets of the speeches later on Instagram. Maybe you'll chat about this with your neighbors at the next town hall. We hear you. We see you. The movement to stop Cop City has been a 2-year exercise in that mutual recognition. We have found each other at stomp dances, rallies, art shows, music festivals, parking lots, bike rides, marches, swap meets, food distros. The list goes on, really. That is a small fraction. A big reason the list of ways we have met each other is so long is that as it is operating right now, this society does not serve its people. This society does not even see its people. Despite the wealth that exists in this country, the systems and the structures that we need to thrive have been in decline for decades. Through the cracks of our broken institutions, this movement has created spaces for connection, solidarity, and support. It's not that the resources to make our lives materially better don't exist. We see on the news how this or that company is worth $1 trillion, or this or that company has made $1 billion of profit, that this or that person is flying this many hours in a private jet. You hear that, and it feels like you're talking about an alien planet. That's not the planet that working people live on. Here on planet Earth, we have to struggle. We have to work. And with every passing year, it feels harder. If you're listening to this and you feel a sense of panic in the pit of your stomach when you think about the future, you're not alone. We feel it too. We feel that panic because we know we can't count on the promises of politicians or the good graces of CEOs. Instead of housing, healthcare, education, food assistance, infrastructure, or ensuring that people can live with dignity, we have seen more and more money flow into the budgets of police departments, both public and private money. Instead of investing in the fulfillment of our best selves, governments and corporations have invested in our repression. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. It is a historical fact that when common people have demanded justice from our governments, the police have consistently been deployed against us. Over the last 100 years, police have been the ruling class's first line of defense against women's suffrage, against unions, against civil rights, against war protests, against queer people, against water defenders, and against forest defenders. When the plans for Cop City were leaked to the public, something snapped in us. How could we possibly be investing more in the police when there are so many other needs that are waiting to be met? The panic in the pit of our stomach about our collective future turned into clarity and resolve. The absurdity and brazen evil of the Cop City project has fueled our struggle, but so has our sense of obligation to each other. When people were hungry, we fed each other. When people were facing repression, we bailed each other out. When the newspaper spread lies about our movement, we made our own newspaper. This struggle has allowed us to see each other in our weaknesses and our strengths. And we have used that new vision to collectively imagine a future where we can thrive together and keep each other safe. I'm inspired every day by the radical imagination that I see in this movement. Despite the clear cutting that has happened in the Weelaunee Forest, today we made City Hall the new living room. We'll continue to make living rooms wherever they're needed. We'll keep trying to confront power and take power for ourselves. We will not stop, and Cop City will never be built. ¡Viva, viva, viva Tortuguita! ¡Viva, 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 viva Tortuguita! ¡Stop Cop City! 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 I love y'all. I see the rest of our time.
Thank you. Next is Andres Yara. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
3205. Those are the two numbers that ceded time for me. 6 minutes. Please and thank you.
I have 205. What's the other one?
323.
323.
Should be my homie Sean.
Oh, gotcha. They misspelled it at 323, but gotcha.
All
6
good.
minutes.
All good. Hello. Tortuguita was an immigrant. The victims of the Gainesville chicken plant disaster of 2019 were immigrants. Susana Morales was an immigrant. Most of the victims of the Atlanta spa shooting were immigrants. The people in the ICE Folkston facility are immigrants. The poor laborers in South Georgia farms are mostly immigrants. I am an immigrant. And the terrorist governments of Atlanta, Georgia, and the United States don't give a damn about us. We have a human trafficking crisis, and an immigrant labor rights crisis, a xenophobia crisis, a misogyny crisis, a transphobia and queerphobia crisis, a police crisis. But y'all want to build Cop City. Y'all want more money for the pigs. Dickens wants more money for the pigs. APF wants more money for the pigs. Brian Kemp wants more money for the pigs. Tortuguita was murdered by the police. The police have done nothing to the owner of that chicken plant factory in Gainesville. Susana's kidnapper and murderer was a cop. Police gave an excuse to the white man that murdered 5 Asian women. Police keep immigrant people in cages and separated from their families. Police do nothing while migrant laborers' passports are stolen by their bosses and live in a form of slavery in South Georgia. The police at every level enforce and reinforce this unequal, unfair, inhumane capitalist society. I don't see the police raiding the corporate offices of Norfolk Southern. A pathetic excuse of a railroad company that nuked an entire town with toxic and ecologically disastrous forever chemicals. But I do see the police raiding the Teardown, home of the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. They made sure to use a whole SWAT team against Marlon, Savannah, and Adele, but I guess APD is afraid to fight the Norfolk Southern Police Department. Google it, by the way, that actually exists. Like, the Norfolk Southern has their own police department. Isn't that kind of fucked? I didn't see a mansion or a glitzy corporate building in the mock city y'all want to build, but I do see a school, a club, apartments. Those mansions and corporate high-rises are threatening us. You are threatening us. You don't want to protect us. My experiences growing up in this country tell me that. A childhood friend had his home raided by SWAT on a mistaken drug search. He was a child when that happened. I was shattered when I saw the bodies of Oscar Alberto Martinez Ramirez and his 23-month-old daughter, Angie Valeria, who was still clutching her father's shirt when they were face down by the riverbed. They died, tried crossing the border while police blockaded the safest routes. I broke down crying the night that I found out the person the police assassinated was an immigrant named Manuel Tortuguita Paez Terran. I'm forever haunted when I witnessed an indigenous immigrant get tased, tackled, and put on a chokehold on March 5th. The police have been nothing but a plague on immigrant lives, on black lives, of all the lives of marginalized people. The exploited, the meek. And y'all still want to build Cop City. Dustin Hillis, Overstreet, Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and some other folks that are undecided. I'm not sure who y'all are. But y'all want to contribute over $60 million worth of misery on top of an already over $240 million worth of misery? When we have so many issues in this city? You, in your high and comfy chairs, your unlimited texts, calls, and snacks, your nice outfits are killing us. I am tired of your institutions. I am tired of your money. I am tired of your police, and I'm certainly exhausted of your authority. But I am here for the people in this room and for the people watching. I am here because I care about the city that I live in. I am here because I care about the land that I grew up in, despite my immigration status. Immigrants from all corners of the world, black people, white people, indigenous people, queers, straights, trade unionists, teachers, retail workers, film workers, students, farmers, punks, ravers, forest hobos, Gen Z, all the way to the silent generation, liberals, communists, anarchists, conservatives, libertarians, pastors, rabbis, agnostics, atheists, parents, children, artists, activists, Atlanta, Savannah, Columbus, Augusta, Georgia, the South, the East Coast, the country, the world is against Cop City, against you. Against the police, against corporations. You will fail. I promise you that. You will fail. We will win. And the police, the corporations, and politicians like yourselves will lose.
Time has expired.
Stop Cop City.
Thank
Anywhere
you.
and everywhere.
Time has
Defend Will
expired.
County. Fuck around and find out.
Thank you. Time has expired. Garrett Brand, you have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
We got the whole gang here. That's exciting. Before I start, I just want to address something that I've heard over and over again from Councilman Bond, which is that the city council simply cannot do anything to help this city, whether it be in education or transport or housing or whatever. I am so sick of this narrative. The city council is the only lawmaking body in this city, yet at the same time, you just keep insisting to us that you are useless. Okay? If you truly cared about helping the people, you would find a way. That's what good lawmakers do. I'm confused about what you want us to do. Who can actually help us? Where do we go? What are we supposed to do if you're useless? With that said, hello again. My name is Garrett Brand. I'm a 19-year-old resident of District 5, just a 10-minute drive from the South River Forest. I attend college at Brown University, where I study sociology and urban studies on a pre-law track. I am here today to urge you all to vote no on the $60+ million in funding for Cop City, or at the very least to send the legislation back to committee for further deliberation. I believe this is in all of our collective, including each of your best interests. Since the last time we did this on May 15th, my fellow student organizers and I have met with several of you individually to discuss this issue, those of you that would meet with us at least. I've had two major takeaways from these meetings. Firstly, you are not abolitionists. You will never be abolitionists. We cannot convince you to be abolitionists, and we will never agree about this until the day you all die. This makes sense. After all, your jobs do directly depend on the existence of police in the prison industrial complex in order to legitimize and protect your power. But that's okay. I've come to terms with that. I know I cannot convince you that we do not need a new training facility, no matter how much scholarly research I cite about policing's ineffectiveness, no matter how much personal testimony I give, no matter how many necks are snapped, how many skulls are cracked, how much blood is spilled. What I want to focus on is my second takeaway. My second takeaway is that, at least according to what many of you have told us directly, is that we actually agree on a number of things. In general, it would seem that we agree about the horrific environmental consequences the construction of Cop City would entail. As you have heard over and over again, this is a textbook case of environmental racism in action. A critical green space in an under-resourced, unrepresented, predominantly black community being destroyed for a facility which would train those who throughout the history of this country have only existed to harass, intimidate, and murder black people. Let us not forget that the origins of our modern police lie in the slave patrols of places like the city and state we all call home today. Let us not forget that the Atlanta Police Department is the very same department which brutally beat and unjustly arrested civil rights demonstrators decades ago. Boy, does that sound familiar. here. Let us not forget that for this nation and city's entire history, black people have been purposefully and systematically denied access to property and public green space. Look no further than the construction of Atlanta's highways. Make no mistake, Atlanta's legacy is one of stark racial environmental apartheid. That's a legacy each and every one of you joins if you decide it is okay to destroy the only public park serving a community full of black children in favor of shooting ranges and bomb test sites designed to spill those same children's blood. For those of you with black constituencies, I'm sure that's not a legacy you're interested in. Nobody will remember the shooting ranges, but they sure as hell will remember the forest that got razed. Even if environmental racism is of no concern to you, if you represent somewhere full of happy white people like, I don't know, Buckhead, I'm sure we can agree that in this time of climate crisis, because we all believe in climate change, right guys? Cutting down one of our city's 4 lungs is a terrible idea. I know some of you are old, but I want a planet to live on in 30 years. I'm sure we can agree that your children and grandchildren deserve a planet. After all, it is not our generation's fault that we're in this mess. It's yours and your parents and their parents before them. So please help us fix it. If you so desperately must have your cop city, if you so desperately must facilitate the deaths of black people in this city, too busy to hate, at least do not massacre the planet alongside us. The next point of general agreement I found from meeting with some of you is our mutual disdain for the Atlanta Police Foundation. I have heard it directly from multiple of your mouths that there is no love from any of you for the APF. Good, me neither. Let's make something clear. The use of the word Atlanta in APF's name is a severe misnomer. 40% of their members do not even live within the city. 45% of the ones who do live in Buckhead. That speaks for itself. Only 4 of them live in majority black census tracts. Dave Wilkinson himself lives an hour outside of the city. These people do not represent Atlanta. They aren't even from here. They're about as Atlanta as the Braves nowadays. Like, come on. Why should these people have any say on what goes on in a city they won't even live in? Why should they hold the lives and livelihood of black communities in their hands when they can't even be bothered to live around us? These people are not your constituents. They clearly cannot be trusted to represent Atlanta, and y'all don't even like them. So I'm confused why you bark and roll over at their command. The answer some of you have given me to this question is that it is simply easier to let the APF oversee the construction of the facility, especially given its location outside of your jurisdiction. President Shipman, you explicitly described this as a, quote, deal of convenience. Why do you settle for convenience? We did not elect any of you out of convenience. Voting in the state sure as hell is not convenient. We elected you expecting excellence. You can do better than this. We've shown you it is important to us that you do so. If you absolutely must build a facility, do it without the APF's involvement. The final point of agreement I think we have is in terms of the suppression of activists by the police and state, although I'm not sure why I bothered to differentiate between the two. From what I have heard from those of you I've spoken with, it seems we can agree that the use of domestic terrorism charges on peaceful protesters is horrifically excessive. It seems we can agree that the murder of Tortuguita should not have happened, that the 57 bullets that ripped their body apart should never have been fired. I'm sure we can agree that the SWAT raid of the teardown house and arrest of the 3 Solidarity Fund organizers is questionable at the very best, although I would without a doubt label it as an attempt at fascism. If these things trouble you as deeply as you claim, why do you wish to build a massive playground for the people doing them? What do you think they will be training for? They've shown you quite clearly again and again. You cannot train the police not to repress activists. That's what they exist to do. It's time to stand on your words and help ensure Tortuguita never happens again. I guess I did end up trying to convince you of something abolitionist in the end. I guess you just can't avoid talking about something when you're right. What I want to leave you with is a choice. I want to quote Matt Westmoreland, who told me he always strives to, quote, vote his conscience. This is a choice of conscience. You can choose to do the easy thing. Take the APF's deal of convenience and vote yes. If that's what you decide, you will continue to hear from us on election day and otherwise. I promise you that. Or you can choose to do the right thing. Vote no, or at the very least, send this tragedy of a legislation back to committee so we can have some modicum of trust that you care about us and will listen to our concerns. We've done what you want. We followed the proper civil process, no matter how difficult it has been made for us, and Lord knows it has been. Now it's up to you to vote your conscience. Do the right thing. It'll be a whole lot worse for all of us if you don't.
Thank you. Next up is Z Fitzgerald, but before that, Councilmember Bond.
Just want to respond to Mr. Brand. When I attempted to delineate what the city is responsible for and what it's not,
Please allow the council member to speak so we can continue with public comment. Please allow the council member to speak. Please allow the council member to speak. Councilmember Bond.
Mr. Brand.
Procedures of council allow a council member to speak when they've been called by name. Just allow him to speak and then we'll move along. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond has the floor.
Mr. Brand, traditionally what happens year after year is that advocates on various subject matters come to the city to demand that the city perform things that it legally cannot do, but they never go to the governments that are responsible for that. So what happens is that the situations are never effectively addressed. So that's why I delineated what the city can do and what the city can't do. In the example of human services, for Fulton County, for example,
allow Councilmember Bond to speak, and then we'll move along.
in the example of Fulton County, it is fully municipalized, but it still collects the same amount of money as when it was performing services. So if you'd like to see an increase in mental health services, human services for individuals, the same type of energy and zeal that is being expressed here today and in this movement would be wise to apply to the county so that they can allocate more money to spend on those services. Absolutely. I'm
Councilmember Bond has the floor.
Why?
Don't waste our time, we won't waste yours.
His 2 minutes are up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, we have been trying to move this along efficiently. I have the floor. We have 200 speakers.
Why is Michael speaking?
Because I have allowed him to speak, to respond, because he was called out by name. He will speak, and then we will move along. If we cannot hold the room, we will leave the room. So please allow Councilmember Bond to finish. Councilmember Bond, please wrap up.
So, Mr. Brand, I am committed to do the things that I committed to do in our meeting on Friday. We can meet on a weekly basis to develop policies that will address the issues that we talked about. And if we need help addressing the county, MARTA, the school system on these various issues, I'm more than happy to do so. But that's why I made that delineation, because in my experience over years, activists come down here to demand things from the city that the city doesn't address, but they never go.
You're the city! You're unaccountable! Stop repeating. Take ownership! We are the city! Hold you accountable!
Please allow the council member to speak.
So, Mr. Brand, in short, I'm more than willing to assist in any way that you deem feasible for me to assist you. Thank you.
Next is Z. Fitzgerald. I can't quite make out your first name.
Fitzgerald left. Is it okay to cede their time to someone else?
No, unfortunately not at this point. Okay, thank you. Let me call the next group. We're at 147. Eliza Fawcett, Ariana Brazier, T. Trotma, Eva Dickerson, Demetrius Vaughn, Lee Clements, Billy Ross, and Nia Clark. Start with Eliza Fawcett. You have 2 minutes. Please show Eliza Fawcett the respect she deserves as a speaker. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Eliza Fawcett, and I am an Atlantan who has lived in Grant Park in District 1, Jason Winston's district, for most of my life. I'm currently at the University of Georgia, and I'm a proud alum of an Atlanta public school, Maynard Holbrook Jackson High School. Councilman Winston, I am here as your constituent and as your neighbor to urge you to vote no on Cop City. Council members, there is nothing I am more proud of than being able to call Atlanta my home. I have homegrown Grant Park values, and my life was shaped by my access to a swath of beautiful, protected, accessible nature. They call us the city in the forest and Wilani one of the 4 lungs. And if you don't vote no on Cop City, you are tearing out the lungs of our home, a sacred piece of our history, and some of the life force of this great phoenix of a city. Atlanta is the phoenix because it rises from the ashes. But to continue to do so, we need to be able to breathe clean air. Atlanta forests remove 19 million pounds of air pollutants per year. Connect with nature, live freely in our skin without fear of tyrannical, violent, white supremacy, policing, and begin to address the real roots of this problem of violence in our city, which cannot be fixed by more shooting ranges, more training, and more bullets. I was lucky enough to grow up a block and a half from a park full of trees that Councilman Jason Winston swore to protect when he served as co-chair of the Grant Park Conservancy Board of Directors. Mr. Winston, I am not here to accuse you of anything. Rather, I am here to remind you of what you claim to fight for. The Grant Park Conservancy has condemned the building of Cop City, the destruction of the Wilani Forest, and the harm that this proposed construction would cause to the Black and brown communities around it. If you care about the environment, your constituents, and about protecting green spaces so that children like your daughter, like my little brother, like the children in your district who get the privilege of having Grant Park and all of its trees protected, then you will vote against this monstrosity of a proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ariana Brazier. Ariana Brazier. You have up to 2 minutes.
I am Dr. Ariana Brazier, a resident of the city of Atlanta, District 11. How convenient. My doctoral dissertation was about the ways Atlanta's Black families play under housing insecure conditions. My research took place in the Thomasville Heights area, the now closed Thomasville Heights Elementary School, and was originally inspired by my experiences at the also now shuttered Peachtree Pine Shelter. I am here again to reiterate my comments from May 15th. On that day, I reminded each of you how the closure of Peachtree Pine has been succeeded by minimal growth in shelter capacity. This has left unhoused and housing insecure Atlanta residents with no recourse. In 2022, the Atlanta Police Department was allotted a third of the city's $700 million budget. In the same year, Mayor Andre Dickens announced a proposal to invest an additional $6.2 million, which then totaled a mere $25 million toward alleviating homelessness. Comparatively, Cop City is seeking $33.5 million of city funding. Or wait, is it $67 million? That same budget cycle, the city only had 29 affordable rental units for every 100 extremely low-income families. That is 29 affordable rental units for every 100 extremely low-income families. In the same year, there were more than 24,000 applicants on the Atlanta Housing Authority waitlist. If we are truly committed to ending the cycles that propagate homelessness, Cop City can never be built. We must defund the police and invest in quality housing. And each of you, as city officials, must be accountable to the evidence in our lived experiences and the expressed needs of your people.
Thank you. Tia Troutman. T. Troutman. T. Troutman. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm a former community organizer. My family is a legacy family in one of the city's oldest churches, and I'm an Atlanta native. I stand here today proud to rep this city as the current Georgia Author of the Year. And I'm also, thank you. I'm also an Atlanta homeowner. My wife and I live walking distance from the Waylani Forest. I mentioned that last one because your mayor continually asserts that homeowners around the forest are overwhelmingly supportive of the training facility, excited even. That is a lie. That assertion is more fake than the testimony from people he and APF paid to show up today. As a storyteller, I resent this council for calling Cop City critic talking points misinformation when it is you that are misinformed. I resent what is misinformation is that Pine Street's closures was to make way for a training facility a couple years ago. That was misinformation. What was misinformation was that ACDC was going to be closed and made way for a community resource. That was misinformation. It was a lie. It's not the facility that fiduciaries take care of. It's still not been closed. It's still being misused to brutalize Black and brown people in this city. What's misinformation is that outside agitators are backing this movement. Outside dollars are backing this movement against Cop City. Atlanta residents, Atlanta legacy children, Atlanta organizers, Atlanta community members are against Cop City. Misinformation is a tactic used by fascist governments, not community organizers backing the people and protecting them. Misinformation is what has plagued the entire effort for Cop City to grow and take over the Waylani Forest. It's misinformation that has got us here today. And we fight misinformation using, where was my 30-minute check?
Time has expired.
Where was my 30-second check?
I thought
misinformation is that this has been a democratic process. You want us to be peaceful. You want us to protest quietly and efficiently for the fiduciaries. And yet when we do so, you overrun us by corporate interests.
Thank you.
Misinformation is what will make this council burn.
Thank you. Next is Eva Dickerson. Next is Eva Dickerson. Eva Dickerson. Right here. Yep. Oh, 152. You have 2 minutes.
I'd like to start by once again acknowledging that we are on unceded Muskogee land, land that my ancestors bled on, and that land that my people continue to bleed on. I want to bring ancestor Marshall Rancifer into this space, Haroon into this space, because they would be here had the city of Atlanta not killed them. I want to thank everyone who came here today who wore a mask, because as we know, cops spread COVID and community spreads care, and we will not believe the state's lies about this pandemic. The last time I addressed this body, Keisha Bottoms was a council member. I remember as Britta Darden, Sharice Brown, Columbus Ward, and Allison Johnson came to this pulpit to plead for their homes. I remember as then Councilwoman Keisha Lance Bottoms sat on her phone and texted and hee-hee and kikied on her phone as people cried on this pulpit. Not a single member of this body is worthy of being addressed today. But you, the people of Atlanta, are worthy of being addressed today. My name is Eva Dickerson. I am a teacher, a farmer, and a neighbor in Atlanta. I love you. I believe in you so deeply. Do you remember 2020 when we took this city? When we took these streets? Do you remember that they were so terrified of our power that they called out by the hundreds over some damn blue flu? Do you remember Keisha Bottoms getting in the pulpit crying and begging us to behave? This is our city. We do not answer to any of these cowards. They answer to us. Andre Dickens answers to us, and he best get to stepping. I will close with reminding you of the stakes. Tortuguita was a warning shot. Rayshard Brooks was a warning shot. Jimmy Atchison was a warning shot. Katherine Johnson was a warning shot. Anthony Hill was a warning shot. Scout was a warning shot. Alexia Christian was a warning shot. Jan Robinson was a warning shot. Oscar Kane was a warning shot.
Time has expired.
The state has shown us their hand, Atlanta.
Time has expired.
They've shown us what they would pay for war.
Thank you.
What would you
Time has
pay for
expired.
freedom?
Thank you. Demetrius Vaughn. Demetrius Vaughn. Demetrius Vaughn.
Never girl right there.
Demetrius Vaughn. Leah Clements. Up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Leah Clements, and I have a song. Please join. And y'all can join in too. It's call and response. We've got to stop poisoning all our water. So stop chopping down all our trees. So stop trying to build a cop city that'll terrorize our people who should be free. So not one more tree, not one more tree, not one more beloved, not one more beloved. We're gonna stop Cop City and build the world that we want to live in. But the forest has always been growing back the lungs of this revolving city. The trees heard Muskogee voices again in the first of many migrations. But our friends are living with the forest. We are taking care of each other. We are fighting for clean water and land and housing and food and education and jobs and healthcare and joy and love and community and joy. And we're dreaming of a world where we all live free. So not one more tree, not one more tree, not one more beloved, not one more beloved. We're gonna stop Cop City and build the world that we want to live in. 'Cause we love our trees, we love our trees, we love our people, we love our people. We're gonna stop Cop City and build the world that we want to live in. One more time, join us. We're gonna stop Cop City.
Time has expired.
And build the world that we want to live in.
Thank you. Time has expired. Next up is Billy Ross. Billy Ross, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have yielded time. I should have at least 4 minutes.
Let me check real quick. Four minutes. Thank you.
I would call you all out by individual names, but I would not like you to waste our time here. So, to the members of the council, I ask you, what are you doing this for? Who are you here for? The organizations that funded your campaign? The police state that upholds your economic, ideological, and/or political position? Or the people of this city? It is clear that you are not here to represent the people because you think that we are the enemy. When we ask for the police to not terrorize us, you call us terrorists, and in turn, terrorize us. It is obvious that you are scared of us. It is obvious that you want bigger, stronger police to silence us. You believe that through militarizing the police, we will disappear. Using your group power to emphasize nationalism, to enforce militarization over the citizens of this city is the full definition of fascism. If you vote for this facility, that makes you a fascist. The only people that truly want this facility are the people in positions of power. Be honest with yourselves. Your only interest is increasing the power of the state over the people. As you sit on your high chairs, literally and figuratively over us, ask yourselves, what are you here for? To increase your power and dominance, or to listen and support the people of this land? You see what is happening before us and wonder why the faith in this system is diminishing. The faith in our democracy is diminishing. The sad part is I know you don't care, that you laugh at us, that you will only use your vote in your own interest and in the interest of this narcissistic, militant empire. But I would love for you to prove me wrong. Prove us all wrong. I would like to use the remainder of my time for you all here to reflect on and honor all of the people that were murdered by the police department of the city and of the state that you love so much. Those lives can't be here to speak for themselves because they were murdered by the police that you are defending and that you are giving our money to. Viva Tortuguita. Viva to all the people that are here today, that are in the hall, that cannot be in this room right now. And again, I say, please prove us all wrong by voting no to Cop City.
All right.
Thank you. Next is Nia Clark. You'll have up to 4 minutes.
I would go over the benefits of the nature that is threatened to be torn down by the destruction of the Weelaunee Forest. But it is disappointingly clear that you all do not care. So I'll jump into how many of us are hurt and disappointed. How many of us have just lost trust in our democracy? We elected you all to represent us, and it hurts that we are becoming aware of the truth and the corruption of our elected officials. You all's jobs are to represent us. Instead, you are playing in our faces with your arrogance and fragile senses of power, and we simply can't trust you all to do your jobs. So we've showed up in numbers to do it ourselves and represent ourselves. So now the question isn't just what will the money be for Cop City, whether it's 30,000, 60,000, 90,000, we don't know. It's clear y'all don't know either. So now the question isn't just what's happening with that money and what's happening to the money going into that, but what's going into the money that we're paying y'all for. What do y'all have the power to do? Typically, when employees don't do their jobs, they get fired. And our city council is not doing their jobs by not listening to us. So it's clear that there must be a conflict of interest, and it might just be because you guys are getting paid more by companies and shareholders. Listen to us. We do not want Cop City.
We do not want Cop City. We do not want Cop City. If police were actually trained by living and engaging in their communities, they wouldn't need a simulation to practice. A fake city isn't going to have real people with real lives and real situations that they have to engage and encounter. The police have made it clear that they are not the people by their community aggression, their violence and intimidation tactics that they engage in to get their way. Also, I'm ashamed by the coonery and the buffoonery of some of our Black and POC elected officials and the police. They are working to uphold white supremacy and a career built from the occupation of slave catchers. You all have disappointed our enslaved ancestors and the legacies of activists that have forged a path for us to be here and build this country today. A few of which are printed in large scale on the posters outside. You can go and look at their faces. These cops are engaging in bully-like intimidation tactics. And this facility will help them learn more bully-like tactics. I've also learned, unfortunately, from this council and Black and brown cops that I see out and about, that all because people share the same features or come from maybe the same backgrounds, that it doesn't mean anything. Physical features don't mean anything. It doesn't mean that we share the same morals, and it is simply the ability for them to participate in the same violence that has hurt them. So really, a lot of us pity them. The police have made it clear that they are not the people. I'll say that again. And so, by voting for Cop City, you are not voting for the people. We do not want Cop City to be built. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. We're now at number 157 through 168. Jennifer Steen, Sam Alaluf, Scarlett Mayor Algo, Amy Castanel, 162 Lulez, I can't read the last name, Victoria F., Alex Rampart, Maria Bailey, Lisa Baker, Hannah Kay, and Jordan Strife. Start with Jennifer Steen. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I live in Atlanta, in specifically District 7. I also work in District 7, and I'm a mother to a son in Atlanta Public Schools. You were all elected to represent the people of your district, but if you choose to vote against your constituents and the people who your actions impact most, I ask you to be honest about why. Because it's not to create safer communities, to prevent crime, or to better serve the people who live here. We know that crime increases where there's poverty, lack of housing, and lack of health care. Police don't solve those problems. Training police will not solve those problems. If creating safer communities was something you cared about, you would put over $6 million towards mental health services, education, and housing, as has been mentioned before. Militarizing the police is not about safety, but at this point, you must know that by now. As politicians and representatives drift further away from actually representing the people, it is clear the goal now is to create a police force that can stop protesters, that can disproportionately harass and silence certain communities, and protect businesses and their wealthy owners and CEOs. My grandmother recently passed away, so I will share something that she taught me. Like many others, she fled a country where the government militarized the police and solely stripped away the rights of its people to the benefit of only the government and its oligarchs. This is something we can see happen in other countries throughout history. It isn't new. Few people would vote for totalitarianism. No one would willingly throw away their own right to protest or strike. But it doesn't start that way. It starts like this, in one city hall somewhere with one vote, and then another, until what you all thought you were doing is completely gone. This is bigger than just one training facility, but again, I think you all know that. You have an opportunity every day to speak up and to vote to allocate money towards resources and services for the people, but you don't. A cop training facility will do none of these things, so be honest with yourselves. Building a cop city is an act of violence.
Thank you. Sam. Next is Sam Ilaluf. Sorry if I'm not getting the last name right.
That's all right.
I'm sure I've got it wrong. 2 minutes.
That's all right. It's a doozy. Yeah, so my name's Sam. I've lived in Atlanta for over 10 years. I used to work as a teacher, but there's not as much enthusiastic funding for education, so I ended up leaving that line of work. And, you know, on the note of education, a lot of people have talked about misinformation, disinformation today. You know, a great way to fight that is transparency. And I think that's something we've really not seen a lot of in this whole process. It's often very labyrinthian to try and even understand whether we can get back in the building once we've signed up. Just basic processes are very opaque. I also just wanted to say, you know, based on the comments so far, I'm starting to get a sense that Atlanta might not be into Cop City too much. It's like, I don't know, I didn't tally it, but I think it's, you know, like 60-40, no, it's just crazy. We have seen just such an amazing show out, and I'm so proud of everyone. It's so great to see all of you and make all these connections. We'll cause way more trouble now that we've all met each other. And I just wanted to double back on something I said in my previous comment, which is that the response to the Cop City Defend the Forest movement is alone in itself enough to convert you to the movement. The kinds of behavior we've seen is atrocious. I was in Little 5 Points near Freedom Park, and there was a protest, a march that was there. It was very peaceful. I guess technically they jaywalked at some point. I found this out because I got to watch a bunch of kids getting tased in Freedom Park. Real testament to the name of that place. And so, we've seen that, these domestic terrorism charges, and like, I think we need to think in a state like Georgia, what will these tactics be used for? When abortion's illegal, what will these tactics be used for, right? What else are we gonna see this used for? I just want to close by saying I'm Jewish, and in Judaism there's a phrase, tikkun olam, which is the repairing of the world. And I want to say that you all don't just have an obligation, but like a lovely opportunity to do the right thing and help repair the world. Thank you so much. Defend the forest, stop Cop City.
Next is Scarlett. Next is Scarlett Mayorga. Scarlett Mayorga. Sorry.
Try harder.
I'm trying my best. 2 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, it's Mayoralgo.
Thank you,
First part
Mayoralgo.
is mayor, actually.
Yeah, thank you.
Very relevant to our discussion, I think. Good evening, everybody. So I'm an alumni of Georgia State University, and I'm also an organizer with the Georgia Working Families. I want to note, although he's not here anymore, that we've been canvassing in Antonio Lewis's district, District 12, and of the nearly 100 conversations that I've had, not a single person has supported Cop City. Many people don't know about it, is another fun and deeply concerning fact. Most importantly, even more than canvassing and talking to my neighbors, I live merely 4 miles from the location of your proposed police fortress. And I'm here, and all of the people are here to tell you that no matter what the corporate banker sells you, the people know that the budget is like a pie. And if the Atlanta Police Foundation is eating 1/3 of our pie, 1/3 of our budget, people are going hungry. And that's a metaphor, but it's also true. Because frankly, council members, teachers are going hungry. Those airport workers that you're widening the concourse for, they're going hungry. And also solidarity to the Delta strikers who are fighting for what they deserve, which is a livable wage. I want to move on to say that when you propose spending $90 million, let's just be generous, to the private police foundation that's already eating 1/3 of our pie, we have a problem. So there are people in this room who, with the little slice that they have, are doing more for Atlanta than a policeman with a brand new take-home car will ever do. And they're doing things the Atlanta way, that I think is the real Atlanta way, which is traditionally breaking bread with your neighbors, educating them, taking care of their children, and realizing that we're all in this together. So council people, with my last 5 seconds, I want to impress upon you, you can still be together with us in this. Vote
Time's
no.
expired. Thank you. Next is Amy Castanel. Next is Amy Castanel. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for saying my name correctly. Hi, my name is Amy Castanel, a longtime Atlanta resident. I live in the West End, District 4. I'm also here with the Georgia Working Families. And as an organization, we believe our government should work for the many, not corporations and the elite few. Many of my fellow Atlantans have come here today with jaw-dropping facts that more than prove that you should send this back to committee and/or straight up vote no to funding Cop City. That being said, I'd like to appeal to your humanity today. Police have already killed a protester in the push to build Cop City and charged 42 people with domestic terrorism for resisting Cop City. Giving more money to this project means you approve of the violence and intimidation against protesters that has already happened. The old Atlanta prison farm, in fact, has a brutal history of violence and neglect against black and brown people, including jailing prominent civil rights activists like Stokely Carmichael. Building Cop City on its remains would only serve as a monument to that oppression. There has been very little oversight or transparency from the Atlanta Police Foundation. Giving them $67 million or more is irresponsible and unacceptable. Instead, you should be investing these resources in community services like the ones that we have illuminated today a million times. Many people don't trust y'all to act in their interests. The previous council ignored 12 hours of public comment expressing opposition to the project in 2021, and this is your opportunity to redeem yourselves with the people of Atlanta. Y'all have the opportunity to stand up on the right side of history by listening to the people of Atlanta rather than powerful corporations. This project doesn't need to go any further. Please stand with us and vote against funding Cop City.
Thank you. Next up, I believe, is Lulez, but I can't see the last name. Number 162.
I had to write the name very quickly because there was only one clipboard.
2 minutes.
My name is Lavender. I'm an addict, and I've been recovering from addiction for over 9 months now. Thank you. In that time, I have seen how much hope there is for people like me. Addicts have done so much for me. Addicts have saved my life. It's my turn to give back, so I'm here to help stop Cop City. I'm here because I can't help but think how many of my fellow addicts I don't get to meet, because instead of helping us, our government has stigmatized, criminalized, and murdered us. I'm here because no addict is different from me, yet far too often skin color is the determiner of whether an addict gets to recover or be killed. Killed city council members by those who claim to protect and serve, then deface indigenous land and brutalize dissidents in the name of Cop City. I'm here because I refuse to look my fellow addict in the face and tell them I didn't do everything in my power to protect them when the Atlanta Police Foundation came in and said their power is more important than black and brown addicts who are still suffering. We need home city council members, not jail cells. At the very least, a forest to walk through and trees to commune with, so we can feel what nature can do for us that drugs never could.
Next up is Victoria F. Victoria, I can't read the last name, F-R-A-N. Alex Rampart, you have up to 4 minutes.
My name is Alex. I was born here, and I live here now. But I didn't come in today to justify myself to such a willfully deaf audience. I didn't come here to appeal to a sense of morality that this legislative body doesn't have. We've said all that can be said, and instead of listening, you've gaslit and punished us for years now. You, a group of highly literate people, you know that our city is ranked worst for income inequality and next to worst for economic mobility. And you willfully choose to invest in white supremacist carceral strategies rather than supporting our resource-starved communities. You've intentionally chosen deforestation in the age of climate catastrophe, and you sentence future generations, including the kids you get to hold dear, to chronic illnesses that come with worsening air quality, flooding, and heat. Your kids, your call. You've had the power to prevent this, and yet here we are. You intentionally forced this plan on the public against our will, our health, our safety, our future, all through violent measures. There's a word for that, and it's fascism. You don't deserve the power you have or all of this time from brilliant people who actually work in service to the public and the planet. But for everyone else here in this room, out in the atrium, for anyone anywhere who's ever been a part of this fight, all tactics, you have my gratitude, my respect, my admiration. I am so impressed with this movement. Against a relentless onslaught of aggression meant to strip us of any agency and intimidate us out of showing up, we have the courage to imagine a world where we have the resources we need, where our autonomy is respected, where we exist in partnership with each other and this beautiful place that we get to inhabit, and where justice holds meaning, where we can be restored. Thank you so much to everyone who's done anything for this. In such a dark world that council only wants to make worse, you and your faith in us make the future look bright. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maria Bailey. You'll have up to 4 minutes.
Initially, I thought I would talk about how I met with Councilperson Matt Westmoreland 2 years ago to express my concerns with how disjointed City Council was from popular opinion about Cop City. I told him I was concerned that the police would escalate the violence to the point of murder. It was 2 years ago. This would be a years-long battle of popular sentiment being ignored or repressed by those in the seats of power. I told him we'd see the state's monopoly on violence in action, that the escalation of violence is done by those with the most weapons and the most power. I thought I would talk about this conversation, but it's honestly not that important. Because here we are. A beloved community member is dead, domestic terrorism charges randomly slapped onto people, changing their lives forever, young people. And SWAT teams showing up for perfectly transparent funds being allocated in perfectly transparent ways. But that's just a start to the state actions that are expressly in order to scare people who have very meager and ordinary asks. I'm not here to ask you for anything. I'm here to present you with facts grounded in everyday reality. We need to be very clear about who has blood on their hands and who does not. We need to be very precise about who is escalating the violence, and it's not us. Unfortunately, this sentiment has been expressed over and over and over and over again. We are regular people, asking to retain a forest and to stop the militarization of the police. A simple and meager ask. Yet you find none of that compelling. None of all the facts that people have presented, not compelling. And just like how science isn't compelling enough to act on climate crisis, the very facts are not compelling enough to persuade you. So what is compelling then? What keeps me going? What is compelling? I'm tired of asking you to care about the environment. I'm tired of asking you to care about police violence. I'm tired of pleading for you to care about human life. I'm tired of asking for you to care about what it means in action to have a vibrant city, healing, justice, standards of living. I'm tired, and I know now that you will continue to deny those things until you absolutely cannot anymore. Until you understand that change does not come from you, it comes from us. Nothing we say compels you to act until you have to. What is compelling to me is the magnitude of the movement. It has reached the entire globe. This is a movement composed of everyday people, working people, kids, elders, educators, care providers, broke people, passionate people everyday people that are from Atlanta, and everyday people who see the repercussions of this coming home to them. We are everyday people that frankly have very little time between jobs, commitments, obligations to participate in movements, but have nevertheless made the sacrifice to do so. That's the courage and wisdom of everyday people, of us, the masses. What is compelling is that history has always been made by the masses. It will always be made by the masses. This movement is making history because there are so many of us. We are people making history because we are the masses of people saying no to Cop City. People in positions of power often get credit for change, especially when there's a shift in the status quo. But let us look at history. The people in power change their minds only when the people are loud enough, strong enough, mobilized enough, passionate enough, courageous enough. We have that, not you.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
This wouldn't have been a blip
Your time has
if
expired.
everything had gone according to plan
It's time
without
for
us
the next
knowing.
speaker. Your time
This
has
facility
expired.
guarantees.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Lisa Baker is next. Time has expired. Please allow the next speaker to speak. Lisa Baker is the next speaker. The next speaker needs to speak. Your time has expired. Lisa Baker. Lisa Baker is next. Lisa Baker, you have up to 2 minutes.
Did not work. Wipe the cops neck off.
My name is Lisa Baker. I live in DeKalb and I work as a nurse in the Grady ER. And I'm here today to tell you about my friend, Manuel Paez-Terán, who many of us knew as Tortuguita. I first met Tort when they came to attend a community first aid training that some friends and I taught in the park. And after Tort had attended several trainings with us, they started helping teach first aid with us. And then in December of last year, Tort suggested that we should organize a training for the forest defenders, specifically on the topic of first aid for gunshot wounds. I want to be clear. Tort did not want to teach other forest defenders how to survive gunshot wounds because they were out playing with guns. They are not the ones who had the firing range in the forest. No. Tort wanted to teach these skills because the police had repeatedly been coming into the forest with their guns already drawn, pointing them at unarmed protesters, laughing about how they could not wait to murder them. And these kids who were camping in the forest because they wanted to protect trees, they were terrified. And Tort's response to that fear was to teach a first aid class. They scheduled that class in the forest for January 22nd. As you can guess, it never happened. Because the tragedy that we were all trying to prevent happened instead. And on January 18th, Tortuguita was murdered in cold blood with their hands raised up in the air. And ever since that morning, I have woken up every morning feeling sick with my heart broken because I know that Tort knew how to stop the massive bleeding from a life-threatening gunshot wound. But I also know there was no first aid that anyone could have rendered that would have reversed the damage from the 57 gunshot wounds that ravaged Tort's body. And that blood, city council members, is on your hands. That guilt is on your heads. That shame lies on your legacy. It will never be erased. It will never be forgotten. You can never take it away, but you can take one tiny step toward reparation right now when you vote to stop Cop City.
Thank you. We're at 167. Hannah, next up is Hannah K. You have 2 minutes.
Council President, my last name is Krar, Hannah Krar.
Thank you.
When my dad died, he was the third generation of my family to be buried in DeKalb County. I hope that makes me from Atlanta. I am a grief educator, and I lead grief support groups in Atlanta Public Schools for students who have lost loved ones. And what you're seeing here today, what you've heard today, is an outpouring of grief and an act of love. As you've heard, many of us have had loved ones murdered or incarcerated by police. Many of us have had our own humanity threatened by police. We are grieving. We do not want Cop City. We know training doesn't work, especially in a training center designed to teach the use of violence against us. We are not your enemy. We are hurting. We are hurting. Despite our pain and grief, we have showed up time and time again to speak out against Cop City. That takes strength and that takes courage, especially when we are grieving so deeply. And I invite you to practice bravery with us today and show that you have heard our concerns, heard our cries, and felt our hurt. Please either send this back to committee or stop this right now and vote no and stop Cop City. We should not have to keep showing up here while we are grieving. This land that we are on has seen violence that has spanned generations. Our city has a very painful history. We are not too busy to hate, but too scared to look at the hateful legacy of our past. I ask you not to perpetuate that pain and violence today. If you truly understand our grief, if you truly hear us crying, you will vote no today and stop Cop City. To the people of Atlanta, I love you. Cop City will never be built.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Strive. Next is Jordan Strive. Jordan Strive. Next is Jordan Strive. Jordan Strive is next. If we continue to have disruptions between speakers, we'll move the council meeting to another room without the audience, and we'll call speakers in one at a time. So let's not do that, because nobody wants to do that, so let's keep moving. Jordan Strife, or Strife. Strife, you have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jordan Strife. I'm a resident of District 5. You know, I had something kinder and gentler prepared. I was going to plead. I was going to try to persuade. I was actually going to read a couple quotes from Amir Farouki about participatory budgeting and suggest we actually give it a real go. But I was just so astounded by Councilmember Bond's arrogance earlier in attempting to defend himself. Did y'all hear the disdain in his voice when he said activists and advocacy organizations? As if this were some sort of misunderstanding on our part and we were misinformed, as if our community, friends, loved ones haven't been brutalized by this system. Sometimes arbitrarily, sometimes on purpose, sometimes for the crime of just opposing it. And you talk about fiduciary duty. What a disingenuous way to pass the buck. Was it fiduciary duty to let the old facility deteriorate? Is it your fiduciary duty to build the largest police training facility in the nation to cut down this city's lungs? Your fiduciary duty to give $60 million to the most powerful police foundation in this country to build this particular facility in this particular place? Can you not increase funding for police alternatives and diversion? Do you not have that ability? What about, you talked about transportation. Do we not have a Department of Transportation? Didn't we vote for a bond? So we're just asking that you actually do your fiduciary duty. If you must send it back, if you dare vote it down. And since I'd just like to call somebody out by name, since you can respond. Jason Winston, you recently met personally with the mayor. I'd like to know what you talked about.
Time has expired. Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
It's our time, not yours. 35,000. Y'all gotta start calling him Voldemort.
Councilmember Bond. Please allow Councilmember Bond to speak. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, and I'd like to respond to the gentleman. I do not now or ever have in my life have disdain for activists, for protesters, for organizers, because that is the tradition that I come out of. That is the tradition that I come out of. That is my personal history. I have been arrested for my beliefs in a city that was not my own. I was called an outside agitator. I have been all over the country as a youth activist and as an employee of the NAACP. I have been involved in civic disobedience in the entirety of my adult life. I've had friends killed by the police. I've had family members.
Councilmember Bond has the floor.
I've had relatives that have been victims of police violence. I have spoken out against police brutality. I spoke out against the death of your friend on NPR. Tara Gita. I spoke out against that. I believe the raid last week was terrible and spoke to a reporter last week about that. It may not have made the print, but I have great respect for what you do because I come out of that same tradition. I'm sorry if you feel that I have disrespected you, but if that is the case, I will publicly apologize to you now.
Do it!
You can apologize by voting no.
I publicly apologize to you now.
Councilmember Bond.
I will publicly apologize to you now if you felt disrespected. That was not my intent.
We don't want your empty words.
And that was not, well, my position has been clear from the beginning. It has been clear for 2 years. So I have not misrepresented myself. I have not lied to the public. I've spoken to every reporter or media outlet that has contacted my office, and I do my best to respond to emails and phone calls. So I have been completely transparent. I have been completely transparent throughout this process. I will answer you. I plan to support the training center.
Councilmember Bond.
But I have been completely transparent and honest throughout the process for more than 2 years. So if you feel that I have disrespected you, I apologize. But I have represented my constituents to the best of my ability. I've analyzed this situation. And for those who have commented that what would my father do, I'm doing as my father trained me to do. To think critically and to analyze the facts of the situation without emotion. And so that's the position that I have. That's the position that I have. I've been completely transparent and honest with every single person that has crossed my path about it. And so with that, I offer my apology if you feel like if I have disrespected you. That is I publicly apologize to you. Mr. Chair, I release the floor.
Thank you. All right, next group of speakers. Next group of speakers. We have groups of speakers. Let me call the next group of speakers so we can keep moving. Macy Thompson, Sienna Eager, Priscilla Smith, Temperance starts with a B as the last name, Rachel Smith, and Kaylin Pitt. Macy Thompson. Okay. Oh, sorry, 169 through 180. 169 through 180. Macy Thompson, you have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Shout out to the night shift, everybody. Yeah. Some of the speakers today have been disorientingly inspiring, so thank you all for that. And I do want to acknowledge that it's Pride Month, so to my LGBTQ family, we love you, I love us, and I also want to acknowledge that the gay rights movement was modeled after the civil rights movement, and the gay rights movement was largely led by Black trans women. So racial justice and gay rights are inextricably linked. Also, maybe you could allocate some of the budget to fix the elevators. I wanted to speak on Cop City in the context of police brutality, which I experientially know nothing about. I don't have as much time as I thought, so I'll just cut to the chase and say it's because I'm white. I'm here not only as a resident of this city, but as the project lead to a multidisciplinary arts movement called the Astor Project, where musicians, filmmakers, writers, muralists have come together to collaborate with 20 families who've lost a loved one to police violence in the state of Georgia. And we're going to rehumanize their stories through the power of art. And so when I was planning on what I was going to say, I went to the Atlanta Police Foundation website, and I want to read a portion of their mission statement. It says, "The Public Safety Training Center will set a national standard," this is so good, "a national standard for community engagement and neighborhood sensitivity and devotion to the civil rights of all citizens by law enforcement." You haven't laid a single brick, and the mission statement has already been broken. This room is proof that trust in police is broken, and I want to list a few more examples of why that is. Police said that Jabril Robinson fired a gun at them, so they shot him in the back of the head while he was running away. That was a lie. Police said Javis Benjamin, whose mother spoke to you earlier today, physically attacked Officer Lynn Thomas before he shot him in the chest. That was a lie. Police said that they didn't know children were in the car when they performed an illegal pit maneuver killing 12-year-old Leadon Boykins. That was a lie. They did know. Police claimed DeAndre Phillips drug an officer hanging halfway out of his car before he shot him. That was a lie. Police can't claim Jimmy Atchison committed armed robbery and that he had a violent and aggressive history with law enforcement. That was a lie. Police said they were ambushed by gunfire in the Weelaunee Forest before they riddled his body with how many? 57. I think we all know that was a lie.
Liars.
You can't expect trust from the exact community you are continuing to brutalize. People much more informed than I am, much more experienced than I am, have told you all the facts. No one on this council can claim ignorance. We know this, you know this, and honestly, that would have been your most face-saving reason to vote yes, but you can't claim that anymore. So I'm going to end with this. We all have someone, and if we're lucky enough, we have some people whom we love so much they feel like an actual extension of our hearts. Think of who that person is to you, and while you do, I want to remind you that Javis Benjamin was that person. His mother was here today, like I said. Did you know that he was an artist? He painted murals. He ran the sound system for his church. Did you know that Kevin Davis worked at a bike shop and took discarded bikes and put them back together and gave them to children in the neighborhood? Did you know that Andrew Smyrna was an entrepreneur and he was on his way to get the keys to his first Airbnb property when he was shot and killed by police? Did you know that he loved music like his dad, who passed away last September? Devin Franklin, if I may quote him, he's not here, he said, "A budget is a moral document. It reflects where your priorities lie." So I want to make sure that when you make this decision, you don't get the luxury of these names being in your distant memory. They're not statistics. They're not hashtag justice for fill in the blank. They're somebody's person. And so are the eventual lives that will be lost if Cop City is built. I also want to thank Councilmember Bakhtiari for what you've done for the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge you, and I hope you may have a few words to say after this. Stop Cop City, send it back to the committee, whatever you got to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bakhtiari?
Yes, I want to ask if we could do a quick 15-minute recess while we reassess and talk to everyone here, and come back up 15-minute break, and come back in and resume this.
There's a motion by Councilor Bakhtiari for a 15-minute recess, seconded by Councilor Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to recess?
Just can y'all just trust me on this one?
Give her the floor.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Trust me.
There's a second. Councilor Wan seconded. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to recess for 15 minutes.
One moment, please. The vote is open.
Baroki's aye.
Councilmember Boone and Boone and Farokhi are both ayes.
Winston is an aye.
Please reflect Mr. Winston is an aye. Councilmember Winston's an aye. Councilmember Boone's an aye. Councilmember Farokhi's an aye. Madam Clerk.
The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The vote carries. We will recess until 10:03 p.m.
Obviously, I have no trouble speaking loudly. All right, okay, there we go. So, council members were asking our council president to move this to committee room 1. Understandably, you should know that some of the council members here have received death threats, so I understand that they are uncomfortable. To be very clear with you all, I understand why you're upset. I had to step out of this committee room multiple times to cry. I am a no vote on this. I talked to some of the leaders and asked for a recess when I found out that this was going to happen so that we could talk to y'all to come up with a game plan of how to move forward to keep that from happening. That is why I asked for recess, to have a conversation and to allow some of the movement leaders in this room to talk with you all. To make it very clear, I'm not asking you to behave. That is not my place. You have a right to your own emotions. I get that. But all I know to do is to name what is going on, to be honest with you, to figure out how we move forward. And no, they're not trying. No, the idea would be that they would move to committee room 1 and they would call everybody one at a time and you wouldn't be allowed to sit in the gallery. Well, hear all that. This is me stating the facts of what is happening so that we can figure out how to move forward together. Because I think that the communication is the best way to do that. So, you would hear the TVs. and you'd be called in individually. And so, Kat, I know completely how you feel. You've been with us since day one, so I get it. It's because of this. And also, please, y'all do me a favor, please stop calling council members by name. Stop calling council members by name. Stop calling council members by name, because they have a right to respond to you for as long as they want. So please stop doing that. Tim, I'm going to allow you to take this now.
I mean, I'm not definitely going to police anybody's anger, man, because I'm angry too. I was angry when I got here and the door was locked, you know. But and I was angry at some of the people on council for letting that happen. But I don't know about you, but my number one goal is what? And I have to sometimes, like, I got to conflate that with my own, my need to lean in on somebody I'm angry with. And today, these are the ones I'm angry with. These are the ones that can give us what we want, right? And I'm not saying we attract more with honey, vinegar type thing. But if we are yelling and heckling, then eventually, and I'm not going to make a judgment call on that, but eventually they are going to remove us. And we'll still be able to do public comment. And I just wonder if it's possible, and maybe it's not. I'll move too. I just wonder if it's possible for us to sit here and listen to each person speak and maybe just tone down, but maybe that's not possible, and I'll go next door too.
Yes, well, so the way this is also going to play out, for those who are waiting to speak, is that after we get through this list, the idea is that we go into committee of a whole and reopen everything for, I think, an hour for people who have not spoken to be able to sign up. And it will happen then. Again, I get that I'm part of a system that you guys despise, and that is very valid. Even though I'm sitting here talking to you all, I get that I'm a part of that. Yeah, and so, fair enough, Kat. So I think that one of the main things here is for you to stop calling a council member just by name so that we don't have the standoff that is occurring. Okay, so please stop doing that. Just like I'm begging you to stop. And so we can move forward, because I think the last thing anyone in this room wants is for everyone to have to be cleared, for anyone to be put in the position of clearing folks, and for us to have to move into a different room. All right, so like, I get that you're mad with us. That's totally valid. I just want us to find a way to move forward that doesn't force anyone out of the room. Sure. To be very clear, people on this council absolutely have been threatened. And right now it is occurring because of the fact that there is like screaming breaking out, we can't keep moving forward, and people are getting up and people are getting frustrated that we are not making progress in the agenda and people aren't being allowed to speak. I actually face the public every day, but I do appreciate that sentiment. Go ahead. No, because you should just do not name that council member. That is my ask of you. Still name your feelings. Heard? Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Right. That's very valid. So let me, like, first, I'm not showing you anyone's death threats. I don't have them. Secondly, yes, and I hear, and like, that is super valid. I am telling you that this is what is about to happen. So rather than hide or anything like that, I decided this is very scary for me to come up here and be like, hey, I am now within throwing aim. Let me come over here and say these things. I have, Sarah, you know I have talked to them. Do you want me? Okay, fine. Then I'll go back. All right. So let me add. Valid.
Said that he's still gonna vote for
You know what? Fair enough. You know what? You're right. It was a lot for me to come down here and ask this of you. That is very valid. Also valid. Well, actually, like, no, that's fine. I do not know how to move forward. I just know that this is about to happen. I wanted to come down here and be honest with you. And I am, so to be very clear, I am. All of them. Yeah.
Council member, what's the people's recourse? What is the people's recourse? No people aren't heard. We know we're right here.
Yeah.
But we also know.
We know that we're in the right here. We all know that. And realistically, they know that too. But we also know that right now we literally, as fucked up as it is, do not have it. We have a choice, literally a binary choice of be as we currently are or as we just were, or not allow the board or the commission to hear us, period. And we want the commission to hear us. And that doesn't mean that from now on we go and we're just like silent the whole time and just like don't make a single noise or whatever. But it also means don't make death threats. Don't, just, people have. And that's, we have a lot of validity right here, but we have a binary choice and we want to be heard. And it sucks that we can't be fully, like we can't be heard to the fullest extent, but can we try to be heard for the fullest extent that we can?
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Council members, we've got 1 minute on the recess.
What?
We've got 1 minute on the recess. Okay. It's 10:03. It's time to call the session back to order. Yes. Recess is over. Next up is Sienna Eager. Recess is over. I would ask everybody to take their seats and we'll resume public comment.
My last ask is that for my colleagues, if someone calls you by name, please stop responding so we can all move forward.
All right, Sienna Eager.
My name is Sienna Eager.
Eager, thank you. Sienna, let me just call the next few so we can get back into public comment. Sienna Egger, Priscilla Smith, Temperance B., Rachel Smith, and Kaylin Pitt. Sienna, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Sienna Eager. I'm a Georgia native, a Georgia State University student, and a District 5 resident. I am no outside agitator, and I am here today to urge City Council to vote no on funding for the supposed police training facility known as Cop City, or at the very least send it back to committee for reconsideration. When it comes to people living in the United States opposing police forces in the United States, there is no such thing as an outside agitator. We all live in the same country. We all live in the same state and in the same city. So we have all seen the violence inflicted upon our black, brown, queer, and trans siblings and upon our planet. If what the city of Atlanta really wants is to keep us safe, you should know that spending $67 million of our tax dollars on the destruction of Weelaunee Forest and the construction of Cop City will never be what keeps us safe. The destruction of one of the 4 lungs of Atlanta would be detrimental to the city, causing further pollution of the South River, flooding the already underprivileged surrounding communities, and further dirtying the air we breathe. We are not separate from
from this planet. We are the animals who inhabit it. We are the natural world, and the natural world is here in City Hall begging you to do what you can to save it. $67 million should instead be invested in resources that take care of people and truly keep us safe. Healthcare, affordable housing, mental health care, community resources, rehabilitation and reintegration programs instead of prisons are all necessary alternatives to Cop City and to policing as it stands and to prevent crime in the first place. In the event that intervention is required in the midst of an ongoing violent crime, a service providing effective, specialized rapid response does not need to be connected to a policing system that has been failing our communities since its conception. Peaceful protesters have been wrongfully charged and arrested for domestic terrorism. Peaceful activists has been wrongfully charged for charity fraud. Peaceful protester Tortuguita was wrongfully murdered with no one held accountable nearly 6 months later, all for nothing. Democracy is meant to serve the will of the majority, not just the will of those with capital and power. We who are nature defending itself, we are the majority. Please show us that you are listening.
Thank you. Priscilla Smith. You'll have up to 2 minutes. I'm also going to ask Councilmember Westmoreland to step back into the chair just for a few moments. Thank you. To 2 minutes.
I don't have any substantive thing to add. Everybody's already said everything. But I'm sure shooting going to give you 2 minutes of my heart. I know many of you personally. I have spoken to you at great length, some of you. I find it difficult to believe that you are doing what you think is right when you vote yes on this. I ran for State House of Representatives, and I got up to speak before the Kennesaw Business Association, and the words that came out of my mouth surprised me. They were that I knew, and everybody in the room knew, that there was nothing wrong with the 2020 election, and I feel similarly right now. I don't quite know what happened to the things that I was going to say. But here we are. On March 7th of this year, I went over to Weelaunee, and there I was, a couple of decades older than everybody else, but there was a dance party. There was a music festival. Came back the next day, threw away what I was going to do to be in support of the effort, and time to go to rehearsal at 6:45, and there were suddenly police coming in, wrapping people's wrists with zip ties and whatnot. The 2 young women that I was responsible for freaked out, ran back up the hill. We're trying to get down the hill. There are a few policemen looking at us. We don't know what's going on. I have the nerve to ask the police what to do. They say, if you leave, nothing bad will happen. They said to me, yeah, we're scared. There are 600 of you and 44 of us. We can't be protected by people who are afraid of us. And building the Cop City will do nothing but inculcate that deeper into our culture.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Temperance B.L. Blake. Is Temperance here? Okay, and then followed by Rachel Smith and Kaylin Pitt. What's the number? Yeah, 178, 179, and 180. You're welcome.
Okay, 2 minutes, right?
Yes.
Word. Okay, so I was gonna talk about the trees. I found out y'all already tore down a shit ton of trees, or a lot of trees. Hold on, that's y'all know that's a problem, right? There's the carbon crisis or whatever. They say the sky is turning red, metaphorically. It's an emergency is what I'm saying. So that's a problem. Y'all shouldn't have done that. Don't tear down anymore, please. Whatever. But anyway, okay, so on the cop thing, I had a quote, I don't know exactly, but I had a quote from it was from the Offender Solutions, which is what they give you if you have to do community service and then you have to take a class on a thing. It's called Offender Solutions. And there was a quote that says it's been proven, or research has shown that punishment is not a deterrent for a crime. And I think that's true. Cause I'm thinking about listen, I'm thinking about my life and dig, I was not punished as a child, at all. No, I'm for real. And I also no, I got like stern talking to, whatever. There would be like, I don't know, go read a Bible quote or something, or go sit in a tree for a minute, go hide in the treehouse and like be mad. But I wasn't like punish, you know what I mean? And like, listen, I like don't do crimes, like for real. Like, no, I'm so serious. And like, nothing wrong with like, I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. Like, obviously that's not true. And like, I know I look like I do crimes, like I have tattoos and all that, but like, literally don't even listen to that. And like, I like legit, like I don't do crimes. I don't even like put my gum on tables because I just think it's like wrong, So it's like, okay, if the people who are getting like policed and punished all the time do the crimes, and like me, somebody who like doesn't get policed and punished all the time, doesn't do crimes, then like to me and all the research from the thing, like then to me, then like what I did have, like what I'm thinking is I had people who cared about me and I had a safe and happy home. Like I had people who wanted what's best for me, and I never had to worry about anything. So like the people who do crimes, they're worried and they don't have people to care for them. So like,
thank you.
You want the crime rate to go down? I'm just saying.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith, followed by Kaylin Pitt. Rachel Smith. Kaylin Pitt. Kaylin Pitt. Okay, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kaylin. I'm a District 2 resident. I'm asking those of you who represent me on council to not vote for this and to vote no. Thank you to Councilmember Waits, who's already said that she would. Regardless of how you feel about this training facility, I think we can all agree this has just gone like off the rails at this point. Public engagement has been non-existent. The mayor's administration has lied for years about the actual amount of money that is going to this project. The state is arresting bail fund organizers. Protesters are being labeled as domestic terrorists. I feel insane watching the same people who constantly lauded Atlanta for being the birthplace of MLK Jr. using the same tactics deployed to fight the civil rights movement decades ago. I feel disgusted. This is the first city council meeting I've been to. I wish I could curse right now. I'm so angry I had to be here. I had to take off work to be here. I don't want to be here. I have other things to do. And I'm here because it really seems like several of you are willing to even ignore your residents and vote for this thing when hundreds of people, thousands at this point, have said, no, don't do this. You are not God. You are not God. Do not do this. Listen to your constituents, or you will be replaced with people who do. This money should be used to address the countless other issues Atlanta is facing. Vote no or send this back to committee. And also, once again, please stop addressing you-know-who. We don't need to listen to him talk anymore. All right.
Thank you. Next up, our speaker is 181. All right, so now we're on 181 through 189. Emily Backus, Samantha Severin, Paige Odenzia, Akri McCam, Vassiter McCam, Kelsey Leahy, Avery Arden, and Kamal Franklin. So first up is Emily. 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Backus. I'm an elementary school music teacher in the Atlanta Public Schools, and I'm proud to be one. As a music teacher, I wanted to do a little music history lesson with you tonight about a song written in 1931 by a woman named Florence Reese. Florence wrote this song on the back of her kitchen calendar after armed men acting in the interests of the coal company came to her home to intimidate her husband and her family away from organizing miners in Harlan County, Kentucky. I'm sure you can see why this scenario feels pretty familiar to us in Atlanta after the egregious use of a SWAT team to arrest peaceful activists on bogus charges last week. Reese's song explains that if you do not stand with the oppressed, you stand with the oppressor. She asks a simple question. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? The hundreds of people gathered here today who have been here for over 12 hours, who are hungry, who kind of have to pee, who are pretty tired, are asking you, are you on the side of a governor who wants to strip away abortion rights, queer and trans rights, and immigrant rights? Are you on the side of an attorney general who considers me, once again an elementary school music teacher, a domestic terrorist because I donated to a community bail fund? Are you on the side of an unchecked police force who murdered someone sitting cross-legged with their hands in the air? Or are you on the side of the constituents who elected you, who can think of a hell of a lot better ways to spend $60 million of our public money than destroying a forest in the middle of global climate change? Atlanta is watching you. The world is watching you. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Samantha Severin. 182, Samantha.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's Samantha Severin. I've lived in Georgia since I was 6 years old. I love Atlanta. I think it's the best place in the world. I'm sure you all agree. We've heard, 9 hours of public comment today. We've heard 4 minutes in support of building Cop City. This Cop City, this proposal from the very beginning, it seems like since it started, we've been operating under a sunk cost fallacy. And on top of that, it feels like we're in a give a mouse a cookie situation. If you're not familiar, the mouse keeps asking for more things after the cookie. The mouse asks for more dollars and more acres, and it keeps going. I appreciate the optimism of this committee. Hearing about some of these awful things we've heard about Solidarity Fund, people getting arrested on crazy charges, random domestic terrorism charges, the murder in the forest of Tortuguita. We heard a story about a sexual assault after someone was pulled over with an insurance ticket. And I saw surprise on some of your faces. And that is very sweet and very naive of you to have that much surprise. It's all par for the course. I mean, we keep hearing these stories and we keep going, we got to get that bad apple out of here. But why do we keep hearing the stories? If there's even one yes vote out of all of you, it'll prove that you don't work for us, because for 9 hours, no one has said yes to this. And it'll prove that you, I guess, work for the APF, which you've all claimed to not like. I know you feel like your hands are tied on several issues. They're not tied on this one. You can vote no. It's that simple. Thank you so much. Vote no, and you'll protect our city.
183, Paige Idenzia. Okay. 2 minutes.
How we doing?
Doing all right.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. What's going on?
Welcome.
My name is Paige Audenzia. I'm a resident of District 1. Anyone who spent the summer of 2021 canvassing in advance of the City Council vote on Cop City the first time could tell you that most of the city had never heard of it. And it seemed that that was by design. There has been a concerted effort on the part of the mayor's office to paint the entire opposition to the training center as a fringe concern, or in his words, an internet bandwagon. You could be forgiven for looking at the way that the APF has brazenly targeted activists for harassment and thinking that at this point, most of the momentum behind building the training facility seems to be animated by pure spite, by a barely concealed resentment of a certain culture of activism and accountability. 2 years into this conflict, it doesn't seem like it's an accident that building the facility is anti-democratic, or that the APF, also known as functionally our new government, is inflicting fear on our city. It seems to be the point. The APF has a vested interest in demonstrating that anti-democratic projects like this can work, that activist movements can be taught to submit, or that protesting can be made too expensive, too physically violent, too intimidating to do. It is a demonstration that we are ready for the state's most violent arm to do whatever it wants to us, but let me be clear, we are not. I beg of you, with every ounce of my heart, with every ounce of this thing, I'm begging you, please do not commit tens of millions of dollars to this militarized cop playground. Stop inflicting fear on my friends, my neighbors, my home. Vote no, serve the people. Good day. I love you all.
Next up is Speaker 184, it's McCree, apologies, McCree McCam. And then 185 is Sitter McCam. All right, 187, Kelsey Leahy, followed by 188, Avery Arden.
My name is Kelsey Leahy. I am houseless yet not homeless. I am from the universe herself. I live in the here and now. You can find out more context about me at oborockstar.com. More importantly, I wrote this song for Tortuguita, who gave their life to stop Cop City. Please listen to us. I've been living in the woods, I've been living in the woods, all these days and all these weeks, so many months throughout the year. I've been living, I've been loving, I've been living in the woods, with myself, for myself. I'll keep living in the woods, all these days and all these nights, so many moons throughout the year. I've been sleeping, I've been dreaming, I've been flying through the trees. I've been resting in the woods, I've been healing in the woods, with my friends, with my family, with the birds and bumblebees. I've been crying, I've been howling, I've been praying on my knees, 'cause we've been living in the woods, for all the creatures great and small, for the ones that came before us and the others forevermore, for our mothers, sisters and daughters, for our fathers, sons and brothers. We'll keep living in the woods, we'll keep loving in the woods. We've been fighting, we've been dying for the waters and the trees. We'll keep sitting, we'll keep singing, we'll keep protecting these trees, for you and me, for all of us who'll ever be. We'll keep sitting, we'll keep singing, we'll keep protecting these trees. Just vote no.
Thank you.
It's that easy.
Avery Arden, and then Kamal Franklin, 189. Okay. Next sheet, starting with 193, is Gerard Green, followed by Sarah Giordano, Sasha Friedman, Nadia Behizadeh, I apologize. Thank you. Barbara Boyce, Elizabeth Saunders, Kim Scott, and Alexis Greenbolt, or Greenblatt. Is 193, I believe it's Jared Green. Sarah Giordano. Thank you, 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Giordano. I'm an Atlanta resident. I've shared with some of you already that I was the victim of a violent crime several years ago, from which I continue to suffer PTSD. The incident, a home invasion, left me and my partner traumatized, but not only by the incident itself, but by the police reaction. As my partner lay with what I found out later was luckily only a concussion, I called 911 to seek help. I was in shock and trying to find safety. Eventually, police and GBI showed up, taking over our house and what felt like being held hostage for a second time that night, but this time for much longer, and many more men with many more guns. In the weeks following, police continued to show up at our house uninvited to try and convince us to go to a lineup. We knew that eyewitness accounts, especially cross-racially, are notoriously wrong, sending innocent people into a system that we also knew held no hope for justice for us nor the perpetrators. The police told us about the increased racial profiling tactics they were using, thinking we would be happy to hear that they were now pulling over cars of people, young black-looking people, if they were driving through our neighborhood. These police did not and do not need more training. This is a systemic problem. Do any of you wonder why police exist? If you haven't studied the history of policing, do so. Policing is only necessary for maintaining social control in a deeply unequal world. Our modern-day system stems directly from slave patrols and union busting. Slavery, colonization, and the science of eugenics were all integral to policing going public. Business people who were tired of paying for their own security forces to control workers also controlled government bodies and figured out they could make the public foot the bill if they scared certain segments enough. Sounds familiar, huh? Today, the reason we are here is because we, the people, are being asked to fund corporate interests. Vote no for Cop City.
Thank you. 196 is Sasha Friedman. Sasha Friedman.
Hello, my name is Sasha Friedman. I'm a member of District 1, so I'll give all of you a little bit of a break and just talk directly to District 1. I went back and looked at your website, and the very first line that you have under public safety is saying that we must solve our public safety crisis and expand the policing alternatives and diversion initiative to reduce the incarceration of people who need supportive services like professional and mental health support. The very first line is saying you recognize and advocate for harm reduction. I've seen you at PAD events. I would imagine it's because you know that when we invest in our people, in their needs, that is what creates true public safety. So I don't really understand why you're turning your back on your own promise and supporting Cop City, which is a project that not only increases policing, encourages incarceration over care, but also literally takes money from those initiatives. The police budget is $293 million this year. PAD gets $1.5 million. That is 0.5% of what is going to the police. I went back and looked at the election results from our most recent election, and you have your seat by 284 votes. There are 355 people who signed up to come speak today. 284 votes, and I have to remind you that the mayor was not one of those votes. I am asking you to entrust my vote in this choice in the same way that you asked for me to trust my vote. I am a white person with wealth, with property, and I know that public safety and policing was intended to protect me, to protect my property, and to protect my money, and I do not want it. We do not want it. So I'm asking you, as your constituent, as your neighbor, please invest in the power of alternatives to policing. Please reconsider and vote no.
Thank you. Nadia Behzadeh, 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Nadia Behzadeh. I'm a resident of Atlanta and an associate professor of education. I fully am against funding Cop City. I've been engaged in research and teaching for almost 2 decades, and not once has my research or my colleagues' research indicated that we need more police to ensure equity and justice. In fact, research has consistently shown the opposite to be true. In schools, when there's greater surveillance, when there are zero-tolerance discipline policies, and when there is increased police presence, we see increased suspensions, more students being sent to juvenile detention centers, particularly students of color. These research-driven findings in education are also true for the wider community, for our city as a whole. To be clear, I am not talking about individual police officers being bad. I am saying systems of surveillance do not serve communities, and the false equating of increased police with increased safety is wrong and dangerous. Instead of investing in policing, the city needs more investment in social services and public education, as many have said today. I would wholeheartedly support initiatives to pay our teachers more, create policies that give them the autonomy to do their jobs well. Pivoting to the students, what do recent events related to Cop City teach our children about democracy? When they see members of a mutual aid group charged with money laundering and charity fraud for buying food, paying for people's bonds, and other legitimate activities aligned with the mission of their organization, we are moving into totalitarianism, where subservience to the state is required or you will be targeted. Georgia Deputy Attorney John Fowler said these organizers were radicalizing other people through the use of anti-government materials. But a cornerstone of democracy, what we teach our kids in social studies classes, is that when a government is corrupt and unethical, the people must organize and push for justice. And that is exactly what is happening today. today. City Council members, I thank you for your time spent listening today, and I sincerely hope that you have heard the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Boyce. Barbara Boyce. Barbara Boyce. Elizabeth Saunders. Kim Scott. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
My name is Liz Saunders. I've been a resident of Atlanta for 22 years. I'm a small business owner for 11 years. Recently in the city of Atlanta, but currently now in DeKalb County. My personal training studio is on Boulder Crest Road, on the edge of Weilani Forest, immediately adjacent to the site of the proposed police training center. We offer trauma-informed strength training. Many clients are LGBTQ+, people of color, or bigger-bodied individuals who join us to learn and practice powerlifting as a means to get stronger, take back their bodies, and process trauma, all with the sound of police helicopters circling overhead. Cop City doesn't need more money. You're squandering the funds and the resources you already have. On my daily drive to work, I pass between 6 and 30 police vehicles on Constitution, Key, and Boulder Crest roads every day since December, and sporadically for a few months before that. Officers have loitered in my parking lot, blocked my driveway, and questioned clients and a trainer who works there, including a black woman and a transgender man. Coincidence? On January 18th, the day of Tortuguita's murder, for which no one has yet taken accountability, officers loitered on my doorstep for over an hour, presumably some kind of downtime between operations, lounging with heads on backpacks, eating snacks, and cracking jokes. One officer even hung his rifle from my security gate. How do I ask them to sit elsewhere? Your presence in front of my sign, my sweet unicorn mural, is unwelcome and frankly bad for business. You're negatively affecting your neighbors already, and it's not even been built. Please send this back to committee. Fund the people's needs, not the police. I want to thank everyone who's taken your whole day to be here. This is a beautiful movement. I have been reluctant to speak up for fear of retribution by police because I am located right next to the forest. And I just want to say thank you. I'm happy to have been here today, and I appreciate all of you who've been a big part of this movement.
Thank you. Thank you. Now Kim Scott. Kim Scott. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Good evening to Atlanta City Council. My name is Kim Scott, City of Atlanta native resident, the Executive Director of Georgia One in Atlanta's Summer Hill neighborhood, and the new chair of the Entrenchment Creek Community Stewardship Council. I have two asks. We understand that the City Council will need to put a vote on the floor giving yourselves the authority to vote on renouncing the lease. We ask that you please vote to renounce the lease or vote no on funding Cop City and send it back to committee. Second ask, regarding the watershed budget, provide a prioritization of Entrenchment Creek and South River projects along with allocated budget and strategy with the completion of budget asks. Here are the reasons for the above ask. Atlanta has a long history of issues with water and sewer. This site is located in Entrenchment Creek and South River basins. These sites have work yet to be completed as part of the City of Atlanta and DeKalb County watershed federal consent decrees. With less than 10 years left on Atlanta's federal consent decree, has Mayor Dickens' $780 million budget dedicated the funds needed to fix the water and sewer systems in our communities? The water and sewer question should be addressed before allocating funding for this project. It's also a matter of equity. For decades, this community has put up with landfills, truck yards, and other industrial hazards that degrade environmental quality. This area is described as one of the 4 lungs of Atlanta, over 300 acres of existing forest lands. The 85-acre training facility abuts Entrenchment Creek Park, which is a public park, and therefore will have negative impacts to the quality of that space. The construction and operation of the training center will continue the cycle of negative environmental consequences, such as increased pollution, health hazards for nearby communities, and lead to higher volumes of stormwater runoff, continuing the cycle of flooding in communities of color. Lastly, it's a matter of equality and quality. Does the proposed site meet the standards? There have been reports, that the Phase 2 environmental study assessment titled this site a limited site investigation and does not meet the American Society for Testing and Materials standards. The non-attainment consent decree based on EPA standards are not being addressed in the area. Promoters of the project are not fully sharing the historical and current environmental challenges of construction. Environmental justice is just a way of looking at environmental issues through the lens of social inequality, and it seeks to ensure that everyone has access to clean air, water, and land. In this country, in this city, we have an issue of locating industrial facilities and other sources of pollution near communities of color. If this facility is so great, ask another community to have it seated in their community. Typically, environmental injustices happens and hurts the Black and brown communities. We bear the brunt of this, and we wear it in our bodies and our health conditions. Consider our public health. Consider our economic in development that you have not done in this area. Consider, renounce this lease, send it back to committee, don't fund it, and look at the budget for Entrenchment Creek and South River. You still have work to do, and we need that work to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexis Greenblatt. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alexis Greenblatt. I'm a resident of District 5, but I'm here today to represent more than just myself. I'm an employee of an organization called Georgia Conservation Voters. We are an entirely women-led and majority Black-led organization based in Atlanta fighting for environmental justice across the entire state of Georgia. So first, we want to acknowledge the movement to defend the forest. Folks who have been doing this work over the last 2 years, organizing in their communities, knocking on doors, hosting teach-ins, sitting in the forest, sitting here in City Hall, contacting elected officials, and pushing back on false narratives by the media. All of this culminating to build a movement to protect the Weelaunee Forest and the communities surrounding it. Georgia Conservation Voters is honored to be here in solidarity with all of you. On behalf of GCV, I am pleading with the City Council to please send this back to committee. In 2017, the City of Atlanta promised public green space and dubbed the Weelaunee Forest one of the lungs of Atlanta, along with protected green spaces in Buckhead, Druid Hills, and Cascade. The development of Cop City is a deliberate act of environmental racism, targeting majority Black, low-income neighborhoods in unincorporated DeKalb, where residents have no political representation here at City Hall. The South River, which flows through the Weelaunee Forest and surrounding community, is one of the most endangered rivers in the country, due in large part to pollution from the City of Atlanta. Forests like the Weelaunee help mitigate flooding, captures carbon from the air, provides a natural filter for air pollution, helps keep our city cool, and will aid our efforts to fight the worst impacts of the climate crisis that we are experiencing right now. Cop City is not an investment in community or green space, as the folks here at City Hall want you to believe. It is an act of environmental degradation, destruction, and displacement. There are better uses for the $60 million that the Atlanta Police Foundation is demanding from the City of Atlanta taxpayers. With so much still unknown about this project, we will likely be seeing more money asked for in the future. We believe all people have the right to a safe and healthy environment and a deep connection to nature. We reject the militarization of our police. We call on the Atlanta City Council to reject this proposal, send it back to the Finance and Human Services Committees. Please do the right thing and listen to your constituents. Send it back. Viva Tortuguita. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on number 206 through 216. Let me call out the next few. James Robertson, Joshua Herring, Ram Imler, Sam Wright, Ash Kazanjian, Mark Bowden, and Emma Schwartz. James Robertson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
James Robertson is not here. I'm Josh Herring.
Oh, Josh Herring, go ahead.
I would like to look at the simple logistics of this issue. Over the last 30 years, violent crime has steadily declined by 48%. Over the same period, police killings have risen by 38%. 1 in 20 murders today is committed by police. And this violence by police does nothing to reduce violent crime. Multiple studies in the past few years have demonstrated that police violence and militarization have no proven effect on violent crime rates. So we have a problem. We must find a way to reduce police violence while still continuing to reduce violent crime. I pray you share this goal, and indeed, I believe you do. Proponents of the proposed training facility claim that it will be a solution to this problem. The website for the facility states that the complex will, quote, provide more socially just models of policing and crisis intervention, end quote. However, this is a broad statement and no specific methods or plans to fulfill it have been presented. There are ways to train police officers that result in both lower violent crime and police violence. Multiple recent studies have cited the use of what is called procedural justice training to do so. This training consists of PowerPoint slides, informational videos, and intentional discussions about such content between the officers and the facilitators. This training has been shown by multiple recent studies to be effective at reducing police violence, improving public perception of police, and reducing violent crime. The conclusion is clear. The proposal in question is to spend $67 million on a facility with questionable motives and questionable effectiveness. There exist far cheaper and far more effective ways to train our police to protect citizens, not kill them. I implore you to explore these alternatives and to vote no to the proposed training facility, or at least send it back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ram Imler, Sam Wright, Ash Kazanjian, up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I've lived in the state of Georgia my entire life. I moved to Atlanta at the age of 18. I have yet to leave. And when it comes to building Cop City, it really says a lot about the direction that this city is going in. In October of 2022, the Atlanta Medical Center was closed. It was one of 2 level 1 trauma centers in the city of Atlanta, and now it is gone. Grady, which if you have ever had an experience with Grady, you know how overcrowded and underfunded that hospital is. And they're closing hospitals due to lack of profits while funding police training facilities, millions and millions of dollars for institutions that would rather shoot its constituents than give them access to medical care. The name Public Safety Center, Training Center is a joke. Citizens who have access to medical care are citizens that are safe. Citizens who are at the mercy of a militarized police force are not safe. We are clearly operating off different definitions of safety. And let's talk about what they mean by safety for a second. This illusion that the police are here to protect us. If the police are here to protect us, I would have, had multiple break-ins of my car being solved instead of, seeing a homeless person getting kicked off of a bench every day. The cops are not here to protect our citizens. They are here to protect Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Georgia State University, and UPS, who are massive landholders in the city of Atlanta, as well as the backers of Cop City. And if you'll notice, they are not here because they are not members of our community. They are simply the moneyed interests who are pouring millions and millions of dollars into an institution that they know will increase violence in this city, that they know is not doing anything to protect its city, it's doing it to protect their profits and their land.
Thank you. Next is Mark Bowden, or Mark Bowden, Emma Schwartz. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I currently live in District 6. What I've prepared to say is not enough, but I'm here because I believe that Cop City is a monumental threat to the safety of the majority of people in the city. For those who are considering voting in favor of the funding, I urge you to really think about whose safety you have in mind when you think about this project. When looking at incidences that cause fear around public safety, such as robberies or shootings that may be used to justify the expansion of police funding, I urge you to look beyond the surface level and examine how lack of housing, soaring rent prices, inflation, lack of job opportunities, lack of access to health care, lack of access to nutritious food, lack of access to public spaces to hang out in, especially for young people, poor education, and other solvable problems create conditions for violence to occur and are forms of violence themselves. What kind of violence are you willing to allow and why? Police don't stop or effectively prevent violence. They respond to violence that has already occurred, and that's like, if you're being generous. And for Black people, as well as immigrants, and obviously these are all overlapping identities, like even separating it feels weird, but just for whatever the word is, somatic purposes, I guess. Immigrants, trans and queer people, houseless people, disabled people, and many others, any interaction with the police poses the threat of violence, including murder at the hands of the police. In order to address the root cause, okay, I had a lot more, but I'm just getting to a line that I think may resonate. Even if you have a different view on public safety than me, there's been a clear lack of transparency around the funding for this project. Do you really know everything you need to know about the finances, due diligence, community input, plans for parks and green space, and the leaseback that you need to know to comfortably vote yes on this project? At the very least, I urge you to send this back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at...
Hi, so my name's Natalie Villasana. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was taking my friend's place.
That you can't do that, I'm sorry. Only folks that are
So
signed up.
we're here to demand that the city
sorry,
council
you
vote
can't-
no on Cop
you
City.
can't speak
The
unless
fact that
you've
you
signed up
even
for
have
the
the
list. I'm
choice to
sorry.
vote yes
You
is a
can't sign up.
testament to the
You have to sign up to
undemocratic
speak.
nature of the
can't
city
speak. I'm
council.
sorry.
You are not accountable
people
to
who
the
have signed
people.
up who are
You
waiting
are in
to
service
speak.
of billionaires
speak.
who are
I'm
trying to
sorry.
destroy our city. The police are
Salary
allowed to get
G.
away with murder. The
Please
police
allow
are getting
people
away
to
with
speak.
murder, and you're trying to
allow
bankroll
the
them
people to
and
speak
create
who
a
have signed
playground
up to
for them to
speak.
practice
Thank you.
murdering Black and brown
Thank
people.
you.
So we are not going to know peace as long as you keep pushing forward
Sorry,
Cop
you
City.
cannot speak.
Vote
You
no.
cannot speak.
Stop
Thank
Cop
you.
City.
You're not on the list. We're at 217. We're at 217.
Called me, but I didn't speak. At 2:13.
Oh, thank you. Mark Bowden?
Ash Kazanjian.
Oh, Ash Kazanja, yes, 213. Yes, go ahead, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ash Kazanjian. I'm a resident of District 5. What a day, right? Look at all of this creativity. Look at all of this persistence. Look at all of this energy that has come to you today. This is our city. This is your city. And I won't call you by name because I won't pretend to know everything about you, but what I do know is that you got into this work because you believe that you can make a difference. You believed and you were told by your community that you were a leader, that you could make a difference in the way that we move forward as a city. And today, your city, our city came forward and they said, we have faith that you and we and all of us together, we can make a different way forward. We came here with our faith in the system. We came here with a faith in you. And you came here from way back in childhood thinking that someday you would be able to make a difference. And today is that day. Y'all, today is that day that you can make a difference, that you can stand up for your community, that you can listen to the people that have put their trust in you, and you get to say, you know what? This legislation that's before me, this is not where it's at. My people have stood and they have spoken for hours and hours, and they have let us know that this is not where it's at. And even if you really feel in your heart of hearts that this is what we need, it's not the way, right? Like, we have this situation over a barrel. APF isn't fully funding this situation. Even their supporters have not come through with the funds that they promised. So now you're coming to us and saying, well, but you guys can make it up. But no, we've come here today. We told you, we don't want Cop City. All right? Thank you very much. Please vote no.
We're at 217. For 217 to 228, Thalia G., Sebastian Wilson, Waller or Walker Goebel, Zach Justice, Nathan Knopf, Jess Shue, Yamanta Wadley, Taylor Arnold, and Mabel Thomas. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Thalia, and I live in Atlanta in District 4, represented by Jason Dozier. I'm a first-generation immigrant and was born and raised in DeKalb County on occupied Muskogee land. I'm a farmer and studied ecological forestry. I grew up as a kid playing in the creek and spent my time collecting acorns, building fairy houses. Years later, I crossed the creek and saw a sign posted saying it wasn't safe to go in anymore. I spent years submerged in that water. It taught me what it meant to be human and alive. I ask you, where will the next 5 generations go when our water sources are depleted? Where will your descendants go to learn of their humanity? As climate disaster approaches, let me ask you one practical question. Do you know how to grow food or save seeds? In a nearby future, your money won't matter as much as your ability to provide for your community. In forestry, we recognize the relationship between disturbance and regeneration. The two are intrinsically linked. Regeneration doesn't happen without disturbance. I bring this up as it's highly relevant to the clear-cutting which has already occurred on the proposed site. APF is trying to convince us it's too late. Maybe they've been successful in convincing you of the same, that it's a done deal. But we are wise, and we know that's not true. Because we hold the wisdom of our ancestors that regeneration doesn't happen without disturbance. There is something awakening here in the heart of so-called Atlanta.
Time has expired.
And it is relentless in the face of destruction.
Time has expired.
It's motivated by an unconditional love.
Thank you. Time has expired.
I look forward to seeing you all at the Week of Action.
Thank you.
No matter what happens here today.
Thank you. Next is, thank you.
June 24th to
Thank
July
you.
1st.
Sebastian Wilson. 2 minutes.
Hello, my sweet lights, and that includes everyone in the room, and that includes everyone on City Council. My name is Sebastian Wilson. It is a shameful, repugnant fact that the state of our union was ever considered normal. Normal implies a state of accepted regularity. Accepted regularity, not regularity, accepted regularity. Just because something is perceived as normal does not change the truth of its disdainful validation. Hold on, it's coming. Quoting James Baldwin at UC Berkeley, May 1963, because you are the generation that may be able to achieve the American Revolution. Regrettably, this is still true today. When will we do what must be done? When will the revolution begin? The only answer in this reality is now. In this age of free-flowing information, we cannot claim ignorance as an excuse for not standing against our past and our current sociological, cultural, environmental, and economic atrocities. We cannot turn a blind eye. We can no longer cleanse history, and we can no longer ignore the present. This is the time to correct history, and this is the time to act in the present to create a luminous, thriving future for all. We the people have come to rally together and say that we the people know what we need, and we the people know what leadership we desire. We the people are not ignorant to the laws and systems that govern us. Therefore, we the people have come to put forth our voice as the charter of our governance in which it is to be enacted justly. I know a lot of you are already going to vote no, so I don't know if this is theater or not. So please listen and actually apply emotion. Don't just be a robot
Thank you.
and sit in your chair.
Time's expired.
It's okay to use emotion.
Thank you. I'm gonna just jump back to 214 for a moment. Scott Nesbitt. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, y'all. Thanks for being here. It's late. You know, one of the things that really troubles me about Cop City, and there's obviously a very, very long list as we've iterated tonight, is the participation of Israeli military in training at Cop City. As we know, Brian Kemp has just met privately with Israeli leaders who formed a far-right coalition to try to change the judiciary, to try to avoid being held liable for crimes against their state. These are the people that we're partnering with. People who bulldoze homes in the Gaza Strip just like we bulldoze trees in Weelaunee Forest. People who live in a state that was made because they suffered under the oppression of a state that banned books and people. How like our country these days. So I ask you, when you go home to your loved ones, just like all of us will, those of us lucky enough to be able to go home to loved ones, when you go home to your loved ones, do you tell them that you ushered in the new American fascism? Because the people are here, the people are speaking. There's a lot of cynicism here, right? People saying, well, y'all are already going to vote no. Is this just an act? As I sat and listened to some of our compatriots speak, I noticed some of you on your cell phones. I noticed some of you falling asleep. You tired? Because we're tired of injustice.
Thank you. Next is Waller. Next is Walker or Waller Goebel. Sorry, just couldn't read the handwriting. 2 minutes.
Okay. I am Waller Goebel. I've lived in Georgia all my life. I currently live in Old Fourth Ward. I would like to ask each and one of you to stop Cop City and vote no. But we live in a representational democracy, and actually, not many of you owe that to me. I have one representative here who owes me my right, who represents me on this council. I've called him a lot. I've emailed him a lot, but I haven't heard a word from him. And I want to know why. That's why I'm here. That's why I've been here all day. And I agree with the person before. I see each of you on your phones. I see each of you looking away when addressed by your constituents. And I'm not a representative. I don't know what it's like, but I would be ashamed if that were me. I respect those of you who haven't been on your phones. I don't respect those of you who have been. But yeah. Stop Cop City. And I want to hear from my representative. I'll be calling you tomorrow.
Thank you. Next is Zach Justice.
Council President.
This is Zach Justice.
Council President, can I respond quickly?
I don't believe he called you by name.
Fair enough. I was giving my cell phone number, but you didn't know my cell phone number.
And you can give it to him on the side. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Zach Justice, and I'm a resident of Grant Park. I don't want Cop City. Please vote no or move this to committee, whatever you have to do. I would rather see this money invested in any of the things people have talked all night about, by whatever means are available to you as our elected representatives. feel like you guys know bureaucracy in the city and how to get things done. So I feel like if anybody has the tools to invest in things other than police, you are the people to figure out how to make that happen. Even if you wanted Cop City, I don't understand how it accomplishes the city's goals. If your goal is a better training facility, as people have pointed out, why let it fall into such disrepair in the first place, especially when we talk about fiduciary responsibility. If your goal is to better recruit and retain police officers, why do things that are so incredibly unpopular? If your goal is to keep citizens safe, why not invest in our communities instead of reactively responding to crime waves and other stuff? By trying to push through the training center, a peaceful forest defender, Tortuguita, was shot 57 times. Peaceful protesters were arrested on domestic terrorism charges. A lot of stuff that make people not like police. And then I see a lot of articles complaining about recruitment and retainment. I wonder why. So as a layperson and a citizen, I don't understand how the facility accomplishes the city's goals. It kind of just feels like police want power, like they want control, especially after the George Floyd uprising. And as a result, all of these shenanigans. I think if you want to be Atlanta to be a better place for its citizens, even if you want Atlanta to make a lot of money for businesses, why not just invest in us, the people, instead? Please vote no for Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nathan Knopf. Nathan Knopf. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Hey, my name is Nate Cunoff. I live in District 2, and I've been an Atlanta resident for the past 7 years. And every day, I drive by the empty buildings that were once called Atlanta Wellstar Hospital. And there's a big gate with a big sign that says Level 1 Trauma Center. And that gate's closed because they didn't have the money to keep it open. And I drive by and I think about the $67 million that y'all are talking about tonight that could have been spent on salaries for 700 registered nurses. I talk to my friends who are public school teachers around the metro Atlanta area and about the resources they lack to educate and raise our community's children. And I think about how each and every public school in Atlanta could get a nearly $1 million investment instead of Cop City. I think about how that money could be spent on providing each and every homeless person, 4,000 people in Atlanta, with years of free housing. I think about using that money to support all the people who are running up against Brian Kemp's abortion ban, who need to go to these costly out-of-state doctor visits. Think about the immense good that $67 million could do if it was spent on literally anything else. So when everything else is so underfunded, why would anyone in their right mind want to build this thing? Because in 2020, tens of millions of working people took to the streets to protest against the racist police murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, and so many other innocent people. And the unprecedented scale of those protests showed everyone that working people have the power to shut down business as usual, because we know that business as usual is murder. But that disruptive power is a threat to the political establishment and the billionaire elite and the corporations that run this city. That's why they want to build this militarized police center, to be able to control the people, to be able to militarize the police against the residents of Atlanta. Stand with the people of Atlanta and vote no on Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Jess Shue. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. First, I want to acknowledge that Breonna Taylor's birthday is today, before it turns midnight. She would have been 30 today. My name is Jess Shue, and I'm a resident and voter in District 2. As a registered nurse, I am dedicated to caregiving and public health and safety, and I am deeply concerned about the use of public land and funds to build Cop City on precious historic forest land. And then I had like a whole bunch of other arguments planned about how the funds could better be used, but A, you heard them all already, and B, according to a certain council member, he who must not be named, y'all are completely incapable of doing anything valuable for the city in terms of like healthcare, infrastructure, you know, affordable housing, so whatever. But isn't this day so impressive? Like, yeah. But also really depressing, right? Because the fact that we have to take off work and arrange childcare and take the unreliable MARTA system to get here and sit for hours in this chamber starving for democracy and for pizza, and then you're still gonna vote yes. I'm in awe of the beauty of this, my city, my community, but I'm so disheartened and frankly disgusted by our elected officials continuing to ignore our cries for justice, continuing to not honor your promises to represent the constituents who put you in those seats. Council member representing District 2, who will go unnamed at this time, I understand that you had a binding family obligation the last time the council voted on this. I 100% completely respect that. But you have the chance and responsibility to do right by us today. You can respond to me privately if you like. I'll send your office my contact info, okay? And I urge each and every one of you to vote no on any public funds for Cop City and any increase in police funding in Atlanta's budget now or ever. And I was going to ask you how y'all sleep at night, but there's over 100 people still to go behind me, so obviously none of us are getting any sleep tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Yamanta Wadley. I'm sorry if I didn't get that first name correct. Y. Wadley. Taylor Arnold. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Taylor, and I live in District 5 with Liliana, who I think many of you could learn a thing or two about listening to your constituents. I come here today as a retired Twitter activist due to the mayhem I saw on May 15th and May 31st. To recap, because I believe so many of you are not listening, on May 15th, over 200 unpaid people came here to oppose Cop City and 0 in favor. On May 31st, a SWAT team arrested 3 organizers for charity fraud. What the hell is going on? We have called this process from the beginning undemocratic, and after these events, it paints a clearer picture. This is fascism. I have never felt comfortable speaking directly here today because I know there are better speakers who can eloquently and directly say how I feel. But due to these events, I realize this movement needs more people, and maybe I can say to you to stop Cop City in a different way. So I'm retiring my Twitter activism and days of staying at home watching trash TV because this is my new trash TV. You are absolutely worse than Tom Sandoval if you move forward with Cop City. I stand here today to remind you who you work for, because it sounds like the majority in your districts oppose it. The ones most affected by it really oppose it. This is a reminder if Cop City passes, I and my new friends here will remember. We will remember taking time off of work to tell you better ways to prevent crime than react to crime. We'll remember telling you building Cop City will further militarize our police and break community trust. We'll remember telling you the APF is a corrupt organization who can't even take care of the facilities that they have now. And we'll remember how you supported the people who called us outsiders and domestic terrorists when the only supporters of Cop City are corporations and rich idiots who don't even live here. So how do I plan to spend my retirement? My Twitter rants will be invested into phone banking. My clapping at the TV will be knocking on doors to ensure every person that votes to pass Cop City knows who you are, knows what you value, and you never hold another office seat in this city or state ever again.
Thank you. Mabel Thomas. Next is Mabel Thomas. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mabel Thomas, and an observation, all of my solutions could fall under categories currently in Atlanta's city budget. I live in Edgewood, and here are all of my sources there cited. Let's analyze the facts critically and without emotion of how we can protect people. Cops deter crime, right? Wrong. A 2014 study found no relation between the number of police officers per capita and perceived arrest risk. Conversely, trial of street lighting in New York reduced outdoor nighttime crimes by 36%. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, invest in lighting our streets, not in Cop City.
A study in 2019 found that helping people who are experiencing economic uncertainty reduces arrests for violent crimes by 51%. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, invest in affordable housing, community food programs, and other emergency financial assistance, not in Cop City. Cops reduce traffic deaths, right? Wrong. Two 2021 studies found no data to show that traffic stops or police manpower decreased fatal crashes. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, invest in sidewalks, safety education, improved urban design, and road repair. Cops keep bad people in jail, right? Wrong. Cops keep poor people in jail. According to a 2022 ACLU study, 10% of people incarcerated in Fulton County were held because of inability to pay bail. Before they've even been convicted of a crime, these folks have to endure the same deplorable conditions that led to the murder of LaShawn Thompson. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, focus on rehabilitation, invest in diversion programs, and ensure that they're used. In the first half of 2022, police opted to incarcerate 312 folks who committed diversion-eligible misdemeanors instead of using diversion programs, which are 10% more effective in reducing recidivism. Paragraph 1 of the Georgia Constitution states that all government originates with the people and is founded upon their will only. Funny, it doesn't mention the will of corporate interests. We are the people, and we are telling you to stop Cop City.
Thank you. We're at 229. We're at 229, Meredith Furbish, Ricardo Martinez, Neethi Patel, Solomon Kim, Victoria Register, and I believe it's James Johnson. So Meredith, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Meredith Furbish, and I've lived in DeKalb County my whole life. Although I don't think that's particularly important information, I thought you would appreciate knowing it. And like the hundreds of other Atlantans that came out today, I'm asking you to vote no on Cop City. I just completed my master's degree at Georgia Tech in International Affairs, having spent the last 6 years studying political transitions in the former Soviet Union. In Russia, especially since the most recent invasion of Ukraine, charges of extremism are used to attack and imprison opposition to Putin's regime. I am deeply concerned by the resemblance between this and the Atlanta authorities' treatment of this movement. Call me an idealist, but I never dreamed that I would have to risk being charged with domestic terrorism to voice my opinion on the future direction of my hometown. What does it mean to brand someone a terrorist? It positions them, at least in a post-9/11 America, as the lowest of the low. So villainous and threatening that it is acceptable to suspend due process and civil liberties to defeat them. It positions them as the enemy combatant in the war on terror. In short, it enables even greater militarization and authorities' response to the public. No tanks required. Your vote today is a chance to change this trajectory for Atlanta. Instead of branding us, your constituents, as extremists, you have a chance to stand with one of the most significant grassroots movements of this century so far. Choose a better future. Stop Cop City. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Ricardo Martinez. Next is Ricardo Martinez. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ricardo. I'm also a Georgia Tech student renting an overpriced apartment in District 3. I'd like to begin by thanking the Atlanta Police Foundation and all associated members for giving me a better education in civics, in government, and in economics than any class I had in elementary, middle, or high school. Thanks to the Atlanta Police Foundation, I know for the first time in my life the name of not just one councilman, but all of my councilmen. Thanks to the Atlanta Police Foundation, I now know how to effectively participate in city government. And thanks to the Atlanta Police Foundation, I have seen the power of the people of Atlanta. And I understand that a lot of y'all are just trying to keep your careers. I understand that this is a difficult individual situation. I know that a lot of you personally would like to vote no, but are afraid to do so because of potential repercussions. And I get that. I know there's a lot of corporate money behind this. But while a lot of y'all might be afraid of losing your jobs, a lot of us are afraid of losing our lives. A lot of us are afraid of losing our freedoms. But we're still here. I've been here since 10:30 in the morning. I've been alternating between those hard chairs and the marble. My ass feels like mashed potatoes. But I'm still here, and we're all still here because change requires sacrifice. Legislation can still be introduced, leases can still be ended, and funding can still be rejected. So please make the right decision, ladies and gentlemen. It might be hard in your career, but I promise it will be easier on your conscience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Neeti Patel, 4 minutes.
You guys have heard a lot of this before, but I've been here for 14 hours, so I'm going to say my piece anyway. On your website, you state that your mission is to work for the good of all citizens across the city. The good of all citizens. My name is Neeti. I'm a graduate student at Emory Rollins School of Public Health, Councilmember Wan's district, and I study health policy. In fact, President Doug Shipman so kindly came and spoke to my class about the work that y'all do. He spoke about how we can address the housing crisis and prevent further displacement in Atlanta. President Shipman, how about we start here? There's a statement published by the student government at Rollins that articulates how contradictory this facility is to public health, and you can find it online, but I can summarize it because in essence it states that we in public health understand that the most effective solutions to safety concerns address the root causes, solutions that uplift communities, not tear them apart. In policy, we discuss evidence-based solutions. There's no evidence that increasing police presence actually reduces crime. There's no evidence that what you call investing in justice and safety actually translates to what we, the people, know as justice and safety. There is evidence, however, that initiatives such as housing, diversion, healthcare, job training, education actually do lead to changes in crime levels. And there's evidence that these initiatives come at a much lower social and monetary cost. There's evidence that the city of Atlanta still spends nearly 20 times more on policing. There's evidence that destroying the Weelaunee Forest will decimate the habitat of our wildlife, threatening native species to the point of extinction. There's evidence that human exposure to pollutants and UV radiation will increase. There's evidence that this will primarily affect Black communities. There's evidence that this city has failed to address the current environmental concerns and ongoing sewage leaks in the area. And there's evidence that the true cost of this facility is being obscured. So I ask you, how is this working for the good of all citizens? Like I said, I study policy. I'm barely at the start of my career, but what drives me to work in public service and policy, to stand here and to aspire to the seats that y'all are in now, is to work and protect the civil and human rights of all citizens and to truly work for the good. When I look at the work that you all did at the beginning of your careers, I know I am not alone in this sentiment. I don't think that any of you decided to run for office to make our communities worse, but if you don't listen to the people here today, that is where you'll have ended up. And I know you're frustrated, I know you're tired, I am frustrated and tired, we are frustrated and tired. But we recessed earlier to address how some of y'all feel unsafe with the threats being made toward your lives. You feel unsafe when you think your life may be in danger. Imagine how we feel. And I'm not trying to instigate or agitate or call anyone here fascist, but I'm truly asking you to take that feeling of unease, of discomfort, of fear, and imagine how we feel. Empathize with us. I urge you to think about this, to think about the harm that would result from this facility and the lack of clarity on its funding. I urge you to think about your constituents here today who have taken on what you had once promised would be your fight to protect the well-being of our community. And I urge you to think about who you were when you chose a life in public service. I urge you to vote no to Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Solomon Kim. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
My name is Solomon Kim, and I'm a student at Emory University studying music composition and economics. So before anyone comes at me for being a out-of-touch art student, I have the other major as well. Like our president, I'm a Woodruff Scholar at Emory, and I take the privilege that this education affords me very seriously. And much could and will be said about the fiscal irresponsibility, the lack of transparency. What is truly alarming to me is the way that this complex will erode democracy and embolden state repression of dissent. Already, we're seeing its effects. We see the eviction of student occupations, of student peaceful protests at Emory University and at Georgia Tech. We see arrests and domestic terrorism charges against people attending a music festival. We have arrests of Atlanta Solidarity Fund organizers because they reimburse themselves on Venmo for COVID tests. And we have the murder of Tortuguita. Further criminalization doesn't help. Funding cops doesn't buy safety. What's missing in phase one of this plan? What are we funding now? Well, what we're not funding is support for first aid, for EMS, for fire, for hospitals, especially in a city that just lost a level 1 trauma center. We need to reevaluate how we allocate our limited resources. The people don't want this, as you can tell, as you've been made to tell. Council has itself spoken about the many worrisome surprises about this project that even you didn't know. And the bottom line is this: history will look back on you, sure, but we are looking now. How will you act? Will you send this back to committee? Will you vote it down? Because Cop City is not an option for any of us. Ultimately, in the long run, it's not an option for you.
Thank you. Next up is Victoria Register. Victoria Register, James Johnson. Oh, Victoria, you have up to 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Victoria. I am a Georgia native and healthcare worker, and last time I spoke about the urgency of stopping Cop City and putting money instead into hospital systems after Grady is now the only level 1 trauma center after Atlanta Medical Center has closed. This time I want to talk more about my healthcare background and talk about my experience working in the jails and prisons across Georgia. I traveled and did COVID vaccines as a medical assistant in jails and prisons for almost a year across Georgia, but specifically in Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett County. While I was there, I saw horrific and inhumane conditions that no amount of money or training can fix because the prison industrial complex was functioning as it was intended to do. I witnessed how people would get purposefully incarcerated just because there were no societal structures to provide food or shelter, so they would commit crimes just to receive their basic needs. And that made me ask, where's the millions of dollars for housing? Where's the millions of dollars for food that people need and are desperately begging for? In the worst jails, the conditions were terrible. There was no lighting, it was dark, and it was wet, and the ACs were broken, and the toilets were non-operational. And even in the good jails in Gwinnett County, the people were still treated poorly. We had to give people vaccines through the bars of the cells. They weren't allowed to come out to receive the health care that they needed. And even in, I believe it was the Augusta Medical Prison, for people who had to have specialized medical care, there were people who were deaf and hard of hearing, and they didn't have an interpreter, and fellow inmates had to translate for them. Women were refused pads and had to reuse old ones. So even when the good people try to help and assist, ultimately the prison industrial complex is not designed to rehabilitate or help people, so any individual help is insignificant. Nobody deserves to experience this, and funding Cop City instead of public resources will only enable and increase police violence and incarceration against people. You say that more resource and funding to Cop City will help public safety, but as evidence, there isn't enough resources to stop Cop City.
Thank you. James Johnson. Okay, we'll move to 241 through 251.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, James, sorry.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes.
My name is James, and I am a student organizer at Georgia Tech. And I just want to say, in my time at Georgia Tech, I have talked to hundreds of students about this project. And in talking to hundreds of students about this project and informing them about the very real realities and consequences that this project would have, not a single student out of these hundreds have been in support of this project. I want to say that the reason that not a single student has been in support of this project is that they have not only been informed about its effects, but also that they care about their community instead of caring about the interests of corporations and money interests that have been vested in them. So also, if you've been paying attention, the Georgia Tech student body has released a letter voicing our opposition to this project, in addition to the student bodies of Emory, Georgia State, the AUC schools, and many other schools across Atlanta. I guarantee you that we are not misled. We are not outside agitators, and this movement is not an internet fad. The voice of the youth is clear. And what is also clear is the chorus of voices of hundreds of Atlanta residents that have come out to speak against this project today. So I would ask you to listen to the voices and the interests of the people that you are supposed to represent instead of the interests of these corporations who are unfeeling and do not care about this population. So please vote no on this project.
Thank you. Now we'll move to 241 through 251. Rahana Larandu, Zachary Murray, Matthew Todd, Aaron Qureshi, Jennifer Hudgens, Ian Gallo, Matthew Nursery, and Raina Ferguson.
Rahana Lorando.
Rahana, good, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rahana Lorando. I am here as a resident of District 4. Nice to meet you, Councilman Dozier. I'm also here as a member of Critical Resistance. We are a national grassroots organization that's been fighting the expansion of policing, of imprisonment, and of surveillance for over 25 years. So we know a thing or two about this. A lot of our analysis has been shared already today by my peers and by my neighbors in Atlanta. A couple interventions I want to make in my time is that we know that safe communities are not heavily policed. They are heavily resourced. $67 million is a whole lot of resources that we could be putting into our communities, into life-affirming resources that we've all been calling for all day. We also know that you cannot train the violence out of policing. Policing at its core is a violent institution. We know that because since the 1100s, police have served to protect wealthy elite interests, ruling classes, capital, and property. The face of that has changed, but the function has not. There's no amount of training that you can develop that's going to change the function of policing. We've also seen people try recently. In New York City, they had tried to train their police forces, and they had even banned chokeholds when Eric Garner was killed. They tried that. In Minneapolis, they had tried training their police forces when George Floyd had been killed. And in Uvalde, when all those children were killed, how many police officers were on that facility, and what did they do to stop it? It was the parents and the people in the communities that were pulling those babies out of the windows. So we know that the police are not here for the things that we need, for the things that you might want in our communities. They can't provide that for us. So what you can do is reroute this funding, this $67 million, to the things that actually keep us safe. And everyone here today has said very clearly that we keep us safe. So give that money back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zachary Murray. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Zach Murray. I'm an organizing director with the Guild. I've been away from council since January because since that time my grandmother and father joined the ancestral realm. My dad was a Black Panther who spent 40 years in prison. Thankfully, we got to experience the last 8 years of his life with him being free because the state was forced to acknowledge that his trial was fraudulent. There's no place he'd rather be tonight than here with all these beautiful people protesting this fraudulent, fascist foolishness that you all are enacting right now. We are all sick and tired of being sick and tired. I live in Lakewood Heights. We're at the western end of the South River watershed. We're at the northern end of the South River forest. We're a working class, poor, predominantly Black community with no sidewalks, no healthy food, no crosswalks, and neighbors who are regularly being displaced. We are actually home as well to the Fire Training Center. and we're happy with it there. But when you move this fire training center, you're actually taking jobs from our community, a community which largely lacks jobs. We also know that the land in that area floods because we don't have sewers in our community. And we know that you all haven't come up with the rest of the money to pay for that so that we don't have floods in our community. One of my friends actually had to leave. He had a settlement with you all and had to leave. He sold his house and moved to the suburbs because his house continually flooded because we don't have sewers in Lakewood Heights. It's sad to me. I'm ashamed that our mayor governs in secret. Some people have called it cowardly. Some people have called it Uncle Tom behavior. He should be here tonight, LBJ style, interacting with the opposition, letting us know what he believes and exchanging with us. Instead, he's got his nose deep in the governor's ass. The reality is that this mayor is not even funding the Housing Trust Fund to what is legally required, and he knows better. $100 million of debt is not general fund revenue. You all need to demand that 1.5% of general fund revenue be met this year because the money's there. If you can pull $30 million out of your ass and another $67 million in total to fund this police...
Mr. Murray, please watch
freedom of speech. To fund this police bullshit, you certainly can prevent my neighbors from being displaced. But this housing trust fund has become a slush fund. You are giving the money to your friends. There's no transparency. There's no efficacy as a part of that fund, and we're demanding that tonight. But sadly, I don't think we're going to get it. It's sad to me that the ancestors are also sharing with me that for some of us, the apple has rotted far from the tree.
Next will be Matthew Todd. Next up will be Matthew Todd. Matthew Todd.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the May 17, 2023 day two of the second week of the FY 2024 budget briefings. And this is our process of reviewing the mayor's proposed municipal budget for FY 2024. I'm Alex Wan. I'm chair of Finance Executive Committee, and I have the privilege of leading these proceedings. I'm joined by my colleagues to my right, Councilmember Howard Shook, who's Vice Chair of FEC, Council President Doug Shipman, Councilmember Byron Amos. I believe I saw Councilmember Jason Dozier as well. And then to my left, Councilmember Mary Norwood and Councilmember Hillis. I'm sure we'll have other council members coming in as their schedules permit. Our schedule today was posted on the screens, but we're going to begin today with Department of Human Resources at 10. Public Works will follow them at 11. We'll break for lunch, and then the afternoon, there's been a slight change. We're going to do watershed management at 1 and aviation at 2 p.m., and that will be our last presentation. Department of Labor had been scheduled for 3 o'clock, but we're going to move them to Wednesday, June 7th instead. And then for those that are watching online, there is an electronic copy of the budget book as well as all the presentations to date. Under the proposed FY24 budget tab on the Finance Executive Committee page of the City Council website, and the main city website also has this information under the Finance Department's tab. Colleagues, as usual, we're going to have the department make their presentation in full, and then we'll ask our questions after that. If you have a question or want to make a comment, just signal to me. I'll start a list once I see the first hand go up. And I think that's all the announcements to get us going. With that, I'm going to ask Commissioner Smith to introduce your team today and then hand the floor off to you for your presentation. And colleagues, we do have a copy of the presentation before us, and we are on page 301 of the budget book. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Wan. Thank you, Council. I'd like to introduce my team. I am Tarlisha Smith. I'm Commissioner of Human Resources for the city. To my left, far end, is Mr. Michael McDaniel. He's Director of our Health Benefits. We have Deputy Commissioner Candace Colas, who is our Compliance and she's a Deputy Commissioner, but she's over Compliance and Regulation. We have to my right, Mr. Anthony Roberts, who's Deputy Commissioner of Operations, all things HR, and our Financial Administrator and Budget Guru, Ms. April Weeks. Okay. I would like to start this presentation by thanking our amazing DHR professionals, many of whom are behind us. We have a pretty big team, but I'd like to introduce our team as the new bureaucrats that were dubbed by AFSCME. We like that name. As an internal service department with the city, we are charged with the responsibility of our city's greatest asset, the workforce. We do not take that responsibility lightly. We have worked diligently to forge partnerships with labor units, foster relationships with employees, collaborate with our commissioners, and create a welcoming environment for our internal and external stakeholders. I would like to publicly thank you, the council, the mayor, and his executive team for your unwavering support of DHR. We have received extensive support and guidance for so many of our projects and innovative ideas coming to the city, and we want you to know that it fuels us, and we're grateful for that support. With that, I wanted to introduce our senior leadership team, but I've done that already, but I also like to say that I have quite a bit of our team behind us, and the color of today is gray, blue, and black. Our HRBP partners are here, HRBPs, and pretty much quite a bit of our staff wanted to come in support of the budget today. What is the vision of HR?
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
I have always had a dream to be a special education teacher, but finances were a struggle. Being able to complete as many courses as I could in 6 months with a flat rate tuition was super helpful because I was able to accelerate through my courses without having to pay additional costs. I just love WGU so much. I love the format. I love that I'm able to do everything at my own pace, and I seriously think it's the best school.
The City of Atlanta Department of Human Resources provides leadership in creating an equitable and inclusive culture that drives diversity, excellence, and innovation by recruiting and supporting talent, fostering wellness, and positively influencing our employee work experience. Our mission, the overall mission of the Department of Human Resources is to attract, retain, and develop a diverse and competent workforce that enables the city's departments to achieve their business objectives. We are absolutely in line with Mayor Dickens' administration pillars. One safe city, a city of opportunity for all, a city built for the future, effective and ethical government. We've been provided with a copy of our organizational structure. Some of our team members are here, but we're going to move into our highlights for FY23. Compensation study is the big topic in the city of Atlanta. Phase 1 of the study began with our vendor Evergreen earlier this year. It began in April. We've had our first virtual town hall meeting that was held on April 25th, and we fielded over, I believe, 150 questions, and we had over 1,000 people to attend or watch us virtually on the virtual town hall. And we have 2 more town halls coming forward. The creation of the classification and compensation study SharePoint site, where if you were not able to watch the town hall or find information or receive information via email in the past that has come out regarding the study, you can go to the SharePoint site that we have on the city's website, and it has all things related to the classification and compensation study. In our recruitment area, Anthony, you want to cover recruitment?
Sure. Do I need to push this? All right, so year to date, our total hires have been 1,763. Our recruitment team, which is always out in the field, high schools, colleges, have held over 30 job fairs year to date. We had our inaugural collegiate career fair that we held at the C.T. Martin Auditorium in April, where we invited all of the area juniors and seniors of the colleges, and it was well attended, and we've even had, in speaking with the departments, many hires and interviews from that college career fair. APD career fairs that we have quite a bit, that is in junction with the police recruitment team that is always out and about having the career fairs. And currently going on as our Camp Best Friends, we are estimating to hire over 500 employees for our parks, including lifeguards, camp counselors for our park summer program.
Thank you. Our HRS department has started a process to review multiple system configurations to ensure Atlanta City Code is clearly incorporated in process and logic to better evaluate and eliminate employee data issues. Simply put, we are streamlining the system and getting in alignment with the Oracle time and labor system. We're currently implementing 3 different processes for human resources, but I will get into that a little bit later in the presentation. And we also have started the citywide testing under the leadership of our HRIS guru and her team, Jerice Isaac. With that, the testing of the time punch method for the employees. So that has been deployed, and we're checking on that right now to make sure that every employee is in a position to be able to punch in the labor employees who have to, I guess, initiate their workday by that method. So we're ensuring that is up and running before we move forward. Organizational development, headed up by our team member, Darylyn Poindexter. Currently, 98% of our city employees have completed new hire orientation. 87% of our employees have completed their compliance training. And we have provided in-person compliance training to employees with little or no access to computers. And we're also training summer interns with professional development. Compliance and regulation. DC Colas, take it.
Good morning. So our Compliance and Regulation Division is new, and I'm excited about it because the overall purpose of compliance and regulation is to streamline and standardize processes to efficiently process employee issues, complaints, et cetera, while at the same time minimizing exposure to liability for the city. To do that, we're fully staffed in OLER now, so the Office of Labor and Employee Relations is one of the offices in compliance and regulation. We've established a new intake procedure, a new workflow. We have reduced our backlog of EEOC cases and complaints by 21%, even with the new cases coming in. We have 2 sides of OLER. The one side is the investigative arm, which will help us identify risk. The other side is our compliance side, and we are excited and cautiously optimistic that we're going to be able to bring in all the NPAA processes, the Notice of Proposed Adverse Action, into compliance and regulation. That way they're all standard. That way when they get to the Civil Service Board, we can, and this is very, very aggressive, but I'm hoping to have a 90+% affirmation rate. If we do everything at the baseline properly, we should be able to just have them rubber stamp our decisions. We trained our investigative team on a 12-hour investigations course, which was great because everybody brings different skill sets to the city, but we wanted one city way of doing investigations. We wanted the same procedure. We wanted the same investigative report. Our goal is to process any investigation, no matter how large, within 100 days, which would be,
ambitious.
Ambitious, that's what we're going to say. So that's how we identify our risk. We're going to be able to identify trends. How do we address it? We have 2 other offices in compliance and regulation. One is the Office of Policy and Procedure, and the other is the Office of Medical Leave. OLER is headed up by Tamika Sperling-Brooks. She's doing a great job as director. Our Office of Policy and Procedure is headed up by Christy Johnson. She's doing a great job of identifying policies and procedures that we need to standardize to make sure that we're in compliance with state and federal law, as well as our code. So she's doing a great job with that. We are working on a variety of policies, including our code of conduct, our handbook. We're revamping all of that. The other section is headed up by Tanisha Billingsley, and that's our Office of Medical Leave. I'm excited that we have standardized our communications, our forms, our timelines to be in compliance with federal law for FMLA and ADA. And so if we can implement controls to protect our city, then we can, hopefully by leveraging Ethics Point, be able to effectively give monthly reports on metrics on the trends that are going on, not only with our employee concerns, but also with our medical leave and the policies that are necessary to create. That's it.
Thank you, DC Colas. And the whole idea behind creating the Compliance and Regulation Division for me and this team was litigation avoidance and making sure that employees have proper access for investigations when they feel that they have challenges, either management, pay, whatever the issue may be, that they have an objective and transparent place to go and air their grievances. Moving forward, benefits. I will take it, but we have Mr. Nathaniel here. I can go over what your area is doing right now.
Good morning, everyone. In my short time being here, I've dug deep into the benefit structure of the city and evaluated a lot of the processes and procedures. And my main goal is to build efficiencies, to raise the bar, to build higher standards, and build security and integrity to the department, and to just build community with the employees and their families. So the goal is to get best-in-class benefits for the city of Atlanta as a pillar, not only for the state of Georgia, but for the entire country. By doing so, we've facilitated, starting with the pension plan under the umbrella of benefits, the pension plan, the pension benefits team, and our third-party administrators coordinating those folks so that everybody is on the same page and has a seamless, transparent perspective on city employees' benefits. In addition to that, training is going on, ongoing training, ongoing efficiencies is being evaluated daily to do better for the city and the employees. In addition, beneficiary campaign, which was underway when I came aboard, continues to build beneficiaries to make sure employees are aware and give them education resources, just a whole better perspective to build that we're a face to the employees. That's why we're here. And that's what I've been doing my whole career, and I continue to do that with the City of Atlanta employees. We do provide financial seminars under wellness. Wellness encompasses many things, not only physical, but also financial, behavioral, emotional. There's so much to wellness, trying to build that entire program so that the city is more well, and the more well we can be, the better we can do at our jobs. So that's one of our main initiatives in benefits as well. To do that, you see a lot of the EAP sessions that are coming out monthly with the team to build engagement, to engage employees in their benefits, to help them understand better, and to also hold all our vendors accountable for all their contracts, and to go through that and all the deliverables that they present to us so that they deliver those contracts. And that's another part of the whole overall goal for the upcoming year, and on the procurement side, to get the best-in-class benefits for the city.
They really want us to tell them is that the RFP process is underway.
Oh, okay. And the RFP process is underway.
Yes, it is. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nathaniel. We also like to encourage all employees to make sure that they designate a beneficiary. That is very important, and that campaign started on February 14th. That's the one Mr. Nathaniel mentioned. It's very important that employees do that. Also, we wanted to mention at this time that we have a mental health awareness
coming up.
May
25th in the atrium. Yeah,
it's
with a focus on that.
I don't want to call it a fest.
It's a fair. It's just a fair.
Okay, it's a fair. But basically bringing awareness again to mental health issues, not just in the city, but also how we interact with our constituents here in the city of Atlanta. Moving on to communications. Mr. Jamar Brown heads up our communications unit. Everybody knows Jamar. That's where you get your DHR citywide email from every day. Basically, Mr. Brown is responsible for all of our communications out of Human Resources, including the Employee Spotlight Award, and he submitted our team, or the city's team, BT, before Tarlisha, and we were able to win the winner of the 2023 Best and Brightest Cities to Work in the country. So thank you for that, Mr. Brown, for that submission, and thank you to the city for the award. And that's a random selection of employees. We didn't pick them so they could say, yes, we're doing a great job. It was a random selection by the agency that actually rated us. Professional development. Here I'd like to talk about what the city has done most recently here. Back in January, we had talks with one of the departments, and we ended up creating the Institute of Professional Development, Mayor Andre Dickens Institute of Professional Development. And the idea behind the Institute of Professional Development is to make sure that we provide an opportunity for employees to be upskilled, promoted, create career ladders, and to cross-train. And the tangible benefits from that, we actually started with the planning division. The planning division had a backlog of approximately 3,000 permits. They were able to clear that backlog. The actual cohort time frame is 8 weeks, but they were able to clear it in 7 weeks. I think we had 12 graduates from that program on March 4th. And the economic impact of that endeavor was about $1 billion. And we generated, or they generated, as a result of that, approximately $9.1 million, or somewhere in that area. So without hiring anyone else, without going out and getting a consultant, we upskilled those employees and allowed them to be cross-trained, and that's what they were able to do for the city. So the opportunity was not just created for them, but it also cleared a backlog for the city, and now we have a new process that's been instituted under the direction of Tiana Leonard and Mr. Gregory Pace, who instituted the new program for planning. So that's a whole new program that's been provided there as a result of the institute. The institute is now with its second cohort working on finance. With accounts payable, I believe we have between 32 and 35 employees who have participated in that program. That's underway. It began on April 22nd, and the goal there is to eliminate the backlog before year's end for all outstanding accounts with the city, aging accounts. We had a few dating back, let's just say a little while, but they're clear, and they're moving forward every Saturday. That effort is being led by Ms. Ashia Hines, Kathy Clay, and Sabrina Black, and Yolanda Carr. So the reason why we're here is to operate the budget.
How can I help you?
I'm looking for a laptop with internet like...
He wants Intel Wi-Fi 6E.
And not like, oh, I'm so tired, I'm gonna...
He wants long-lasting battery life.
And something to keep up with this. Look out now. Yeah.
And high performance. You need an Intel Evo laptop.
Yeah, that's what I said. Exactly that.
Check it out.
A laptop evolved? How wonderful is that? Intel Evo.
So, as you can see on slide 6, HR's budget trends have increased over the past few years. The fiscal year 24 proposed shows an increase in our overall budget of 2.5% from the previous fiscal year 23 adopted budget. To your right, you can see HR's headcount breakdown by fund. Currently, HR has 119 field positions with 16 vacancies across all funds. HR's proposed overall budget ask for fiscal year is $13,953,825. Our FY24 proposed budget has an overall increase of $13,000 over last year. This variance is due mainly to the group insurance fund with an overall increase of $300,000. The operating budget key drivers for FY24 are salaries, regular across all funds, contract obligations in the group insurance fund to fund pre-employment physical contract with Caduceus USA, physical contract, fuel and maintenance expense for 7 vehicles under our EAP division, and a small increase in other finance uses for GMA lease fee. 84% of HR's proposed budget is personnel. To date, FY23 DHR has an average retention rate of 84% with an average vacancy rate for funded positions of 19%. 119 of our positions are fully funded. Looking into HR's FY24 proposed budget for the general fund. The general fund has an increase of 2.87% in the amount of $7,627,338. The additional funding increase is based on actual and projected staffing levels for FY24, the anticipated usage of motor and fuel maintenance expense, to account for costs associated with the GMA lease payments as we discussed on the previous slide. The chart to the right provides you with the breakdown of the funded headcount for the general fund for FY24 actually by division. Our total funded FTE FY24 is 64.27 in the general fund. On slide 9, we'll show a breakdown of FY24 proposed 7.6 in the general fund. Personnel make up 82% of the HR's proposed FY24 budget. This will fund 71.37 FTEs. I'm always concerned about that point number. We have whole people here. Within the general fund, personnel increased by 3.4% from FY23 to FY24 in the amount of $190,000. HR's operating budget increased by $22,000 over last year. The key drivers for the increase: interdepartmental funds with 72.5% increase over last year in the amount of $53,987. The allocation is to cover expenses for vehicle and fuel maintenance on 7 vehicles that are utilized by DHR's EAP division, headed up by Mr. Darius Mitchell. Under other finance usage with an increase of 1.4% over last year in the amount of $4,967 to cover the GMA lease payment. HR is proposing an overall budget increase of $213,000 for fiscal year 24 in the general fund. Under the purchase contract category, HR is remaining neutral for FY24 in an amount of $1,237,601. The funding is slated for contract obligations with Carasoft, LinkedIn, Evergreen, and Mercer for the compensation studies, classification and compensation studies, Career Builder, wireless expenses, copier services, memberships, and a host of other expenses. Postage expense and mailing Spotlight Awards is also included in the purchase category. HR is to remain budget neutral in supplies and other costs. Let's talk about fiscal year 24 priorities. Recruitment. You want to take it again, DC Roberts?
Sure. Recruitment and talent acquisition, which is headed by Kimberly Finley. Her and her team do an amazing job, as you can see by the number of positions they filled. However, they can only do so much. We need to really be more dynamic in our recruitment, social media included. We do Career Builder, we do LinkedIn, but we really need to kind of focus on employee-centric branding, reaching out to media sources, which we cannot just post and hire the best candidate that applies, but we're able to attract that candidate that may not even be looking. Employability boot camp series to internal employees, which Ms. Finley and her team have been doing for some time to help the current employees be more promotable employees, enhancing their resume, their interviewing skills, and soft skills to be a more promotable employee within the organization. And the SEED program, skills enhancement and education development. HRIS, which is headed up by Jerice Isaac, working with the Atlanta Information Management to audit and enhance security roles and access to various employee data systems, making sure that the employee has the right and proper access and that employees are not able to pull data that they should not have access to or be able to report out on that data. Preparing to complete 3 major implementations with Oracle. These are all going on simultaneously. Oracle Time and Labor for our hourly employees to be able to clock in and out and to be paid correctly, as well as the performance management, which is in the training part right now and will be rolled out in January of 24, as well as the Oracle recruitment, which is slated to go live sometime in June. Right, moving from the Taleo system over into the Oracle platform. Continuing the efforts to review all systems configurations attached to the Atlanta City Code guidance as it relates to transactional processes and eligibility to accurately depict regulatory compliance standards, making sure that what we are doing in our system actually adheres to code. But paying people, the processes, the reportings that we have is the main function of HRIS. And as Commissioner Smith reported, the compensation study, which is a topic that everyone is interested in, we are hoping to complete the citywide classification and compensation study with Evergreen Solutions, I think by December of 24. Near completion of the classification and compensation study for all sworn, we met with Mercer just this week to talk about how that process will go, and begin implementation phase of final and approved recommendations from the class and comp study with Evergreen. They'll have a lot of recommendations along the way. How we kind of support those recommendations and roll them out, of course, will be up to the city and you as council members.
Thank you, DC Roberts.
You're welcome.
Moving forward with organizational development priorities for FY24, APD civilian in-service training, partnership, and the increased use of our learning management system, which many of our employees are not aware that we have. We do have a learning management system where they can access training online, and our team is always available there to assist employees. In addition to that, we will continue to move forward to try to increase our percentage rate of compliance training. Darylyn Poindexter, who heads this unit, has also come up with other innovative ways to do training and interactive training, live training. We don't want our employees just to sit in front of a computer and access the computer to get training. We want interaction, and we want synergy with the employees when they're getting the training to make sure they're actually learning and have the ability to apply it. So she's doing an excellent job in that space. Compliance and regulation, again, DC Colas, if you want to talk about the internship program that you've created.
Sure. I'm excited. We have an internship program we're only going to have 4 interns this summer. We started small, but it's going to be a first touch of human resources. College-age students with a